Chapter 558. The light gray metallic Federation transport ship traveled at a constant speed in the low-dimensional space of the Night Scorpion Nebula. The 3,000 soldiers of the new 17th Division on the transport ship had returned to their hometowns for less than 100 days of vacation before they were forced to set off on a journey again. Naturally, they were not in a good mood. As soon as they left the region of Upper Forest, homesickness began to spread. For the commanding officer of the army, this kind of mood was undoubtedly negative and dangerous. Fortunately, the purpose of this trip was not to attack the Empire, but to be responsible for the security of the forward base. For Sulu, homesickness was not the main emotion he was feeling right now. He looked at the exceptionally beautiful woman with long black hair in front of him and felt more surprise and a heavy responsibility. He never would have thought that Jianghu would actually appear in the transport ship and become a female reporter following the army. What surprised him even more and made him feel a little sad and empty was that the nation's girl, whom the nation hadn't seen for a long time, after taking off her white cap, her black hair flowed out like a waterfall. There was no trace of the vigorous purple in the deepest part of his memory back then. A debate that was not intense but was somewhat stubborn occurred between the young man and woman. Bai Yulan and the other officers were extremely tactful and left the cabin early. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him that was still as beautiful as before and the black hair that spread slightly over her shoulders, Sulu vaguely understood why she had made such a big change. He sighed in his heart and was about to say something when his eyes narrowed. "I have something to take care of," he said to Jianghu and then turned to return to his cabin. Jianghu looked at his resolute back and revealed an innocent expression. She spread out her hands cutely and said, "This is my own hair. Why are you so angry?" Sulu knew that he had no reason to be angry at someone for changing her hairstyle. It was boring and absurd, but he was still angry because that purple color, for him, meant too many memories and traces of his life. But at this moment he quickly walked back to his cabin and left the other party with a cold back. It was not because he was being childish, but because a line of white characters suddenly appeared in his black left eye. After that night in the camp, the old thing rarely contacted him, so at that moment he was somewhat surprised and nervous. What exactly had happened? No specific data? Sulu sat on the edge of the bed and asked in confusion, "But your existence is based on logic and information capture. Without any valid information, how do you know that something big is going to happen in the Federation?" Chaos calculation. I cannot list the calculation process. I only know that countless subtle variables are causing a data turbulence as time passes. Based on your first-rank authority, I'll officially report the first cause of change to you. After the Medellin project, the Bureau of Proclamation cooperated with the Federation to carry out the cleanup work. However, on November 23, 2 years ago, the data cleanup work I was in was terminated. According to the prior data prediction, one of the Empire's seeds is currently outside the surveillance range. Hearing this, Suli's brows furrowed even more. He clenched his hands tightly and quickly asked, "Where is this seed now?" "No authorization, no corresponding monitoring report has been generated," the Federal Central Computer replied. "I know you know where he is." Sulu lowered his head and clenched his fists. "The suspected target of the Empire's seed is currently in S2. Who is the person who terminated the investigation authorization?" "Assistant Director Chui Judong." Sulu narrowed his eyes. He knew this assistant Chui Judong. He knew that this person was the only candidate to be the next director of the Bureau of Proclamation by the Federation. Why would he terminate the investigation authorization? If even a Federation official of this level had a problem, how serious would the situation be? Then this muddled calculation of yours. He changed the verb. "Where exactly is the problem that you've guessed?" "I can't be sure." "Why didn't you warn me before?" "Because these things have nothing to do with you. But now, according to my chaos calculation, this matter will be related to you." "Fuck your chaos calculation." Sulu cursed softly as he rubbed his hair. His heart was filled with unprecedented frustration and fear of the unknown. The alarm sounded mournfully. Accompanied by the gentle music and the aroma of coffee, the ancient bell that had been sailing peacefully for many days suddenly sounded the alarm. The defense system of the spaceship automatically switched the energy supply port. The dim yellow light replaced the bright light, and countless warning lights flashed continuously. Locked on by long-range weapons. Locked on by long-range weapons. 32 degrees of acceleration. Hold on tight. Anxious shouts sounded continuously in the command system. The ancient bell's engine group suddenly accelerated and dodged at high speed towards the calm space above. After a violent tremor, A loud sound came from the rear of the spaceship. An explosion occurred on the rear right side of the ancient bell. The huge force knocked the people in the cabin to the ground. At that moment, it seemed that there were more than 10 dangerous jets that brushed past the spaceship. If all of these weapons had hit the spaceship, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What's going on? The officers on the ancient bell struggled to get up and rushed back to their posts. They roared angrily and confusedly. They were in the Federation's space. How could the pirates of the Bermuda Triangle dare to attack the ancient bell? They have our electronic frequency. Immediately change the data and find them. The urgent voice in the command system was still going on. The ancient bell and the 4 frigates beside it had brushed shoulders with death several times due to the sudden attack. The people on the frigate still did not know what had happened. They angrily and helplessly tried to change the current passive situation, thinking that it was the stupidest pirates in Bermuda who did not recognize the Selene symbol on the ancient bell. Some of the Selene soldiers even thought that this might be a conspiracy of the government, but no one connected this attack to the Empire. The electronic codes on the ancient bell and the 4 battleships were quickly adjusted randomly, and the surrounding dark space was converted into a visual image and entered into the hologram in the command hall. The soldiers saw a scene that made them speechless, and the interior of the battleships fell into a dead silence. In the dark space, with the beautiful stars of the Night Scorpion Nebula as the background, dozens of dark light frigates appeared around the ancient bell. They were like ghosts that crawled out of hell and quietly blocked all the passages. The soldiers of the West Woods looked at the hologram in shock. They looked at the Black Fleet that ambushed them. They were unfamiliar with this kind of frigate, but they were also familiar with it. They were unfamiliar because they had never appeared in the Federation space before. They were familiar with it because there were many wreckages of this kind of frigate in the desolate star field outside the West Woods. These frigates all had a beast-shaped bow, and the black hibiscus flag was deeply engraved on the frigate with a laser knife. It was said that it would never decay. It's the Empire. A shout came from the ancient bell, followed by countless exclamations. Everyone's pupils shrank at this moment. The soldiers of the West Woods were angry, shocked, and confused. The Empire's fleet appeared in the Federation space. Regarding this attack that shocked the entire universe, the Federation conducted a special investigation that lasted for 2 years after the incident. Those heavy introspection and reflection discussions lasted for decades. 2 years later, when the investigation report was reviewed on Parliament Hill, a middle-aged senator from the West Woods asked a lot of why and ifs angrily and sorrowfully. Why was an important commander of the federal military not escorted by the federal fleet when he traveled? The West Woods Military District had never accepted the escort of the federal fleet. This was an old rule that had been passed down for many years. It was a strong habit of the military. Without this old rule and habit and strictly followed the military regulations of the Federation, would the Empire's shameless sneak attack have failed? The Federation General and the representative of the West Woods Jianghu family were silent and did not express any opinions. Why was the patrolling density of the Federation's fleets so low at the Gary Corridor and the Night Scorpion Nebula, the 2 most important spatial passageways? Why was the ancient bell unable to receive timely assistance when it was attacked? Why was it that other than the first transport ship, the first to rush to the rescue was actually Silen's civilian spaceship? If the Federation government's budget could first satisfy the Bureau of Proclamation's request to set up a net there, and if the Federal Fleet could increase the cruising frequency, could this tragedy have been prevented? The Federal Fleet General Hong Yuliang's explanation was that the space passage was too wide. It was not a small warp hole that the general public knew. Even if all the Federation's battleships were to set up a tight defense, it would only be like an ant trying to defend the entire charter square. However, this point would be improved significantly after the forward base was put into use. In the spring of year 70 of the constitutional calendar, a part of the Federal Fleet's main force was transferred to the barren star field at the edge of the West Woods region to annihilate the backup fleet of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. In fact, the transferred Federal Fleet had achieved great results in that star field. However, because of this, the monitoring of the space passage had indeed decreased by a lot. The Federation government's budget department's reply was, since President Pabre took office, he had already increased the budget of the Bureau of Proclamation to the maximum. If he added more, it might lead to serious financial problems. Most importantly, the first charter clearly stated that the Bureau of Proclamation's budget could fluctuate, and the government had no authority to change it. There were many questions and reasons for the reply, but in fact, from the president to the ordinary citizens, everyone knew that the reason for the tragedy was that the Federation had never imagined that the Empire had the ability to send an entire fleet, even if it was only a medium-sized fleet, through the space passage. No one had thought of it, not a single person. This frightening inertia of thinking caused the Federation to pay a heavy price. Of course, if that the Westwood senator said could be realized, perhaps this attack would not have turned out to be the final result. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in history. Therefore, at this moment, the ancient bell and the man with a special identity were being mercilessly hunted down by the Empire's fleet. The quiet space in front of the Night Scorpion Nebula was now filled with silent explosions and circular dust rings. Dozens of modified black battleships of the Empire shuttled through space at high speed, and the weapons on the battleships fired fiercely. The ancient bell, which had withstood the first round of sneak attacks with its super-solid alloy hull armor, had lost part of its power due to the explosion at the rear left of the ship. One of the 4 corvettes on the ship had turned into a firework in the universe. It was not lonely but tragic. Under the cover of the remaining 3 Westwoods battleships, the ancient bell's engine group risked a 2-stage merger and tried to forcefully accelerate and escape. However, under the suicidal attacks of the Empire's Spectre fleet, the acceleration process was constantly interrupted, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Commander, there's a signal feedback. The nearest fleet is a transport ship 33. 7 astronomical units away. Under the dim flickering lights, a Westwoods officer with sweat and blood flowing down his face looked at the back of the figure outside the porthole and said with a trembling voice. He was not afraid of death and he was not afraid of the Empire, but he was afraid that the back of the figure in front of him would disappear in this universe because of his and his comrades' incompetence. Continue to call for backup, but limit it to the military channel. Don't let those civilian spaceships rush over to die. Zhong Shouhu's right hand gripped the back of the chair tightly as he looked at the fierce battle outside the window expressionlessly. Until now, both sides were still attacking with long-range weapons and did not use the carrier fleet. However, when the Ancient Bell and the other 3 battleships used up all of their main cannons but still could not destroy the command ship of the Empire's ambush fleet, the outcome of this ambush was already clear. The difference in strength between the enemy and himself was too great. Even though he had been dominating the universe for many years and looked down on Du Shaoqing coldly, he still could not turn the situation around. Commanding a battleship is not my forte. Tell the troops to fight as much as they can. Take down as many ships as they can. Commander, I like to see these fireworks the most. Zhong Shouhu's lips curled up slightly as he smiled and gently patted his wife's shoulder. Mrs. Zhong's face was slightly pale as she sat in the chair. Her left hand grabbed the hem of his military uniform tightly. She hit the corner of the wall in the first wave of attack, and a trace of blood flowed out of her forehead. Her usual calm and magnanimous expression now looked weak and helpless. Yes, Commander. The Westwoods officer replied with a trembling voice. He then held the wall and quickly ran to the control room. Calculate the number of battleships of the Empire and send the panoramic image back to S1. Tell the Federation that the Empire can pass through the space channel. The smile on Zhong Shouhu's face gradually disappeared. He said to the officers behind him in a deep voice, the maximum number of battleships they can send over at one time is probably what we saw. This judgment came from his clear understanding of his own importance. The Empire had developed the technology to pass through the space channel in an attempt to kill him. They would definitely put in all the forces they could at one time. If they wanted to kill the Tiger of the Westwoods, how could they say that they would win without using all their strength? Hearing the commander's words, the Westwoods officers on the Ancient Bell were all silent for a moment. They quickly returned to their positions and prepared for the last battle of their lives. As the most important commander of the federal military, Zhong Shouhu was still most concerned about the fate of the Federation when his life was in danger and could end at any time. If those people who were vigilant against the Westwoods saw this scene, would they have a different opinion in their hearts? In this most dangerous moment, the Ancient Bell reassembled its engine group and made a new torque adjustment. Under the cover of the 3 frigates, it attempted to accelerate for the last time. The 3 frigates turned into perfectly round and scattered fireworks in front of the people on the Ancient Bell. Just as the Ancient Bell was about to reach the critical speed and escape from the battlefield and get rid of the ghostly fleet of Empire's battleships, the hull of the Empire's battleships suddenly cracked open. More than 100 Empire's mechas rushed towards the Ancient Bell at high speed. Seeing his subordinates turn into ashes silently in space, Zhong Shouhu narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he saw the next move of the Empire's fleet and narrowed his eyes even more. He said in a cold voice, "Leaving the ship to fight? Your Majesty, you are really willing to pay any price to kill me." The Empire's mechas that took the risk of boarding the ship in a vacuum didn't even have the time to touch the Ancient Bell before they were destroyed by the dense close-range firepower of the Ancient Bell. However, the remaining Empire's Wolf-Fang mechas were still slowly approaching without fear of death. Zhong Shouhu's eyes fell on the approaching mechas. He found that these mechas were very strange and their speed was obviously faster than before. He slowly raised his white eyebrows and said to his subordinates, "Tell the Federation another piece of bad news. The Empire's new mechas have also been successfully developed. Also, remind them that the Empire's people have the ability to go back through the space passage. Because they want to capture me alive. Lastly, tell us one in the West Woods that there is a traitor among us." The Empire's Ghost Fleet actually knew the electronic code of the Ancient Bell and was able to avoid the detection of the glory of the Charter. All these details proved that there was someone hiding in the dark within the Federation and even around him. Thinking of a loyal subordinate, a mocking smile appeared on Zhong Shouhu's face. He didn't know whether he was mocking the Empire's enemy for trying to capture him alive or mocking himself for being a hero who was now in a desperate situation because of some traitor or spy. At this time, the Empire's mechas finally broke through the close-range firepower of the Ancient Bell. Like countless nails, they fiercely hammered into the thick alloy wall of the spaceship. The sound of metal clashing could be heard clearly from the inside of the spaceship. The soldiers' faces were pale as they rushed over and shouted, "Protect the commander and his wife as they leave." However, what happened next proved Zhong Shouhu's previous judgment. The three systems of the Ancient Bell had been holding on strongly during the fierce battle, but the escape system of the spaceship had a problem. "This is good. I can be with the soldiers in the end." Zhong Shouhu's face was expressionless as he held his wife's hand. He lowered his head and said gently, "Ever since we graduated from the first academy, I've always walked in front of you in public. I've never held your hand, let alone hugged you. Can you give me a chance to make it up to you today?" Mrs. Zhong calmed down a little. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood on her forehead. After calming down, she looked at him and forced a smile. She said as casually as possible, "I will only give you one last chance." Chapter 560. The thick bulkhead completely isolated the noisy footsteps and screams from the outside world. Amidst the low and clear sound of hydraulic pipes and motors, Zhong Shouhu took a deep breath and opened his eyes. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. His steel-like hands finally left the back of his wife's hand and landed on the touchscreen and operation stick. He hadn't been on the battlefield for many years. How could he be unfamiliar with the controls? Would the mecha under him still be as crazy and courageous as before? "Commander, we've contacted the warship behind us. It's a Chendran-class transport ship. There's a regiment of the new 17th Division on it. If we can hold on, there might be hope." The Chendran-class transport ship was one of the largest transport ships in the federal military. Other than carrying a lot of people, its own defense system was very advanced. In addition, the mecha group and the mecha regiment had the ability to fight in all areas. If the enemy could make it, then maybe it was just like what the Westwoods officer in the system said. Zhong Shouhu looked at the battle situation on the screen quietly. His facial expression was a little unpredictable because of the flashing lights in the mecha cabin. Mrs. Zhong, who was sitting silently beside him, suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. She had a pleading look on her face. Zhong Shouhu knew what his wife wanted to say. He smiled and said, "I understand. That little guy is indeed on that warship." He pressed the call button and connected to the Federation transport ship that was very far away. He asked calmly, "Is Su Lu there?" After a while, Su Li's trembling voice came from the other end of the call. It was obvious that he was panicking. "Commander, I'm here. Help me take care of Yen Huahua." "Yes." Zhong Shouhu heard the young man's answer and let out a sigh of relief. That damn fatty was too impulsive. He didn't know what kind of crazy things he would do after he died. It was really not reassuring to entrust his daughter to him. He didn't hesitate to cut off the call. He pushed the control stick and the heavy mecha drove towards the upper space of the Ancient Bell. Just a while ago, the Empire's fierce new mecha group finally broke through the solid alloy wall of the spaceship and crazily killed their way in. His face became calmer and his expression became more relaxed. However, there was an unprecedented determination and fierceness in his eyes. Inside the spaceship, which was separated by countless alloy walls, countless fierce battles were ringing out. The electric arcs shot out by the electromagnetic beam bombs burned the walls, making sizzling noises. There were corroded holes and smoke everywhere from the weapons shot out. The Empire's new mecha were like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. They broke through the outer shell of the spaceship and madly made their way to the lower levels. At this time there were not many mechas that had entered the spaceship, but these new mechas that were dodging at high speed like black ghosts made the completely unprepared Westwood soldiers pay a heavy price. Many standard anti-mecha weapons missed. Black smoke billowed and explosions rang out, but they could not stop the beast tide for even a moment. The Empire's new Wolf-Fang mecha squad charged all the way to the target area before finally coming to a stop. It wasn't because they wanted to regroup and complete the plan in one go, but because they were forced to stop because a Black Federation mecha with no insignia had appeared in front of them. Behind this mecha was the Silan military's direct subordinate Special Mecha Battalion. Looking at the Black Empire mechas in front of him, Zhong Shouhu raised his eyebrows in the cockpit. He was like a sharp sword that had been bound by a floral cloth for many years and was finally about to break free. He said to his subordinates in a deep voice, "Battle?" As the most important military commander of the Federation and the most powerful person in the West Woods, Zhong Shouhu rarely had the chance to personally operate a mecha and participate in a battle. In fact, after surrendering to Du Xinghuan and returning to the West Woods to inherit his family business, no one had seen him operate a mecha and roar like a tiger on the battlefield. People may fear his power and be amazed by his commanding ability, but very few people paid attention to his mecha battle skills. Only the Federation's god of war, Li Pifu, once gave this fierce tiger of the West Woods the highest praise in a private conversation by Lake Feiqing. Countless mechas broke through the restraints of space and fiercely collided with each other. Some cockpits were destroyed, some sparks flew, and there was a dull and deafening sound of metal tearing. The mecha battle on the ancient bell started silently and coldly, and ended violently and quickly. There were about 20 or so Imperial Wolf-Fang mechs that had infiltrated the spaceship and appeared on this platform. These new mechs relied on their superior maneuverability and evasion rate in small spaces to successfully destroy 11 of the Silan Special Mech Battalion's mechs. However, they paid the inconceivable price of having all their mechs explode. This was because of the excellent operation skills of the Westwood Special Mecha Battalion's pilots, because of the fearless spirit displayed by the Westwood soldiers in the last battle, but more importantly, because of the black mecha that charged into the most intense battle like a black ray of light, like an unstoppable god, charging into the most intense battle. The Black Federation mecha without any insignia stood on the chaotic platform among the wreckage of the Empire's mechas. It slowly retracted the alloy knife in front of its right mechanical arm. It was cold and silent, seemingly invincible, but in reality, it was invincible. The ejection device at the west corner is ready. The command officer of the spaceship reported loudly from the cockpit system. Zhong Shouhu raised his eyebrows and smiled. He muttered to himself softly, "You want to capture me alive? I also want to try to kill my way into your spaceship and capture your commander alive." In the Empire's Ghost Fleet, there was a light battleship that was exactly the same as the other light battleships. It didn't participate in the fierce attacks of its comrades. Instead, it coldly hid in the formation and watched the intense battle in space. In a normal repair room in the lower level of the battleship, the thin and small Huai Chaosher had been quietly watching the battle through his personal channel. He watched as the fleet successfully ambushed the opponent, besieged the opponent, destroyed 4 Federation frigates, and the Empire's mechas infiltrated the ancient bell. After that, there was silence. There was no more sound. After a while, the battle footage recorded by the mechas that infiltrated the ancient bell was sent back. Looking at the terrifying black mecha on the screen, Huai Chaosher slowly narrowed his eyes. The Empire's mechas that carried out the capture plan were actually annihilated. The tiger from the West Woods was actually so ferocious in the mecha. At this moment he finally understood why His Majesty was so indifferent towards the capture plan. It was probably because His Majesty was very clear that a person like Zhong Shouhu couldn't be defeated by a mecha. For the first time, Huai Chaosher had a strong desire to fight. He really wanted to fight with that arrogant black mecha. At this moment, his sharp eyes noticed that the ancient bell was making a difficult and risky adjustment in the midst of the bullets. A piece of alloy panel beside the spaceship was opening up, revealing the dark interior of the spaceship. The direction was facing the spaceship that he was in. What was this tiger trying to do? Huai Chaosher narrowed his eyes even more. Suddenly he understood what the tiger was trying to do. His eyes narrowed and a trace of ridiculousness and shock appeared in his heart. This tiger was already in a hopeless situation, yet he was still so arrogant as to try to kill the Empire's commander with him? A strong sense of danger surged into his heart. He pushed open the cabin door and quickly walked towards a certain part of the spaceship. There was a Wolf-Fang mecha that was covered in dust waiting for him. Duke Carlton's emotions were more ridiculous than anyone else's. He looked at the ancient bell in shock as it adjusted its position for the last time. He guessed what the tiger wanted to do and his face became very ugly. The mechas he sent were all killed by the opponent. The opponent was clearly in a losing situation, but he dared to carry out such a crazy plan. Who was the one who had the upper hand in this space battle? Why did that target give him the feeling that he, the hunter, was the target instead? Because of some kind of fear, he waved his hand angrily and shouted loudly, "Give up the plan, kill him." The ejection mechanism of the ancient bell couldn't be activated in the end. The black mecha controlled by Jianghu also lost its last chance to shine. This was because under the orders of the Empire's commander, the battleships that were cruising around the ancient bell at high speed gave him the final shot that they had prepared for a long time. At the same time, the mechas that invaded the interior of the ancient bell also self-destructed according to the last part of the interdimensional hunting plan. The 20 Wolf Fang mechas that were turned into wreckage on the platform became powerful explosives. The rest of the mechas that invaded the engine system of the spaceship successfully used their self-destruction to destroy the last power system of the ancient bell. The sound of explosions came one after another inside and outside the spaceship. The high temperature of the flames burned the thin space. The flames spat out of the cabin and then suddenly retracted. The scene was extremely tragic. The ancient bell that had held on for so long was finally destroyed. Hui Chaosher, who was preparing to open the screen of the mecha, saw this scene on the screen. His body froze slightly. Then he silently turned around and walked back to his room. He thought to himself, it's a pity that such a person didn't get a chance to fight fairly in the end. There was a huge hole on the right side of the ancient bell. The explosion below the spaceship continued. Countless metal fragments and the bodies of the Westwood soldiers were smashed and burned. The right arm of the black mecha held on tightly to the metal strip beside the hole and didn't float out. Opposite the black mecha was a silent universe with stars as the background. There was no sound at all. It was so beautiful that it was terrifying. In the cockpit of the mecha, Madame Zhong, whose face was pale, was trembling. She weakly leaned on his side and said, "I'm scared." Another explosion rang out, and a gorgeous red light occupied the huge gap. The scene of the universe that made one's heart palpitate was like the setting sun. "We're together, don't be scared." Zhong Shouhu looked at the sea of stars and looked at the way home. He hugged his wife tightly and buried her face in his thick chest. He comforted her with a gentle voice, don't look," and then he died. Chapter 561. The moment the ancient bell was attacked, Sulu knew about it. The warning message of the Federal Central Computer flashed in his left eye. At that moment, his left eye seemed to turn red, making him feel annoyed and cold. He pushed open the cabin door and ran to the central control room of the transport ship. He shouted anxiously, "Contact the ancient bell." The federal officers in the central control cabin didn't know what had happened to make Lieutenant Colonel Sulu so anxious. They looked at him in bewilderment, their hands moving a little slower. "What the fuck are you waiting for?" Sulu roared angrily, "Find the navigation map of the ancient bell and chase after it." In the transport ship, besides the captain, Sulu's deputy had the highest military rank. However, when he asked to change the navigation route for no reason, the officers who were driving the ship did not dare to follow his order immediately. They all looked at the captain beside the porthole. The captain with black curly hair frowned slightly and asked, "Lieutenant Colonel Sulu, what happened?" At this time, Sulu did not consider that saying that the ancient bell was attacked would expose the mysterious connection between him and the Federal Central Computer. He quickly said, "The ancient bell?" A beep sound interrupted his words. The communication officer of the warship stood up in shock and said with a trembling voice, "Received a Level 1 emergency signal. The ancient bell was attacked." This news made all the officers in the central control room of the warship stand up in shock. The black-haired captain looked at the communication officer in disbelief. His voice was slightly distorted as he said, "Verify the situation immediately." The situation did not need to be verified because the anxious and painful voice of the officers on the ancient bell could be clearly heard from the other end of the interstellar communication. They could also faintly hear the dull sound of an explosion. All the officers and soldiers in the transport ship froze for a moment at this moment. Then they spread out and quickly sent the information to the space base behind according to the fixed procedure. At the same time, they confirmed the location of the ancient bell. The officers and soldiers of the Federation forcibly suppressed the shock in their hearts and carried on with their work. However, their ears were nervously listening to the sound coming from the front. The fleet of the Empire that ambushed the ancient bell? The fleet of the Empire could quietly pass through the space channel? There were spies from the Empire within the Federation in the West Woods? In the spacious control room of the battleship, because of the accurate information sent back by the ancient bell, which was in the middle of a fierce battle, there was dead silence. Is Sulu here? The deep and calm voice of a middle-aged man came from the communication system. The black-haired captain and some of the officers recognized who this voice belonged to. Thinking that he was surrounded by a fleet, they could not help but panic. Knowing that he was still alive at least at this moment, Sulu gently clenched his fist, took 2 steps forward, and said into the communication system with a trembling voice, "Commander, I'm here. Help me take care of the fireworks." Sulu clenched his fists even tighter when he heard this sentence. He felt a strong sense of foreboding. He really didn't want to answer this sentence, but after 2 deep breaths, he only paused for a moment before seriously and simply replying, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Yes. The communication with the ancient bell was cut off at this moment. The officers and soldiers on the sinking ship waited nervously for a long time, but they did not hear any sound from the front. Sulu finally confirmed that it was probably the last time he heard the tiger's voice. After a moment of silence, he narrowed his eyes, lowered his head slightly and said to the captain, "When can the second level of acceleration be completed?" "At least an hour. The load of the transport ship is too heavy. The most important thing is that the ancient bell is too far away from us. At full speed it will take at least 5 days. The black-haired captain replied with a heavy expression, "It's too late." Sulu raised his wrist and looked at the mission manual on his phone screen. He whispered a few words into the communication system, then raised his head and said, "I know that there is a tri-wing ship used by the Bureau of Proclamation in the battleship. It was supposed to be sent to the forward base, but I want to use it temporarily." The black-haired captain immediately understood what he wanted to do. His expression became more serious as he said, "The tri-wing ship is indeed the fastest aircraft in the Federation, but it will take at least 30 hours to reach the location where the ancient bell was attacked. Even if you go, you can't change anything." At this moment, Bai Yulan, Xiong Linquan, and the rest of the members of Group 7 had arrived outside the central control room of the battleship. They received Su Li's group communication and left their respective combat units without hesitation to gather. The captain glanced at the officers who were preparing their weapons outside the cabin and noticed the depressed and frustrated expression of the officers in the room. He said with a painful expression, "Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, you have to know what you are doing. Wake up, it's too late. I am responsible for your safety and the safety of these soldiers." Sulu walked out of the control room and took the small black box from Bai Yulan. He said without turning his head, "But someone has to be responsible for the safety of the ancient bell." The high-speed tri-wing ship needed 7 minutes to prepare for its departure. In this short period of time, the members of Team 7 knew what was happening in front of them. Shocked, their faces became incomparably grave. They quickly prepared for battle, moving several MX and 1 MXT mecha from the sinking ship's warehouse into the tri-wing ship. All the members walked into the ship. The last one was Sulu, who was carrying the small black box. The information of the attack on the ancient bell is still being verified. The base has already informed the Department of National Defense. We are waiting for instructions from our superiors. The black-haired captain looked at his back and said with a hint of sadness, "It's too late. Why do you want to go and take a look?" "I won't be satisfied if I don't take a look." Sulu pressed the button to close the cabin door. Looking at the heavy cabin door that was gradually closing, the black-haired captain shouted with a complicated expression, "I won't send a single person to you." The light tri-wing ship had a very small yield level. According to the requirements of the Bureau of Proclamation, it was specially developed to set up a net. It could accurately release the signal catcher at high speed. During the investigation of the Macklin project, Lin Banshan was able to rush from S1 to Bermuda in a very short period of time because of this modified tri-wing ship. The light gray small ship slowly separated from the huge sinking ship. The engine at the back of the ship suddenly spewed out several streams of light. The ship instantly accelerated to the maximum speed and also turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the quiet universe. Once started, the tri-wing ship entered the maximum speed. There were not many people in the federal military who knew how to operate this kind of high-speed ship, and even fewer people who could perform the fastest speed of the tri-wing ship. Lu Jiao might be able to operate this kind of ship, but he was transferred to the 17th Division after being seriously injured. At this time he was not on the ship. The son of the governor, Da Vinci, only knew how to drive and had no knowledge of aircraft. The sinker transport ship did not provide a navigation support team to Group 7, and it did not even send a battleship auxiliary officer to them. Originally, this three-winged clipper would have turned into a rock in the universe, but fortunately Jian Shui'er had always been by Su Li's side. The national girl who studied in the Warship Command Department of the 1st Military Academy finally showed another side of her that was different from the star idol. Wearing a military uniform without epaulets, she sat quietly in the control chair and issued clear orders to control the high-speed tri-wing ship. She kept breaking speed values one after another. Su Li glanced at her silhouette and her shoulder-length black hair before burying her head again. In the next dozens of hours he and his team members kept silent. There seemed to be no other way to ease the tension and depression in their hearts. At some point, the tri-wing light battleship, with the secret help of the Federal Central Computer, intercepted a video signal sent by the Ancient Bell to S1. Everyone looked at the ghost-like fleet of the Empire in the video, and the tragic scenes of the battle, and their mood became heavier. Jian Shui'er gently moved the spherical control panel with her delicate right hand, and the three-dimensional star map condensed by pure light in the cockpit slowly rotated. She simply tied her black hair behind her head and forcibly suppressed the faint sadness that she felt when watching those scenes. She continued to focus on controlling the ship. Bai Yulan and the others began to check the mecha again. They knew very well that they would not be able to rescue the Ancient Bell in time. The distance between the two sides was too far, and there was no hope. However, just like what the young leader thought, they wanted to verify the news with their own eyes. Su Li squinted his eyes and looked at the three-dimensional star map ball beside Jian Shui'er. He suddenly turned around and walked back to his room. He said to the air in a low voice, "Find that fleet of the Empire, I don't want them to escape." According to the information and relevant calculations, that fleet should have at least 30 battleships left. Although their speed is much slower than the tri-wing light battleship, it is impossible for you to destroy them. A line of white words appeared in his left eye from the Federal Central Computer. Also, they are too close to the space channel. If they have the ability to come here, they must have the ability to go back at any time. It will be very difficult to catch up with them. The most important thing is that the charter network has always had gaps in the dark areas in space. The Empire's fleet should be hiding in these narrow channels. The dark areas that you can't see are the routes they took. I only need a rough estimate. Su Li acted as if he did not hear the analysis of the central computer. He clenched his fist and said, "Find them." In the quiet black universe, there were metallic wreckages floating. In the distance, some deformed bodies of the Federation soldiers could be seen colliding with the parts of the battleship and slowly disappearing into the depths of space. After the violent explosion, the Ancient Bell had become countless pieces of scattered structure. The traces of burnt and melted metal on the battleship proved the tragedy of the battle a few days ago. The tri-wing light battleship reduced its speed for the first time. It slowly and carefully flew past the edge of the dense debris. Su Li and the members of Group 7 who were behind the porthole were speechless when they saw this scene. The space was filled with the smell of tragedy and sadness. I will not let down the tiger nor the bird. I will write this story well. Chapter 562. Looking at the tragic traces of the battle outside the porthole, Su Li remained silent. His thick and straight eyebrows didn't tremble at all. Even his squinted eyes slowly relaxed. Is this what it means to be dead? That tiger and his valiant and battle-hardened subordinates had died just like that without a sound? Mrs. Zhong was also dead? He didn't understand why the sadness in his heart had melted away so quickly. It was just like the ice and snow in the north of 5460 that had suddenly turned into streams, cutting through the thick plains. It was just like cutting through his heart one by one at this moment. It didn't hurt, but there was a feeling of emptiness, like there was a place where he couldn't grab hold of strength. They had talked on the phone once at the front line, eaten together twice, and had a deep conversation twice. If it wasn't for Madame Zhong and Little Watermelon, he wouldn't have been that familiar with this fallen commander. However, it was precisely because of this that Su Li's feelings, other than feeling frustrated and empty, felt incomparably absurd. Such a great person did not even have the time to bloom the most brilliant light in his life in the vast universe. He did not even have the time to become more familiar with him and learn more about him. How could he be dead? What do we do next? Jian Shui'er's eyes were slightly misty. She slightly pursed her lips and asked softly. Bai Yulan and her team members looked at Su Li with a heavy heart. Before they set off, they had expected the tragic end of the Ancient Bell's destruction, but they still came because they needed confirmation. Now that they had unfortunately received confirmation, what could they do? Catch up with them. Countless warship wreckages floated outside the porthole. Su Li looked away and repeated the words he had repeated many times to everyone. The Empire's hunting fleet had probably entered the space passage and returned to the mainland, but this did not change his decision. Even if there was only a 1 in 1,000 chance, he would still catch up with the Empire's fleet. No, even if there was no hope, there was no need to consider the effect of this light tri-winged warship catching up with the Empire's fleet. He would still stick to his decision. This was not the action of a child who had cried bitterly, but the stubbornness of a stone. At this moment, the people of the Federation were unwilling to let the Empire's fleet leave after killing Zhong Shouhu. However, this unwillingness was expressed in Su Li's eyes. The Federal Central Computer calculated backward from the space where the ancient bell was attacked and provided a possible escape route for the Empire's fleet. After Su Lu entered the data into the star map, he allowed Jian Shui to continue driving the spaceship at high speed in the uninhabited universe. He hid in the room and did not come out for a few hours. The Bureau of Proclamation's tri-winged warship streaked across the quiet space like a stream of light, silently and somewhat lonely. No one had any hope of catching up to the dynasty's fleet. Therefore, when the three-winged battleship surveillance system discovered that the silhouettes of a dark, ghostly fleet were gradually disappearing in the darkness of the universe ahead, the crew members on the battleship felt somewhat incredulous. The Empire's fleet. People shouted in the tri-winged warship. Su Lu rushed to the control room and looked at the image transmitted back from the hologram. His right hand that was hanging by his waist trembled slightly. The universe 170,000 kilometers ahead was dead silent and empty. There was nothing abnormal with the naked eye. Only the spherical star map of the battleship clearly marked that there was an extremely vast space with an area of unknown square kilometers. It was the entrance to the space passage in the central region of the Night Scorpion Nebula. And the Empire's fleet that killed the ancient bell was now slowly disappearing from that entrance. The members of Group 7 looked at the distant space image on the hologram with a serious expression. No one expected that the Empire's fleet, which should have retreated into the space passage long ago, would be so much slower than expected. We can't catch up. Jian Shuier looked at the calculation result on the hologram and said with a trembling voice. She didn't know why, but she could feel Su Li's eagerness and anger better than anyone else. She knew that he really wanted to catch up with the Empire's fleet, although she couldn't think of what he could do even if he caught up with them. Su Li's eyes narrowed again. On the transport ship and the tri-winged warship, he had heard the words, "We can't catch up with them," too many times. That feeling of emptiness and confusion was piling up in his heart. The Empire's fleet sent a communication request. Gu Shifeng took off the surveillance headset and said loudly in surprise that a man wearing the uniform of a general of the Imperium appeared on the light beam of the three-winged light warship. The muscular officer of the Imperium had many medals that represented glory on his chest. His slightly raised eyebrows did not conceal his delight and disdain at all. "It's Cao." Bai Yulan narrowed her eyes behind Su Lu and said with strong hatred and murderous intent, "The most famous butcher general of the Empire. In the last war, this person personally ordered the slaughter of 400 severely injured Federation soldiers who were unable to evacuate in time." Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the proud and complacent Empire's royal family member on the hologram. He listened to the other party babbling in a language that he didn't understand. Suddenly he said, "Who knows the Empire's language? Translate for me." Bai Yulan hesitated for a moment and stood up. She looked at the hologram sent by the Empire's fleet and translated as calmly as possible. He said, "You guys arrived later than I thought. The Federation only had time to send you guys? I'm not interested in killing you guys because killing that commander of the Westwoods felt good. I'm already full." Bai Yulan paused for a moment and continued to translate, "I'm happy to share this joy with you. If you want, I can provide you with the beautiful image of the explosion of the ancient bell." He glanced at Su Lu and said, "The rest is just him blowing his own trumpet and describing the scene of Commander Zhong's death. Translate according to his words." Su Lu slightly tilted his head and looked at the repulsive butcher general of the Empire on the hologram. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. "Don't leave out a single word." In the end he said, "Greetings to your president. In the future we will often come to the Federation for holidays. Of course you are welcome to come as well as long as you are not afraid of death." At this moment the people on the three-winged light warship finally understood why the Empire's fleet had not entered the portal until now. It was because the other party wanted to announce their bloody victory to the Federation. They wanted to show off their bloody smugness and show off their disdain to satisfy the twisted mentality of the County King. After the communication was cut off, the last three warships of the Imperium's fleet moved forward into the space channel silently. The picture was somewhat weird, as if 3 sharp and enormous black nails had pierced into an invisible membrane without causing any ripples. The Empire's fleet entered the portal and returned to their homeland. At this moment, even if the Federation sent a large number of warships over, they would not be able to launch an attack. They could only watch as the Empire's fleet left. Ever since Li Pifu assassinated the Empire's emperor in the Mecha camp, both the Federation and the Empire had extremely tight protection of their core members on the battlefield. In the past few decades, Zhong Suihu was the most important person who had fallen on the battlefield or fallen in a conspiracy. The other party's commander was the high and mighty county king of the Empire's royal family. Once the other party returned to the Empire's homeland, even if the Federation launched a large-scale attack on the Empire in the future, it would be extremely difficult to kill him on the battlefield. Once the Empire's fleet arrogantly returned to the homeland, it would be extremely likely that it would be impossible to avenge the tiger. But what could they do? They could only watch as the last shadow of the Empire's fleet gradually disappeared into space. Feudal anger, sorrow, and helplessness. A strong feeling of unwillingness pervaded the Federation's 3-winged warship. Sulu looked through the screen at the black tail of the Empire's warship that was more than 100,000 kilometers away. His narrowed eyes strangely lit up. He began to lower his head and softly curse. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Every time his emotions reached a certain critical point in his life, he would begin to curse uncontrollably. His curses were exceptionally low, gentle, and clean. It was like this. With his head lowered, he suddenly remembered the long conversation with Commander Zhong beside the red pot in the restaurant in the Westwood Sunset State. In that conversation, the tiger of the Westwoods was so high-spirited and ambitious. When talking about the internal strife within the Federation and the conspiracies in the shadows, he once sneered disdainfully and said, "If you want to kill me, you will have to send an army from the Federation." Who would have thought that not long after that, it was an army from the Empire that ended his life? Sulu raised his head. His expression gradually returned to normal. Looking at the empty entrance of the space passage on the screen, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Who has been there?" Which side was that? At this time it was not a problem. Bai Yulan's eyes, which were covered by black silk, faintly flashed with a cold light. She, Xiong Linquan, and the other 2 old team members all nodded at the same time. Before the Empire mastered the space passage technology, they dared to take great risks and send those special forces soldiers into the Federation's territory. Naturally, the Federation, who had the control of this cosmic gate, would not give up on such an attempt. In the past years of relative peace, who knew how many military elites had carried out dangerous infiltration operations? Tell me the situation over there. Sulu narrowed his eyes and said. The interior of the warship suddenly became dead silent. When the team members heard these 2 sentences, they immediately thought of what he was going to do. Unexpectedly, no one dared to answer. What do you want to do? Jian Shui looked at him in shock. She hurriedly stood up and said, "Calm down." In the eyes of the others, what Sulu wanted to do could no longer be described as excited, but should be described as crazy. Even a loyal companion like Bai Yulan, who had silently sold her life to him, did not open her mouth to speak. Yet at this time his expression was so calm. What I want to do does seem to be irrational, but after careful analysis, this should be the best method. If even you guys don't dare to imagine it, then those arrogant Empire people won't even think of it. So, this plan appears crazy, but what it conceals is that it is absolutely unexpected. The people of the Federation, the people of the Empire, in the movies and novels, all seem to associate blood feuds with long periods of time. But in my opinion, revenge may not need to wait that long. There is a saying in the Federation, if a big shot wants to take revenge, it is not too late to wait 10 years, but the revenge of a small shot needs to be done from morning to night. Sulu turned around and looked at the team members sincerely. I want to try, using a speed that no one has ever thought of, using the shortest amount of time, perhaps from morning to night, to complete this task. Chapter 563. Late at night, it rained in S1 Capital Special District. The pitter-patter of raindrops hit the dark green leaves, knocked on everyone's windows and disturbed their dreams. The coming summer was drenched by the rain. Under the night sky, the soft sound of a violin came from an unknown building, quietly exuding a sense of peace. However, on the same rainy night, in the official residences that ordinary people could not come into contact with, a completely different mood and atmosphere was condensed. The President's residence, the West Mountain compound, and the top floor of Parliament Hill were all brightly lit. Government officials and military officers rushed to and fro, lowering their voices as they made phone calls in all directions. The shock and nervousness on their faces were unusually strong. An hour ago, the Federation Bureau of Investigation raised the Homeland Security alert to the highest level. The Federation officers and soldiers who were on vacation received the emergency notice and quickly gathered at the 4 military region stations. 17 space military bases, including the New Moon base, entered a state of readiness. In the Dark Universe, the fleets of the Federation quickly advanced to the designated star regions to set up defenses. The atmosphere at the Bureau of Proclamation at the end of the dead-end road on the outskirts of the Capital Special District also became unusually tense at the moment. Director Tai rushed back from home with a cold expression. The ordinary people of the Federation did not know what had happened, nor did they know that for these departments, this rainy night was not fresh, but heavy and long-suffering. When the information was finally confirmed, this tense and oppressive atmosphere that pervaded the various departments suddenly turned into shock and pain. Lieutenant General Zhong Shouhu, commander of the 4th Military Region of the Federation and commander-in-chief of the West Woods Front Line, was attacked and killed in the Night Scorpion Nebula. The light penetrated the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the president's residence, illuminating the rain outside the building like a silver line. The Special Task Force agents in black formal suits looked around with serious expressions like hawks. They only knew that something big had happened in the Federation, but they did not know what it was. At this moment, the staff in the official residence could no longer be like those familiar nights, drinking coffee to eliminate the tiredness after busy overtime work. Men and women gathered together to tease a few words. Sometimes when they met His Excellency the President, they could even joke with him a few words. They quietly and nervously stayed in their respective offices, waiting for the work that was about to come. On this rainy night, Mr. President would not be in the mood to drink coffee with everyone, and neither would they. In the Oval Office, a loud curse and the sound of a heavy object crashing could be heard. Who can tell me what the fuck is going on? After confirming that Zhong Shouhu had been killed, President Pabre could no longer maintain his usual demeanor. Like a lion that had been stabbed, he roared furiously at his subordinates in the room. His tanned face grew darker and darker, and his thick lips cursed without hesitation. 3 buttons of his shirt had already been undone, but it still couldn't cool down his angry heart. No one answered the president's angry question because no one, including the president, could have predicted such a tragedy, not even considering the possibility of the Empire's fleet sneaking into the Federation's territory to carry out a sneak attack. Director Pai, who had just rushed over from the Bureau of Proclamation, remained silent. The Federation's charter network should bear the greatest responsibility for this incident, but the big shots in the room all knew that the Federation's resources could support the Bureau of Proclamation's comprehensive surveillance of human society, but for the vast universe, the glory of the Charter, which was known to cover the universe, had always had loopholes. The most pressing question in front of the Federation government at this moment was the most direct reason for the fall of the Westwood Star. How could the Empire's fleet pass through the space passage in the Night Scorpion Nebula? There was dead silence in the Oval Office. President Pabre frowned, pursed his thick lips, and pounded the table twice as if venting. Then he looked back at the oil painting on the wall and fell into silence. The question now is the Empire going to start the attack? The president recovered a trace of calmness, slowly buttoned his shirt, and asked in a slightly hoarse voice. The troops are gathering and will be done in 48 hours. The chairman of the Federation's Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Myers, looked a little tired at this moment. He replied in a deep voice, "The subsidiary fleet of the space base has already taken off and is rushing toward the Night Scorpion Nebula and the Gary Corridor. How long will it take for the second fleet to return to its own defense zone?" President Pabre did not turn his head. He put his hands on his aching waist and asked softly. At this moment, no one knew if he had some regrets in his heart. If he had not transferred the Federation's main fleet to the desolate star field outside the West Woods in order to annihilate the Empire's expeditionary fleet, would the ancient Bell be able to escape this disaster? The commander-in-chief of the Federal Fleet, General Hong Yuliang, appeared on the remote communication screen. The sadness and self-blame on the face of the female general, who was close to 50 years old, was immediately transformed into calmness and determination by her strong military will. "Mr. President, the Federal Fleet will completely strengthen its defense zone after the 78 Federation Standard Hours. We are ready to face the entire fleet of the Empire." She looked down at the analysis report just sent by the staff officer and continued, "According to the precious information that Commander Zhong ordered the Ancient Bell to send back before his death and his own judgment, The Federal Fleet Staff Headquarters has come to the conclusion that the Empire has not completely mastered the warp space warp jump method. It is only a limited control. They can only send a batch of intermediate fleets over at most, and probably because they are waiting for the space storm to subside, the interval between the teleportation should be more than 7 days. Hearing the military's analysis, the heavy stone in President Pabre's heart was slightly relieved. He then asked in a serious tone, "This judgment will directly affect the government's next response strategy. It concerns the safety of the Federation. Are you confident?" "Yes." General Hong Yuliang thought for a moment and replied, "This is just a sinister sneak attack by the Empire. It is not the precursor of a big attack. I support the judgment of the fleet." General Myers tiredly added, "If the Empire has completely mastered the space warp technology, according to the cruel and gambling personality of the Emperor, he will definitely mobilize all the fleets at once and put the most precious first opportunity of a sneak attack on S1. The Oval Office was silent again. President Pabre turned around and looked at the important cabinet members of the Federation government and said, "The government's priority now is to stabilize the situation in the West Woods." The tiger in the West Woods had died. How would his brave soldiers and the ordinary people of the West Woods who loved and respected the Zhong family react? Hold a press conference in the early morning. I am here to announce this sad news to the people of the Federation, especially the people of the West Woods. The president took a deep breath, and a trace of indomitable perseverance flashed across his tanned face. He pressed his hands on the desk, leaned forward slightly and said in a serious tone, "No matter how despicable the Empire's actions are, they can't disrupt the pace of the Federation. They can't stop us. On the contrary, they will only encourage us. I order that the President's Special Fund within 3 years will be advanced to the construction and improvement of the forward base. The Department of Defense must come up with a final plan within a month. The production of the forward base and the supporting companies must be accelerated. No one can delay this matter with any excuse. Otherwise, I will ask them to be court-martialed." President Pabre looked at the people in the Oval Office and said, "We have declared war on the Empire. Then let the flames of war burn on their land earlier. I unconditionally support the President's instructions." On the remote screen, Vice President Byron of the Federation was the first to stand up and express his support. He said in a serious tone, "Tomorrow I will call for an emergency meeting of the Federation Parliament and propose to pass the secondary military control." A black roundback chair and a black ridiculous round hat were on the head of the old man from Liyuan Palace. This old man was the true financial oligarch of the Federation. Because in the financial world of the Federation, there would always be only one leader or master, the iron calculator. The object of their resistance would always be the Federation government and the president who had the highest authority in the official residence. As the head of one of the 7 major families, whose every pore flowed with the cold smell of money and numbers, Liyuan Palace was rarely moved by anything these years. Even on the day when the Federation government, in order to attack the Li family, forcibly passed the financial integration law on Parliament Hill, the wrinkles on his face were still as if he was sleeping. However, today the wrinkles on his face began to pile up like the yellow soil washed by the river, piling up with complicated and sentimental thoughts. Thinking of the phone call he had with several old friends, the old man from Liyuan Palace said to himself with complicated emotions, "The sky is going to rain and the Federation is going to war. No one can stop it. Only, Tiger, you left so suddenly. I'm afraid such a big family business will be a problem." The back of the mountain. Lady Tai stopped chopping onions and took off her goggles. Her mood had been a bit uneasy today. It was unknown whether it was because of the onions or because of the news, but there was a faint sentimental look in her eyes. It has been confirmed that the news is true. The thin Tai Ziyuan stood in the drizzling night wind on the lakeside terrace. He looked at his mother with a lonely expression and said, "Please investigate this matter. I always feel that it's not that simple. Also, no matter who the Federation chooses to take over the position of Tiger's frontline commander-in-chief, I have to make a trip to the West Woods. Level 2 military control? I wonder if the Parliament can pass it." Du Xiaoqing hung up the phone call that big shot had just called. Then he sat in the shadows by the window of his apartment. He looked at the drizzle outside through the curtains and was silent for a long time. His lifelong enemy had died under the artillery fire of the Imperial fleet. This famous general of the Federation should feel lucky, relieved, or strongly unwilling. However, none of these emotions appeared in his heart. On the contrary, some kind of complicated emotions that could not be suppressed gradually appeared on his gloomy and cold face like an iceberg. Du Shaoqing's eyebrows twitched slightly. It seemed that he was about to cry, but in the end he did not. After a long silence, he opened the drawer beside him and took out a very rare old-style photo. This was a group photo taken many years ago when 5 youths were in the prime of their lives at the first military academy. In the slightly curled photo, there were 2 beautiful girls squatting in the front row. On the left, Chao Jiaren was now the wife of Prime Minister Nan. On the right, she was Zhong Shouhu's wife. In the back row were 3 young officers. Standing in the middle was Zhong Shouhu, whose face was slightly chubby and full of youthfulness. Fatty Tian was still a thin bamboo pole. He was standing happily on one side, while the cold Zhong Shouhu was standing on the other side, bored. Du Shaoqing looked at the photo and thought of many things in the past. His finger gently slid across the photo and the girl's face, as if he was gently caressing her who had disappeared into the universe. Then an uncontrollable anger flashed in his cold eyes. Chapter 564. Empire Tianjing Planet. The Supreme Emperor of the Left Sky Star region had left the lofty Jiaxing Tower today. Instead, he was strolling in the royal palace that was sheltered by green trees. He carried a small green pot in his right hand, and his long black hair with silver strands draped over his shoulders. Like a poet, he walked back and forth in the royal palace. There was a faintly discernible, strange and yet delightful smile on his face. The tiger that had blocked his path in the West Woods for many years was finally dead. He didn't have the emptiness that a poet would have when an enemy passed away. He only had the satisfaction of drinking good wine. However, unlike the carnival atmosphere in the building of the military headquarters, the emperor controlled his emotions well. He drank slowly but didn't smile wildly. This was because he had absolute confidence in this transmigration hunting plan. The subjects of the empire had spent decades to complete the 3 important research results. This time, all of them had been invested into the plan to kill Zhong Shouhu. They had even replaced his original plan to capture and kill the Federation's young girls. How could they fail? However, the emperor had a somewhat different opinion regarding the source of the information regarding this hunting plan. In his opinion, it would be very difficult for the last hero to achieve this. Perhaps some interesting changes were taking place within the Federation, but such changes were something that the Empire was very happy to see. It was just a pity that the hero with the royal bloodline would soon become a sacrifice. The palace servants followed behind him from afar. They knew that the emperor was in a good mood, and their faces were full of smiles. Military Affairs Minister Prince Bo Wu was closer to the emperor. After hearing the cold voice of the emperor, his eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. Actually, I know that the military headquarters made this plan just to appease my anger and to appease the negative impact of the Expeditionary Army's destruction on the empire. The emperor said mockingly, "Even you, the Minister of Military Affairs, are probably laughing at me in your heart. Laughing at your subordinates for throwing all of the empire's greatest secrets into petty assassinations instead of exchanging them for the greatest benefits. I don't dare." Prince Bo Wu lowered his body in fear. "It's just the 2 of us now. Don't say these useless words." The emperor said lightly, "I just want to let other people, or at least you, know why I want to kill Zhong Shouhu. Because I want to force the Federation to attack earlier." Prince Bai Wu slowly straightened his body and remained silent, but a trace of coldness flashed in his heart. The Expeditionary Army has been wiped out. The warmongering president will definitely try his best to push the Federation to attack the Imperium. It's only a matter of time. The Empire's emperor said slowly, "And with the resources our empire possesses, not only is it insufficient to support a full-scale attack against the Federation, it is even extremely difficult to deal with their attacks. Attacking when the Federation is not ready is always easier to deal with than when they are ready." The emperor looked down at the calm surface of the returning pond and said, "Give them all of the empire's empty borderlands. When the Federation occupies a star system, they have to leave behind troops and resources to defend it. The more star systems the Federation occupies, the thinner the resources and troops will be, and the more difficult it will be. Plus, these people are used to doing shameless things in the name of freedom. Since they have been using this name, they will naturally feel embarrassed to kill too many people. The civilians in Star County need to be managed and fed. If too many people starve to death, that poor president won't look too good. The deeper the Federation goes, the more complete their failure will be. Hypocrisy will be their final epitaph." Prince Bai Wu thought with a trace of shock. Since the end of the war more than 10 years ago, the emperor in front of him had forcefully changed the strategic arrangement of the empire and strengthened the Expeditionary Army to put pressure on the Federation. However, he also took back the most elite army from the edge of the space tunnel. It turned out that all of these arrangements had a deeper meaning. Today is a very memorable day. The emperor turned around, looked at Prince Bai Wu and said lightly, "Let's go to the mausoleum. It's the anniversary of the assassination of my father and teacher. I want to tell them this news that is neither good nor bad." The relevant conversation took place in the Federation President's mansion and the Empire's palace. The two major forces in the universe were both making large-scale strategic arrangements. The death of that Shilin tiger was admittedly a world-shaking event, and it could also become the opening song of a great era. However, at this moment people would mourn or celebrate, but they didn't have time to think about vengeance or things to prevent vengeance. The remnants of the Empire's ghost fleet that carried out the hunting plan had already entered the space tunnel and were about to arrive at the Empire's territory. Under such circumstances, no one, including Emperor Wuxia and Federation President Pabre, would expect that there was a small battleship and a person in the universe who was planning something crazy but exceptionally calm. We don't have the data of the space tunnel of the Night Scorpion Nebula. This data is the top secret information of the Bureau of Proclamation. The upper echelons of the government will definitely not allow you to do such a crazy suicidal action. Naturally, they won't give you the data, Jianghu, or looked at Su Lu and said seriously. "I can't explain too much, but I do." Su Lu lowered his head slightly and said softly, "The Empire was able to successfully attack the ancient bell because no one in the Federation thought that they had the ability to send a fleet over. Similarly, no one in that fleet thought that we would go over like a bunch of idiots and carry out a counterattack. The enemy has at least 30 battleships, and we only have one light battleship. No matter how you look at it, this is suicide." Lan Xiaolong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Boss, I'm not afraid of death. I just feel that it's not worth it to commit suicide like this. If we want to avenge Commander Zhong, we should first live well and then find our revenge on the battlefield." Sula didn't explain too much. He smiled and looked up. "I've come up with a plan. The success rate is very high, at least 30%. The team members were silent. "When did you come up with a plan?" However, after a moment of silence, Xiong Linquan's rough voice rang out. 30%, we can try. Then let's do it." "Let's do it," Gu Shifeng said. "Do it." Da Vinci's face was slightly pale, but he still gritted his teeth and roared. Bai Yulan stood quietly at the side and didn't speak. The rest of the team members didn't speak either. However, their body movements showed the attitude of this small group. The most valiant counterattack against the shameless sneak attack of the Imperium was something that every soldier of the Federation was willing to try. In particular, the behavior of the Butcher General of the Imperium before he left had already hurt their self-esteem. How could they allow these people to kill the Federation military's commander and then leave safely? "All right." Jian Shui sighed softly. She lifted the black hair beside her ear and tied it into a ponytail. A smile flashed across her beautiful face. "Then let's hurry up and get ready. But I'm very curious. What's the arrangement for the part of your plan to come back?" "Of course we'll take a ship back." Su Li's answer was extremely natural and concise. He smiled and said, "Of course we should first go to the computing room to perfect this plan." "Can you go?" "Of course I can. Unless you want to go to Tianjing and peek at the Empire's princess bathing, I really can't do that. However, I must remind you that I'm basically in a state of hibernation over there. Furthermore, my power is very weak. If you go too far into the Empire's territory, I may lose contact with you at any time." "It's fine. I only need to go a short distance, kill that Duke and come back. If I really want to go deep into the Empire's territory, I'll probably be dead by then." In the room, the members of Team 7 and Jian Shui were quickly drafting a surprise attack plan on the screen on the table. What they needed the most now was, of course, the data of the spatial channel that Sulu had promised. However, Sulu didn't enter the room at this time. Instead, he stood outside the door with his head lowered and spoke to the Federal Central Computer in his mind. Although he had thought for a long time that since the Federation controlled the spatial channel and had attacked the Empire's territory many times, they must have hidden some means in the Empire's star field, such as a signal interruption station in a state of dead silence, or a certain scale on the antenna of the charter network, Sulu was truly relieved now that he had obtained the personal confirmation of the charter network. There are indeed many satellite propulsion devices used by the Bureau of Proclamation to set up the network on the ship. The problem is that there's no way to install them on all the mechas. If the surprise attack on the enemy's flagship succeeds, how are we going to return to the ship? A tactical expert of Team 7 frowned as he looked at the drafted plan on the screen on the table and said in confusion. Everyone in the room raised their heads at the same time and looked at Sulu outside the door in confusion. If it's just one mecha, that's enough, Sulu said silently in his mind. Then he ordered the charter network to close the door. After a smooth sound, the high-strength isolation visual door quickly closed, separating Sulu outside the door and the people inside the door into two different worlds. The team members in the cabin were stunned for a moment, but they immediately reacted. Expressions of disbelief and panic appeared on their faces as they rushed for the door. They knew Sulu's personality, so no one shouted or tried to persuade Sulu to do something stupid. Instead, they directly tried to open the cabin door. Gu Shifeng quickly opened the workbench and crouched on the ground to connect to the spaceship system. Her 10 somewhat clumsy fingers operated at a speed that had never been seen before. Xiong Linquan even impulsively picked up the heavy Darlin's autocannon beside him, wanting to blast the cabin door open. Fortunately, Lan Xiaolong beside him held him tightly. Bai Yulan did not move. She only raised her head and glared at Sulu through the 3 transparent barriers. She, who was usually submissive, had a dark and angry expression on her face at this moment. Jian Shuier stared blankly at Sulu outside the door. She clenched her fists tightly, and tears silently flowed down her cheeks. The story should not have developed like this. The black-haired her, the brave and skilled member of Team 7, should have set off together with the small-eyed man outside the door and fought together. She should not have just watched him leave alone. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have thought that the Bureau of Proclamation spaceship's escape pod design would be so interesting, Sulu said to the charter network. Looking at the actions of the people inside the door, he felt warmth in his heart. According to my calculations, your chances of survival are indeed not very high. So, if you want to cry, just cry. Don't tell such unfunny jokes. Sulu smiled. He thought to himself that a boring creature like a hero could easily become a dead man, so it was better to leave this kind of opportunity to the bored him. He was still used to fighting alone. That way, even if he died, only one person would die. Then, he gently patted the cabin door and said goodbye to his companions on the other side of the door. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of air jets, the 3-winged light spaceship's escape pod was released. Those familiar and kind faces slowly faded away. At this time, the charter network reported, the secret line to the president's residence has been connected. Sulu picked up the phone and said, "This is Sulu. I'm at the entrance to the Night Scorpion Nebula. This is Pabre. Please speak." The president's unexpected and quick answer came from the other end of the phone. "The Empire still has a seat in the Federation. He should be at." Sulu gave an address and then continued, "It was the Assistant Director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Cui Jiadong, who terminated the purge investigation during the project." President Pabre was silent for a moment. He was obviously shocked by this news again. Then he reacted and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" Sulu did not answer and directly hung up the phone. Then he walked back to the 3-winged light spaceship's control room and sat on the central control chair. He said to the air, "Let's go. Actually, I can send the data and operation manual of the space channel directly into your brain. Then you can personally pilot it. You should know that I am strictly forbidden from directly performing physical operations. This is the basic law of the first charter. Even if you have the first sequence authority, you can't change it. Back in 5460, you directly operated a mecha to send me off. After that, you did the same thing. In fact, you've already violated the first charter many times. And in my opinion, this has nothing to do with my authority. It's purely because you like this kind of fun." Sulu no longer paid any attention to the silent central computer. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the quiet universe outside the porthole. He said, "Sorry to trouble you. I want to go over there." Chapter 565. In the dark universe, there were still particles ejected by the engines of the remnants of the Empire's fleet ahead. The light in the empty space was somewhat dim. A strange spatial fluctuation that could be vaguely captured by the naked eye occurred. A metallic gray tri-winged ship, like a nocturnal expert that could not speak and silently hunted down injured beasts, silently entered this space and followed the fleet ahead. In the lower level of the tri-winged ship, Sulu carefully dismantled the Bureau of Proclamation's small satellite propulsion device on the ship and then installed it on his own mech. Occasionally he would glance at the unfamiliar space on the screen, then he lowered his head and remained silent. There was a proverb in the Federation that said, "There is nothing new under the sun." Right now he and this dark tri-winged ship were sailing above the sun, among the dim light of countless distant stars, but he also felt that the space of the Empire was just like the space of the Federation. There was nothing too strange about it. Before the Empire's fleet entered the space channel, Duke Kadon's arrogant and cruel final declaration allowed the Federal Central Computer to obtain and deconstruct the electronic signature of the ship he was on. In the risky plan that Su Lu and the Central Computer discussed, the tri-wing ship would follow the Empire's fleet from afar and try to find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the flagship before the enemy entered the Empire's border space defense line. If the sneak attack succeeded, Su Lu would have to activate the jet propulsion device that was currently installed on the MXT mech immediately. The tri-wing ship would be directly controlled by the Central Computer to follow at high speed and accurately perform a high-speed dive to support him when he left the ship again. This was a crazy and risky plan. The most difficult part of the plan was how to ensure the connection between the Central Computer's tentacles and the S-1 main body after entering the Empire without directly dissipating into countless electronic particles due to the lack of a signal relay station. The craziest part was the evacuation after the successful sneak attack. The tri-wing ship had to maintain an extremely high cruising speed to pick up the MXT that was ejected into space before the Empire's fleet could react. This kind of difficulty was like throwing a pebble from a green hill at a high-speed train that was whizzing past by a naughty child. The pebble had to pass through the window that had just been opened, and in the end, it had to fall into the teacup in front of the passenger, creating a few dark brown splashes. The paper cup did not fall, and the pebble did not shatter. According to the calculations of Charter's computer, the Empire's ghost fleet in front of them had forcefully passed through the space channel twice and suffered a strong counterattack in the process of ambushing the ancient bell. The battleship had suffered great losses, especially since the Empire's electronic system was already behind that of the Federation. It should be riddled with holes from the space storm and lose a lot of long-range surveillance capabilities. Under such circumstances, even if the other side still had more than 20 warships and more than 10,000 combat troops surrounding them, with Su Li's terrifying mecha piloting ability and the Charter Computer's even more terrifying computing power, it was still possible for them to launch a surprise attack on the other side's flagship and kill that General Butcher. But what about after that? The naughty child on the green hill would start throwing pebbles. Would the passengers drinking tea on the high-speed train be frightened? Other than the white-haired conductor, the most important factor was probably luck. In the cold and cruel space battlefield, any plan that required luck was usually a suicidal plan that only focused on moving forward and not thinking about the consequences. People in their right mind would never make such a crazy and risky decision, but Su Lu had made the decision. Because at this moment he was the young engineer in the hotel in Hong Kong after the terrorist attack on the peace concert in the 4 states. He was filled with the unique anger of a young man. Donglin's orphan was very strong, but he had no family since he was young. The uncle died selfishly. Group 7 was indeed like a big family, but he had to play the role of a young parent. He would also get tired. There was never a solid wall behind him or a warm kitchen steam to lean on or warm up. In the fast food restaurant in Shisha State he found a trace of that feeling. He was not familiar with that man, but he really had that feeling. In the end that man died. That feeling did not have time to become a normal enjoyment. It became an extravagant hope. There was also that Shilin military windbreaker in the wind and snow outside the airport when he had just arrived at S1. That lady whom he had not met many times, but who was as gentle as a sister. Until now he still remembered that he had once called her sister. In the Lufeng Slope clubhouse, under those oil paintings, he had once seriously told this graceful and noble lady that he owed the Zhong family of West Woods. In the night phone call a few days ago, he had promised little Watermelon that her parents would be back soon. Sadness, anger, the desire for revenge, and the promise, all of these reasons came down to the initial consideration. In the end it all came down to one's temperament. As a person who saw injustice on the road, he wanted to kick a couple of times to prevent tripping over children passing by. When faced with such a big emotional impact he was furious and depressed. If that Imperial Royal County King did not die, Su Li's life would not be happy. Therefore he quickly decided to launch a revenge war against the Imperial fleet alone and seize every moment. The space defense density of the Empire's border is completely out of my expectations. I have been remotely tracking the fleet for 40 minutes, but I have not seen any Imperial fleet or even any surveillance satellites of the Empire. I don't know why. Maybe it is because the Imperial fleet's mission to attack the ancient bell is too important, so it has been carried out secretly. But since it has succeeded, there should be no need to keep it a secret. Why is there no reaction from the mineral star that we just passed? The MXT mecha, disguised as a black, dazzling light, was already ready. Su Lu, whose skin was wrapped in the simulation system, sat silently in the dreary cockpit. As he slowly regulated his breathing, he spoke softly to the system. It didn't seem like he was asking the charter computer, but more like he was recording the last mission of his life. Because of the undercover after the last war, I have not investigated the Empire's movements for many years, so I can't answer. Also, a final warning. The range of my perception is limited to the very narrow space outside the Empire's border. If you insist on using only the minimum number of signal interruption stations, I may lose contact with you at any time. Su Lu used silence to express his attitude. In order to complete this whimsical and crazy revenge, he needed the help of the Federal Central Computer. However, he also knew that the Federation had attacked the Empire several times and spent a lot of money to hide the signal relay stations in the Empire's space. It was a foreshadowing for the next universe war. These extremely precious resources could not be exposed too much in advance because of his personal actions. The 11th hidden node has been activated. The Federation's central computer displayed in his eyes. 380,000 kilometers in front of the tri-winged spaceship, in the annular meteorite belt around a planet, a meteorite suddenly trembled slightly. Under the disguise of the sturdy rock, the signal relay circuit that had been sleeping for more than a decade or even decades started to operate. It began to greedily extract all the non-cosmic background radio waves around it, including the Empire's fleet that had just passed by not far ahead. All the information was converted into encrypted data through the hidden nodes that the Federation's Bureau of Proclamation had spread in the Empire's universe back then and continuously transmitted to the signal relay station behind it. In the few hours before it was activated, many similar situations occurred in the Empire's border space. The metal wreckage and meteorite fragments that had been floating in the universe for a long time received a long-awaited activation command and began to perform the work of the Charter Network signal relay station. The images and signal monitoring data in this part of the universe continuously passed through the space channel and entered the Night Scorpion Nebula in the Federation's territory, as well as the ghost-like tri-winged spaceship. The distance from the exit of the space channel to the edge of the planetary system was not long. The Empire's fleet at the front was celebrating enthusiastically, but they did not expect at all that a light high-speed spaceship of the Federation had begun to play the role of a ghost that they had played a few days ago. It followed them quietly from afar like a venomous snake that could launch a critical strike at any moment. The Empire's fleet precisely adjusted the direction of their voyage with the help of the giant planet's gravity and continued to sail silently and easily in the deep darkness behind the giant planet. Because of the strategic changes made by the Empire in the past few years, there were naturally no troops of the Empire stationed in this solar system without any resources. Even the military detectors were few and far between. Therefore, anyone in this fleet discovered that the metallic gray tri-winged spaceship of the Federation had accelerated to the intersection of darkness and light at the edge of the giant planet at some point earlier under the cover of the giant planet's vast area and began to prepare for an attack. If I die in the enemy's warship, then I don't need to say anything. But if I really succeed, you must catch me when I'm ejected or I'll fall to my death. Su Lu looked at the ultra-thin display screen in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly, but his eyes were extremely bright. He said to his only companion at the moment, "In the gravity-free environment of space, you won't fall to your death. I'd rather fall to my death than become a target floating in front of these dozens of warships, or become a piece of trash floating in space forever." The lower-level release gate of the Federation's tri-winged spaceship slowly opened. However, what came out was not those metal ball-like node signal relay stations, but a dazzling black military mecha. With a loud boom, the body of the tri-winged spaceship shook violently. The powerful ship's ejection device fiercely ejected the black MXT as if it was a stone thrown out with force. The electronic shield is so beautifully made. In the dim cockpit, Su Lu, under the protection of the circulatory life support system, did not feel the cold and horror of the universe outside the cockpit. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the ultra-thin display screen, looking at the image of the giant planet's horizon not far away. He confirmed that the Empire's fleet had not discovered his arrival until now. The commander of the Empire's fleet, in order not to let the blazing light of the star disturb the carnival inside the ship, chose to pass through the back of the giant planet. The 4 warships at the front had already entered the dazzling light, and the flagship with the exotic beast engraved on its bow was now slowly moving out. The ghost-like black mecha silently but at an extremely high speed pounced in that direction. The surrounding universe was quiet and vast, with countless beautiful stars, but in Su Li's eyes, there was only this ship. Chapter 566. Keaton was the most famous county king in the Empire. Because he had the closest blood relationship with the great emperor, he was able to snatch the most beautiful women around him. The citizens of the county star under his rule had the worst life. His fierce face was the ugliest, especially when he smiled. For example, right now he was holding a glass of wine. His face was red from drunkenness and his fish eyes were full of excitement. His fingers were deep in the chubby cheeks of his blonde secretary. His smile was so smug and cruel. In order to celebrate His Majesty's great victory, should I find a few more virgins after the celebration? He drank a mouthful of blood-like red wine and planned the rest of the trip with satisfaction. The woman in his arms had a mesmerizing figure and blonde hair. Unfortunately, the color of her eyes was too light. As a pure-blooded member of the Empire's royal family, he was proud of his dark and ugly eyes. Of course, he was not happy about this. Every time this county king led an army, it was always a cruel slaughter and a journey full of obscene activities. However, this time, the interdimensional hunting plan was extremely important, so he had to put in all his effort and be very careful. Not to mention there was still that little ancestor on the ship. The nobles of Tianjing planet and the officials of the county star were afraid of his rudeness and prominent status, but in reality they looked down on him. However, this person used his brutality to wipe out the rebellions of the common people for His Majesty again and again. He also gained His Majesty's trust with his straightforward and violent temper. No one dared to show this emotion on the surface. County King Carlton was very clear about the views of the entire empire's upper class. He knew that countless people hated this ugly and evil mask on his face. Although this mask was not something he wanted to wear, he didn't mind because His Majesty needed him to wear it, the Empire needed him to wear it, and his power and status also needed him to wear it. He had worn it for too long and was addicted to it. Gradually, he was very happy wearing it and forgot that the brutality was a mask given by His Majesty or his own nature. Many years ago, when he left Tianjing planet for the first time and took the warship to a remote star region to suppress the rebellion, he gradually liked this feeling. He liked to watch those unsatisfied lowlifes tremble in front of the Empire's armored troops with crude self-made weapons, their faces pale, their feces flowing, and they scattered like a bunch of animals. Among the similar beautiful memories there was also that year those federal prisoners, those fat maggots that kept wriggling on the wounds of the foreigners, the painful howls of the foreigners until they groaned softly, and in the end they died silently like garbage. But from now on, there was probably nothing else that could make him tremble with excitement and enjoy the supreme climax of his spirit than the scene of the ancient clock ship's explosion a few days ago. I don't want to be recorded in the history of the Empire. I just hope that my position in His Majesty's heart will be more stable, and I will be able to allocate more resources to my army. Keaton thought with satisfaction. He laughed and squeezed the woman's buttocks. He seemed to see a beautiful scene in front of him. A short and sharp cry rang out. It was not the female civil official whose buttocks were bruised and swollen that cried out in pain, but the warship's central control system automatically sent out an alarm. The Imperial soldiers in the central control room of the warship looked at each other in surprise. The officer in charge of the electronic monitoring shook his head in confusion. There was an alarm, but the data filtering program of the warship's monitoring system did not indicate the source of the alarm. Because of this reason, like most of his subordinates, Keaton did not raise his vigilance enough. Except for official military exercises, the Empire's fleet in the local star region had not sent out an alarm for more than 10 years. Could it be that some stupid electronic technician accidentally touched some device? However, only 10 seconds later, the short and sharp alarm rang again. This time, the warship's system indicated the source of the danger. The cold mechanical voice echoed in the room, "Unknown target is approaching at high speed, distance 2,322 kilometers, direction deviation 83 degrees. Keaton's face slightly darkened. He frowned and looked at his subordinate who finally woke up and started to quickly analyze the alarm. The captain wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and ran over, nervously reporting, "The unknown flying object is very small. Because it is in the background of the bright star, we can't confirm its shape yet. But its shape is obviously irregular, so it should be a small meteorite. Please don't worry, the warship has started to adjust its posture, and the relevant reinforcement plates have been covered." As if mocking the intelligence and calculation ability of the carbon-based life in the warship, 3 seconds later, the central control computer of the warship sent out a sharp alarm again. Target distance 779 kilometers, speed. Warning. Impact warning, warning. Impact warning, please return to your seats and stabilize your body. 1 second later, the content of the central control computer of the warship became, target distance 277 kilometers, speed. Hearing this, Keaton, who had a disgusted but relaxed expression, suddenly stood up and stared at the light beam with his gloomy eyes. He did not know if there was a small meteorite in space that had such a shocking speed, but he was absolutely sure that even if there was such a small meteorite, small meteorites would not slow down. However, with a gloomy expression, he did not have time to say anything. The alarm of the central control system of the warship could not even keep up with the speed of the meteorite. After a muffled sound, the floor of the warship that was sailing smoothly slightly trembled, as if it was hit by a small object. Everyone subconsciously looked up and followed the surveillance camera of the warship in confusion and shock, looking at the location of the impact. With one look, many of the officers of Dynasty could not help but let out a gasp, because they saw in the vast image of space, on the lonely outer shell of the warship, a black Federation new model mechanical suit appeared. The surroundings were dead silent, but the unpleasant sound of metal colliding was still echoing in the cockpit. The MXT smashed into the upper hull of the Dynasty's battleship like a meteor. Although it was forced to decelerate in the last 1,000 kilometers with the help of the propulsion system, such a violent collision would still mercilessly take away the pilot's life. However, the muscle fibers and bone joints in Su Li's body, along with the mysterious cultivation method taught by the uncle and his incomparably diligent training, had become incomparably tough, and had actually withstood the terrifying instantaneous time that was instantly overloaded by 30 times. Uncle George Carlin had once said, "The human body is the #1 machine." Then today, Su Li's body was undoubtedly on the path to becoming a powerful metal machine. With a slight ringing in his ears, he did not have the time to admire the Federal Central Computer's orbit calculation ability, nor did he pay attention to the vacuum outside the cockpit that was still extremely cold even under the blazing light of the stars. He only typed in an operation command as fast as he could. Shang Qiu and the Nutshell Engineering Department had specially designed the MXT mechanical suit, which still retained some of the weird design of the little white flower years ago. Following Su Li's input, the super alloy plate on the left chest of the MXT mechanical suit suddenly opened, and a mechanical repair arm that glowed with a metallic light quickly extended out. The tool at the front of the slender mechanical repair arm was like a human's finger. The moment it came into contact with a certain metal part of the outer hull of the Imperial warship, it began to hum and rotate rapidly. The weak electric sparks produced by the forceful connection of countless circuits flashed in the vacuum. Without the support of the main cannons, it would be extremely difficult for that lone black MXT mecha to forcefully blast through the super thick alloy shield of the Imperial battleship in the middle of the vast universe. Furthermore, this specially made MXT mecha had already been stripped of most long-range heavy firepower weapons in order to maximize Su Li's control advantage. Therefore, he did not plan to blast a large hole in this Imperial warship before crawling in. Instead, he planned to use tools to open this warship from the front, just like a thief trying to pick a lock. Only this thief, the black MXT, had already exposed himself. The blueprints and related data of the Imperial battleship previously entered by the Federation's central mainframe flipped through rapidly in Su Li's mind. He needed to kill his way in before the Imperial battleship could react. Otherwise those terrifying battleships that were still charging around his mecha would cross fire on their own, directly blasting him and his mecha into smithereens or sinking them into the darkness of space. The black MXT was like a gecko, sticking closely to the terrifyingly wide hull of the target warship. Sparks flew everywhere, and it only existed in the vacuum for an extremely short period of time before silently disappearing. 3 seconds. In just 3 short seconds, 3 seconds that left all the Imperial soldiers on the warship dumbfounded and speechless, the black MXT successfully non-violently removed the thick alloy plate. Amidst the heroic atmosphere of the murderous atmosphere around him, the black MXT dashed in a flash. "I'll kill him." As the black MXT entered the Imperial warship at high speed, Su Li spoke very seriously into the communication system. Data and annotations from the central computer of the Federation flashed in his pure black left pupil now and then. Following the data and annotations, Su Li maneuvered the mecha forward at a high speed and found an inconspicuous cover of the connection assembly. After breaking it open, he cut off the preliminary surveillance sensors in the relevant areas of the Imperium's warship. The Federal Central Computer had been researching the Imperial warship for almost 100 years and had collected a huge amount of data. Furthermore, it had supercomputing power that the Imperial people were envious of and terrified of. Therefore, even though the warships of the Imperial Ghost Fleet were specially modified to withstand the storm in the space passage and to hunt down the ancient bell, he could still accurately guess the design ideas of the Imperial Academy of Science. From there, he could provide specific data and suggestions for Su Li to launch a surprise attack. Under the guidance of the Federal Central Computer's supercomputing power, Su Li's mechanical engineering talent was also displayed to its fullest. The tall and heavy black MXT nimbly dodged around the Imperial warship and found a second position. It quickly dug open an alloy valve, and with a flick of its mechanical arm, it accurately installed a device. Every movement was so concise and beautiful, it was like an enlarged version of when he was focused on mechanical engineering. From the time he broke into the warship until now, the second hand of the Universal Standard Clock had moved 17 times. The internal defense system of the Imperial warship had been fully activated, but not a single Imperial soldier could stop him, and not a single Imperial mech could surround him crazily. Chapter 567. Under the effect of the pressure difference, the air in the upper layer of the Empire's battleship was ejected out of the ship at high speed. The roaring wind cut through the cockpit and then disappeared. In the next moment, the black MXT also turned into a violent wind in the upper layer of the battleship. The heavy and enormous alloy body suddenly moved, easily avoiding the restraining belts that popped out from the internal partition of the battleship. Pulling out a high-speed afterimage, it passed through the long covered bridge and rushed towards the dim patio passageway. Then, it jumped down from the platform that was more than 10 meters below the entrance of the passageway. The jump was so clean and neat without any hesitation. Looking at the Federation mecha's strange figure rolling in the air on the surveillance screen, the Empire officers who were mobilizing heavy firepower infantry to chase after the intruder felt a chill in their hearts for no reason. A loud boom sounded. The black MXT's heavy mechanical legs stomped fiercely on the platform. The partition that was made from the super alloy keel of the Empire's battleship was easily torn into pieces by the tremendous force of the impact. Amidst the flying dust and debris, the MXT was like a fallen devil. It fell even lower, as if it was about to enter the lowest level of hell. On the floor where the Empire's battleship command room was located, a thick and solid steel beam was forcefully broken from the middle. It charged towards both sides at an extremely fast speed, piercing into the thick imitation battleship partition wall and letting out two chilling popping sounds. The mechanical leg that was full of diamond-shaped anti-skid patterns, as soon as it broke this steel beam and stepped firmly on the ground, it trembled fiercely again and forcefully bounced up again. It rushed straight ahead, turning into a gray shadow. The entire movement was done in one breath, calmly in the rapid and high-speed environment. This scene was like a graceful young girl wearing a white veil lightly tapping on the lotus in the pond with her bare right foot. She floated forward, the dewdrops on the petals gradually falling, but they didn't drip into the green water. However, this was an extremely heavy military mech, yet it was able to make such swift and gentle evasive movements. The Imperial officers who were staring at the surveillance screen could not believe their eyes. They roared in panic and fear, ordering the troops in the warship to catch up as soon as possible. The twin engines of the black MXT mecha were operating at full power, the low rumble of its engines turning somewhat sharp and piercing at this moment. The unique pale blue particle light of the turbulence device at the back of the mecha gushed out, propelling the heavy body of the mecha forward with a roar. With one leap, the mecha forcefully broke through two Imperial lines of defense and entered a tunnel at high speed. The height of this passageway was only 5 meters, and the high-speed black mecha was almost 7 meters tall. Although the mecha maintained its forward diving posture, the highest point of the mecha still slammed hard into the ceiling of the passageway. Like a rough steel axe cutting through a smooth piece of paper, the ceiling above the tunnel was torn open with a crashing sound, leaving behind a ghastly hole. The mecha's SCC system and some of its miniature surveillance equipment were damaged to a certain extent in this fierce and somewhat reckless high-speed charge. However, Sulu, who was in the cockpit, did not care about this at all. In the dim lighting, one could see the young body under the ultra-thin simulation system trembling slightly. His exposed thin lips were slightly pale, but he did not move at all. He stared at the image that appeared on the screen and the continuously scrolling light dots indicating the structure diagram. His eyes were narrowed very much, but his pupils were very bright. "That's a dead end. Block him there." The Imperial officer in the command room of the warship did not understand why that fierce Federation mecha would charge into that dead-end tunnel like a rat in a panic. He shouted loudly in ecstasy. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he stared at the wall on the screen that was getting closer and closer. The burning lines in his body flowed quickly, and every pair of muscle fibers began to tremble. It was not that he had used all his strength, but that he felt some kind of excitement. Was a dead end really a dead end? He had never believed in this. It was just like that famous road on the outskirts of the capital city. If there really was no road, then he would open one himself. Walking his own road did not mean that the enemy had no road to walk, but he would always be able to find his own way out of a dead end. The black MXT did not slow down. Instead, it sped up and charged towards the heavy isolation wall at the end of the tunnel. The Darlin machine cannon at the front of the left mechanical arm blasted out beautiful gunfire, blasting countless holes and terrifying splinters into the wall. Meanwhile, its right mechanical arm ejected a sharp special alloy blade. In the instant that the mecha crashed heavily into the thick wall, countless sharp flashes of the blade abruptly burst forth. A wave of ear-numbing and brain-numbing screeches rang out, the sound of metal scraping against hard objects. A strange cloud of dust had yet to disperse at the end of the tunnel, but the black mecha was already incomparably valiant, charging over without reason. Behind the thick wall was an alloy door. The black mecha broke through it. Behind the door there was another thick isolation wall. The black mecha broke through it. Inside the complex structure of the Empire's battleship, the black mecha, which looked a bit small in comparison, was no longer as unpredictable as a ghost. Instead, it turned into a mountain-splitting axe, unreasonably attacking in a straight line. For a moment, no one knew what this mecha was trying to do. Apart from Su Lu and the old guy in the tri-winged warship 7,000 kilometers above the Imperium's fleet like a ghost, nobody could figure out their plan. Relying on the sensitive equipment on the MXT, the central computer of the Federation had been deducing and confirming the relevant structural plans of the Imperium's warship and calculating the possible deployment of the enemy's forces. More than 10 seconds ago, it finally found a path. This path was a straight path. A dead end that led straight to the core area of the Empire's battleship. A path that led to the death of Duke Carleton. The powerful black MXT, under Su Li's almost crazy control, continued to break through like this. After breaking through 3 walls and 4 doors, it finally arrived at the destination of his journey, or rather, the location of the mission. The strange sound of air currents exploding suddenly rang out. The wall was like a brittle, air-dried synthetic skin, shattering piece by piece and then collapsing to the ground. The black MXT mecha entered at high speed from the outside of the hole and landed heavily on the ground. Right now, the black mecha's exterior was already covered in wounds. It was a horrible sight, full of dust and rocks, but it still looked like an inviolable god. The command center of the battleship had been filled with shouts of panic, anger, and orders. Following the unbelievable appearance of this black mecha, all of them suddenly stopped. Hundreds of Imperial officers stared at this Federation mecha in disbelief, shocked, speechless. Right now, the tri-wing battleship that was 7,000 kilometers above the Empire's battleship slowly adjusted its position. The Federal Central Computer that was automatically controlling the tri-wing battleship started to prepare for the high-speed dive that was about to start. For some reason, the existence of this logic program felt a very strange data flow phenomenon, maybe it was emotions. The Federal Central Computer thought that what it was about to do was similar to Su Li's crazy mecha running, so it was a bit excited. Duke Carleton, who had been staring at the screen with a pale face, suddenly turned around and stared at the Federation mecha in shock. The surveillance system of the battleship couldn't keep up with the speed of this Federation mecha at all. Who was the person inside this mecha? Most importantly of all, how could he find the channel that led to the command center so easily and freely inside his own warship when he himself had not figured it out yet? Chapter 568. Duke Carleton looked at the Black Federation mecha that broke through the wall and immediately deduced that the opponent must be the Federation soldier in the small battleship they saw before they entered the space tunnel. But the opponent only had one spaceship, how dare he chase after him to kill him? This world was truly crazy and ridiculous. A mocking and contemptuous smile began to spread through the gaps between the muscles on his face. From his point of view, this black mecha had the guts to enter the Empire's star sector, and to break into the flagship when no one expected it to come right in front of him. It did show extraordinary combat ability, but it was still just a pitiful lunatic. The Empire had prepared this hunting plan for almost 2 years. Countless people had worked hard to achieve this goal. Did this Federation soldier in the black mech really think that by using the courage that was stirred up by anger and the time that he had bought with his madness and sacrifice in battle, he would be able to learn from the Empire's plan and kill himself to avenge that damn tiger? The sharp sirens and flashing warning lights mixed together. The debris on the wall of the command hall was still flying in the air. The muffled noises that came from all directions were like the most heavy drum beat in a symphony. The heavy isolation doors at the outermost edge of the Empire's flagship were all physically closed under the command of the core electronic code of the system. From this moment on, this Federation mecha that brazenly killed its way into the interior of the battleship was like a trapped beast locked in a metal cage, unable to escape. A mecha? Duke Carleton laughed arrogantly. He put his arm around the beautiful blonde civil official's waist and walked towards the escape door that just opened, ready to leave. In order to hunt down the ancient bell, the mechas on the battleships all left the ship to fight. In the end, they all turned into mecha bombs and disappeared into the universe. They paid a terrible price. But in order to protect Duke Katon and a certain noble who had been hiding his identity, the mechas on the flagship didn't move until now. Only now did they stand out. 2 ace mecha pilots from the Empire's royal family and 3 of the strongest mecha masters under Duke Carlton's command controlled 5 new Wolf-Fang mechas and coldly blocked the front line in the middle of the command room. They escorted the Duke away and then prepared to capture or destroy the Black Federation mecha. Because they were on a warship, the 5 terrifyingly shaped Wolf-Fang mecha did not use any heavy firepower weapons. However, what puzzled them was that for some reason, the Federation Black mecha charging towards them had also given up on using long-range weapons. After the Black MXT broke through the wall and killed its way into the command hall of the Empire's battleship, only 2 seconds passed. In these 2 seconds, the 5 Empire mechas just set up their defense formation, and the soldiers in the command hall just raised their guns. In these 2 seconds, the excellent brain under Duke Katon's rough appearance made a quick judgment. He said one sentence, sneered 3 times, reached out his right hand, lifted his left leg, turned his body slightly and was ready to leave. In the same 2 seconds, the Black MXT controlled by Su Lu seemed to be forced to slow down and was about to stop, but in reality, it didn't stop its heavy mechanical footsteps. It didn't even stand there and yell at the butcher general who was about to leave. Unlike the time on the snowfield, his goal today was much simpler. It was to kill and avenge, not to destroy the machine and establish his might. On the only road calculated by the central computer of the Federation, he had charged so fiercely and fiercely. If he had to stop and strike a few postures after entering the hall to cast a few demeanor statues, it would be an extremely stupid action. This was Su Li's understanding, so the Black MXT rushed over silently without any hesitation. The Black and Green Empire's Wolf-Fang mecha made a few whooshing sounds and flew up. In the relatively small space of the command hall, the Wolf-Fang mecha made a few strange sounds and pounced towards him fiercely. No matter how one looked at it, the Black Federation mecha that looked a bit tattered had no chance of surviving under the combined attack of 5 Wolf-Fang mechas. However, in the Wolf-Fang mecha at the very front, the ace mecha pilot from the Tianjing Royal Mecha Battalion looked at the enemy on the screen and suddenly felt a strange coldness around his neck. This was the instinct for danger on the battlefield that only a strong fighter who had been through hundreds of battles could possess. This pilot's pupils constricted. Because he could not pinpoint where the danger was, he was on high alert. His hand speed exploded as he controlled the Wolf-Fang mecha with excellent movement performance to attack fiercely. A series of light and hurried sounds rang out from outside the cockpit. The high-speed Wolf-Fang mecha suddenly paused, pausing miserably in mid-air. Blood flowed out from the corner of the Empire mecha pilot's mouth, but he didn't bother to wipe it away. He looked at the empty screen in horror. He didn't know how that Federation mecha had managed to avoid his attack just now. What made him feel even more disbelief and despair was the deep crack that had appeared at the bottom corner of the cockpit. The sharp metal tip had pierced in through this crack, only less than 10 centimeters away from his body. It had pierced into the cockpit, causing sparks to fly everywhere. It was a complete mess. That black mecha had actually pierced through the super alloy armor outside his cockpit with one strike. The Wolf-Fang mecha's body was smaller than that of the Federation MX mecha. Coupled with its high speed and nimble movement performance, it was like a carnivorous monkey chasing its prey in the forest. The scene of the 5 Wolf-Fang mecha pouncing towards the Black XTMT carried with it a trace of blood and savagery. It was abnormally terrifying. However, no one would have thought that the next scene would actually be like this. The moment the Black MXT was about to be attacked by the enemy, it began to tremble. Every component and spherical joint on the mecha's body began to tremble at a high frequency. Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding rang out like a torrential downpour. It looked like it was about to fall apart. However, it didn't fall apart. On the contrary, following this strange high-frequency trembling, the 2 thick mechanical legs of the Black MXT silently evaded at high speed, moving the seemingly clumsy mecha to create a series of afterimages in the narrow space. With a deafening boom, the Black MXT, facing the 5 Wolf-Fang mechas, actually relied on its sudden burst of high speed to counterattack. Its heavy right mechanical leg swung out violently, striking the Wolf-Fang mecha on the right with a stunning kick he had learned on the ancient bell. The kick landed squarely on the Wolf-Fang mecha on the right. Almost at the same time, the right mechanical arm of the Black MXT twisted strangely, passing right in front of its own cockpit. The sharp alloy blade at the front of the mechanical arm stabbed towards the other Wolf-Fang mech closest to it. This stab was silent, but it gave off a ghostly and unstoppable feeling. It completely ignored any of the opponent's controls, and simply stabbed into the opponent's cockpit with a pff sound. In just an instant, the black MXT mecha had kicked one Wolf-Fang mecha away, and pierced another one. Before the remaining 3 Wolf-Fang mecha could react, the black MXT mecha trembled violently like a crazy woman with long hair, and stirred up a gust of wind in the hall. It roared and tore through the air, and rushed behind Duke Carlton, who was quickly leaving, in the Federation space on the other side of the space tunnel. On the tri-winged spaceship that was silently preparing for revenge, Sulu seriously looked at all the last data that the Ancient Bell had sent back. Especially those new Empire mechas that had the ability to fight off-ship for a long time, they became his main research targets. Through the data, he confirmed that the new Empire mecha also used multi-engine technology. It was just that the other party couldn't solve the problem that the Federation also encountered back then, so they forcibly miniaturized the engines and installed them in the joints of the mecha's components in hopes that this new mecha would be able to obtain powerful maneuverability and evasive ability in battle. In the past few years, both parties had been researching new mechas. In this arms race, the Federation was slightly ahead, but because of the overwhelming advantage of the MX mecha against the Imperial Expeditionary Force on the battlefield in the West Woods, the Empire also sped up their pace to catch up. According to the old man's calculations, the technical parameters and maneuverability of the Wolf-Fang mecha were almost the same as the Federation's MX mecha. In terms of evasive ability in small spaces, the Empire even had the advantage. Sulu had to admit that the Empire's Wolf-Fang mecha's design concept was a little unorthodox, but it did greatly improve its performance. In the future, it would be very difficult for him to use the absolute advantage of the mecha's performance to brutally suppress the Empire like he did in the West Woods. But since he dared to use a black MXT to attack the Empire's flagship, other than his habitual fearlessness, he naturally had something to rely on. According to his analysis, the Wolf-Fang mecha's maneuverability was indeed frightening, but those miniaturized engines installed in the joints of the components, once fully activated, would pose a very big problem for the mecha's operation. At full power, the Wolf-Fang mech was like a sports car with an engine installed on every wheel. Of course, it could move as fast as the wind, but the brakes were still the same as before. Under the strong inertia, it would be difficult to stop as gently as the wind. The Empire's pilots would have to divert a lot of energy to deal with the high speed of the Wolf-Fang mecha. For Sulu, this was the most important advantage. The advantage of the MXT mecha's performance had been reduced, so as long as he widened the gap in control, he could still play unreasonably. Thus, the Wolf-Fang mecha, which had been tumbling in the air, could not understand how it had flown up. Thus, the Wolf-Fang mecha, which was about to release black smoke from the cockpit hole, could not understand how a simple stab from the MXT had been able to pierce through its sturdiest reinforced alloy armor. That was because the trembling Sulu controlled the trembling black MXT. The speed of the right mechanical leg was already beyond the imagination of a normal person. As for that simple stab, in fact, in that instant the black MXT had stabbed 7 times in a row. This kind of high-frequency, precise microcontrol was already difficult to describe using the concept of hand speed. In fact, after he had been disappointed and failed consecutively to reach level 6 in the H1 section of UA University Library, he who had gradually grown stronger had never tested the so-called hand speed and reaction speed again. Those mecha tests from the Empire were no longer an awkward mountain for him to climb over. Now he had even almost completely forgotten the concept of hand speed. The black mecha rushed behind Duke Carlton. At this moment all the Empire people were dumbfounded. Other than the remnants of the battle sound waves in the command center, there was only dead silence. The 3 Wolf-Fang mechas that were left behind seemed to be fixed in place by some mysterious force. The blonde female civil servant had a shocked expression on her face. Her mouth was wide open and scarlet, and her eyes were filled with fear. Ah! The woman hugged her head and screamed in terror, finally waking up the frozen time and space. The Wolf-Fang mech that was sent flying by the black MXT fell heavily to the ground, rolling helplessly towards the wall with an unpleasant sound of friction, crushing 2 Imperial officers to death in the process. Duke Carlton struggled to turn his head around. The shadow of the huge black mecha occupied his entire vision. His muscles were trembling slightly, and he looked like he was about to cry and laugh at the same time. His lips were slightly opened as if he wanted to say something. Before he could completely turn around, before he could say a word, even if it was his last words, with the sound of electric current, The tall black MXT raised its mechanical leg and stepped on the ground in the shadow in front of it. With a light thud, the huge and heavy metal mechanical foot pressed down on Duke Carlton's head and stomped him to the ground. Then, the foot lightly turned to the left and right as if it was stomping an insignificant bug to death. The guy under the mecha's foot must have been turned into a meat patty. The muscles on the opponent's face must have become the wrinkles on the meat patty. However, Sulu didn't feel disgusted. Instead, he controlled the heavy mechanical leg to turn left and right again to make sure that the opponent was dead. He was in a state of excitement that he had never felt before. In the short 3 seconds after he killed his way into the Empire's warship lobby, it wasn't the most powerful attack the Black MXT had ever made, but it was the most powerful attack he had ever made in his life. Those 5 Wolf Fang mecha were indeed difficult to deal with. Only by channeling all of his power through the simulated reality system in an instant, pushing his state to the limit, could he break through the opponent's defenses so easily, killing Keaton before he could escape. Now that Carlton was dead, this excitement didn't subside. Instead, it became even stronger. After he knew that the ancient bell was attacked, he had been in an extreme state of sadness, depression, and anger. But because he suppressed it under his silent appearance, he let these emotions seep into his bones. At this moment, those extremely negative emotions suddenly drilled out from every bone in his body and were released through his pores. It felt wonderful. Fuck you. Die. In the dim cockpit, Sulu, who was sweating profusely, stared at the picture on the hologram. His lips trembled as he cursed. Then he waved his fist. It had only been less than 24 hours since he decided to do this crazy thing in the tri-winged warship at the other end of the space tunnel to actually kill the other party. This hearty revenge was indeed a race against time from morning to night. Chapter 569. Even though his body was still intact, he still died in an even more horrible and bloody way. Even until his last thought turned into a few dots of light at the end of the black tunnel, he still couldn't figure out what had happened. He had just climbed to the peak of his life, but the great creator didn't even give him a day to enjoy it. A black mecha fell from the sky and ended his life so easily. The soldiers in the command center of the battleship couldn't understand it either. Did Duke Carlton just die like that? Would the enraged His Majesty make the entire fleet die with his brothers? Looking at the blood flowing out from the Black Federation mecha's feet, they were scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale and they didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. Kill him. The furious and desperate roars of the soldiers of the Empire sounded inside the battleship. 4 wolf mechas and heavy firepower infantrymen rushed toward the Black MXT crazily. Before the soldiers of the Empire could react, the Black MXT pulled back its feet, turned around and brushed past a wolf mecha. It didn't want to fight anymore. It simply backed off at high speed, turned into a black gust of wind, and crawled into the hole in the wall of the command center. Sulu knew what kind of crazy attack he was going to face. Killing a prominent Duke Carlton, a member of the royal family who was favored by the emperor, would definitely infuriate the people of the empire. More importantly, the empire tried to use the result of ambushing the ancient bell and killing Commander Jianghu to boost the morale of the soldiers of the Federation. However, in the shortest amount of time, he had slashed the face of the empire with a bloody knife. He didn't doubt that after the other battleships of the empire confirmed that Duke Carlton was killed by him, they would do anything to kill him. Even if they had to destroy this flagship, the people of the empire wouldn't allow him, the murderer, to escape from the empire. The damaged SCC system was constantly combing and filtering the electronic signals around him. It was extremely complicated and dense. In the dim cockpit, he stared at the data feedback that was quickly flashing through the hologram with a pale face. He held the joystick with one hand and quickly tapped on the touchscreen with the other. The simulation system magnified every minute muscle reaction in his body into the movements of the mecha. Under the triple control, the Black MXT covered in debris was like a ferocious black monster, rampaging through the wide and narrow corridors of the battleship, avoiding the almost suicidal heavy firepower of the Empire's people in the battleship, maintaining an absolute high speed as it rushed towards the predetermined exit. The 3-winged battleship of the Federation that was floating thousands of kilometers above the Empire's fleet slowly started to move. The 3-winged battleship that was not controlled by anyone moved silently like a ghost. Then, it instantly accelerated. Under the direct physical control of the Federal Central Computer, it turned into a beam of light and rushed downward. According to the plan, when Sulu rushed out of the battleship into space, the 3-winged battleship had to appear in the designated area. Then, in a very short amount of time, the 3-winged battleship had to successfully capture the Black MXT and avoid the fierce long-range firepower of the Empire's battleship. Retreating was the most difficult part of the whole plan. Could Sulu and that old guy do it? Sulu controlled the black MXT and sprinted like a madman. He sprinted all the way to the upper side of the battleship. The heavy mech trampled on the ground, slamming into all the obstacles in front of it. It was a race against time. In the most dangerous moment, the pair of small eyes in the dim cockpit grew brighter and brighter. He, who had not had a shred of confidence before, felt his confidence increase after successfully killing that butcher general. His tired body released the last of its strength. He did not doubt that he could successfully escape, and he did not doubt the old guy's calculation ability either. At the end of the straight corridor was the thick metal outer wall of the battleship. It was a dead end, but in Su Li's eyes, that was his path of survival. The left shoulder of the black MXT flipped open with a snap. The only long-range main cannon that the Nutshell Engineering Department had left for him fired with a boom. It blasted directly into that seemingly thick part, but in fact, was the weakest part of the entire Empire's battleship. Smoke and dust from the explosion scattered everywhere, and then were instantly sucked in by the vacuum outside the battleship. A strong wind blew in the straight corridor, and a large hole was blasted in the outer wall at the end of the corridor. It was the complete opposite of the crazy battle scene inside the battleship. Outside the hole was the eternal beauty of the starry sky. In the cockpit of the mecha, Sulu, who had been silently running all the way, realized that he could actually complete the almost impossible revenge plan. He finally couldn't help but scream in excitement. His right hand quickly and firmly pressed the black button on the control stick. The black MXT seemed to be infected by his emotions. It trembled violently, and its speed increased a bit, heading straight for that large black hole in the outer wall of the battleship. As he pressed the black button on the control stick, a violent explosion occurred in the upper layer of the Empire's battleship. After forcibly breaking into the battleship, the KY sticky high-energy bomb he had placed at the connecting valve of the fuel pipe instantly blasted open the internal small-cycle ignition system of the Empire's battleship from the inside, resulting in a series of continuous explosions. The violent and muffled sounds of explosions rang out one after another inside the battleship. Countless flames and heat waves spewed out, swallowing the Empire's soldiers. Rapid and short screams mixed in with the sound of explosions were abnormally clear. The back of the corridor also began to explode. The flames and heat waves spewed out under the effect of the pressure difference, chasing after the black MXT like a fire dragon, or rather pushing it even faster. At this time, the tri-wing battleship had already swooped down at high speed to a place 300 kilometers away from the battleship. He was going to seek refuge in the Sea of Stars. The Sea of Stars was right in front of him. But it was far away on the horizon. Suddenly, just less than 100 meters away from the large hole in the outer wall of the battleship, the black MXT that was advancing at high speed suddenly twisted its body forcefully for some reason and slammed heavily into the left side of the corridor. The black mecha's seemingly unreasonable pause and dodge just so happened to avoid death. At that moment, the right side of the corridor seemed to have turned into a crispy caviar biscuit. Pieces of it peeled off and scattered, and a sharp light that could even be described as mournful slashed out from those pieces without any warning, slashing toward the black MXT's right shoulder. With a whoosh, a deep wound appeared on the outer armor of the black MXT's left shoulder. There was actually no way to completely dodge the opponent's casual attack that had not been brewing for a long time. Amidst the flying wall fragments, a light green mecha walked out like a demon god and coldly attacked the black MXT. Its momentum was before the Sea of Stars, and it was overwhelmingly powerful. The mysterious Imperial mech behind him had only made two simple movements, but it had brought him a terrifying pressure that he had never felt before. Because he had dodged that flash of light in a panic, only then did he know that two simple movements of the Imperial mech were able to hurt him when he was charging at high speed. What kind of high-frequency and precise operation was required? There was also that steady but extraordinarily fierce battle aura, which actually covered the mysterious Imperial mech with a layer of the strong aura of an ancient king. Su Li's eyes were bright because of nervousness. For the first time in many years he felt danger or even despair in a mech. The Imperial mech behind him made him feel a sense of fear. Even the crazy madman Li on Kaki Peak did not reach this level of fear. It was probably because when he was at the old moon base, Madman Li did not really want to kill him. However, the pilot in this Imperial mech, who had control that was not inferior to Madman Li, wanted him dead. In this sort of situation, Su Li's first choice was naturally to flee. Relying on the high-speed maneuverability of the MXT in overclocked state, he shook off the terrifying Imperial mecha behind him. A strong sense of foreboding rose in his heart. As soon as the opponent caught up to him, something very bad would happen. After killing the Butcher General and avenging the ancient Bell ship, he definitely did not want to go back and have a one-on-one battle with the Butcher General. That scene might be very romantic and heroic, but it was not what he wanted. He wanted to go home, go back to the universe of the Federation, and not become a beautiful firework on the battleship of a foreign country. Even if he had to die together with the enemy, he was not willing. The tri-winged battleship controlled by the old man should be rushing into the sea of stars outside the black hole soon, right? The black MXT, under the Empire mecha's calm and even somewhat cold high-speed fire, evaded in an extremely awkward and thrilling manner. It moved between the smoke and metal flowers and was lucky not to be hit, but its speed was slowed down. Fuck. In the dimly lit cockpit, the face exposed outside the helmet twitched slightly. Under unprecedented pressure, Sulu let out a roar that sounded almost like a groan. He forced out all of the mysterious burning energy in his body and transmitted it to every part of the MXT's transmission system, forcing the mecha to increase its speed even though it was already close to its peak speed. When the fingertips of the mechanical arms that were as firm as rocks in the wind were about to touch the box on the ground, when they were about to fly out of the hole that was full of metal fragments, when they were about to jump into the sea of stars and seek freedom and return home, a cold light flashed again and cut off all their hopes. The light cut into the metal box coldly, cutting the satellite thruster inside into countless broken parts, clinking and clanging non-stop. In Suli's ears, these crisp sounds were like his heart being frozen and then shattered into pieces. Outside the black hole, the familiar three-winged warship turned into a stream of light and passed by in a flash. The Imperial fleet nearby had already reacted, and a dense concentration of weapons shrouded the area. Presumably, the three-winged warship under the old man's sole control would not be able to find a chance to dive again. This was not the plan. This was not how the plot of the story was supposed to develop. Suli's bright eyes returned to normal. He continued to operate the mecha at high speed, but his eyes slowly narrowed. Previously, when he broke into the warship, he had hidden the satellite thruster here. This was the only way out he had prepared. He had imagined being chased and intercepted by the Imperial soldiers inside the warship. He might not have the chance or time to install the thruster on the mecha, so in his imagination, there had been a very thrilling and exceptionally beautiful scene. The black MXT mecha grabbed the metal box and charged out of the warship at high speed. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the Imperial soldiers, it glided at high speed due to inertia. In the empty and quiet space, the mecha installed the thruster, and the jet propelled the mecha to connect with the three-winged warship several kilometers away at high speed. Then, it turned into a stream of light and elegantly escaped from the Empire, returning home through the space passage. However, all of this turned into bubbles because of that cold and elegant light. In the metal box that exploded on the ground to the right of the MXT mecha's leg, the light that had plunged Sulu into a desperate situation finally showed its true form because of that rare moment of silence. It was a weapon that had only appeared in movies. A gun. An unusually normal-looking alloy multi-layer forging gun. The gun was nearly 5 meters long, and its entire body glowed with a faint gray metallic luster. There was no sense of vitality, only a sense of death. However, what was very strange was that this lifeless giant alloy gun gave off the feeling that it was alive. It could spring up at any time and emit a fatal and cold light. This was because the end of the alloy gun was held in the mechanical arm of the mysterious Imperial mecha. With the thrusters destroyed, the few kilometers of space travel distance in the escape plan was as long as the current time for the MXT mecha in combat mode. Even if the tri-wing battleship rushed over to pick him up, the mecha would become the dust of history under the bombardment of the Imperial battleships if it floated in space for more than 5 seconds. The explosions and flames on the upper layer of the battleship were still ongoing, but the black MXT could no longer leave. Sulu knew that he had no other choice. In his slightly narrowed eyes, a feeling of despair appeared for the first time in his life. Despair meant that there was no hope, but it did not mean that he had given up, and it did not mean that he had surrendered. Sulu was best at finding a way out of a dead end, seeing hope in despair. Even if the final road ahead was still dark and gloomy, he still had to try and fight. Previously he did not turn back because he wanted to leave alive. Now that it was impossible to leave alive, why not fight and not turn back? The alloy gun that had pierced deeply into the metal box, and even into the depths of the tunnel's hard ground, suddenly seemed like a stiff dragon that had awakened after 1,000 years of slumber. The tip of the gun rose and turned into a ray of mournful light, piercing straight into the cockpit of the black MXT. Boom. The alloy blade poked out of the black MXT's mechanical arm, and with a strange swipe, it happened to cut right on the tip of the alloy gun. The unpleasant sound of metal scraping against metal came to an abrupt stop. The beam of the gun retracted and retreated solemnly. After a moment of slight trembling, the blade was placed horizontally in front of the mech's chest. There was a temporary silence. For the first time, the two most powerful mecha of the Federation and the Empire faced each other head-on. No one made the first move, each silently standing in their respective positions. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Empire mech that had forced him into such a desperate situation. He found that this mech had undergone some sort of modification that he could not understand for the time being. The various joints and transmission points did not have those ugly and sinister metal spikes, but were instead wrapped in small metal boxes. Because of these small metal boxes, this Empire mech's design appeared very strange. Chapter 571. The peach blossoms blossomed one after another, blooming to the point that it was time for the flowers to break. The fragrant scent turned into miasma, intoxicating all living things and making it difficult for them to wake up again. If they did not wake up, only death awaited them. In the dim and stuffy cockpit, Sulu heard the two words peach miasma, and his mind instantly recalled an old passage of text he had read in the library of the State University years ago. This memory did not occupy him too much of his attention. He was more surprised that the other person actually had such a perfect Federation pronunciation, and that calm and profound indifference the other person displayed. The explosions above the tunnel were still ongoing. Every now and then violent roars would ring out, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. Flames and gushing air currents came from the depths of the tunnel, heading towards outer space that was cold enough to devour all life. The warship could disintegrate and explode at any time, and the environment was abnormally harsh and dangerous. Yet, the Empire person inside this strangely shaped mech was still so calm and collected as he introduced himself, calmly waiting for the arrival of the battle, without a trace of urgency. Judging from the voice, this Empire mech master was not very old. The cool and indifferent tone even gave people the illusion that the other person was still in his adolescence. Sulu slowly took in deep breaths, mobilizing every bit of burning power in his body. He narrowed his eyes at the Empire mech on the screen, confirming that the other was probably a genius lunatic like Li Feng. Only this kind of person who pursued the realm of mecha battle fanatically would risk the danger of the warship exploding in order to seek a satisfying battle. From another perspective, only people who were extreme in certain aspects could reach such a terrifying level in mecha piloting. Madman Li was like that, and the unknown Empire mech pilot opposite him was like that. Was he not like that himself? Wuxia. Su Li's reply rang out from the crudely made external speaker of the slightly battered black MXT. On the snowfield of 5460, there was once an Empire ace pilot who challenged him. At that time he silently killed the other party in an instant and refused to say a single word. This was because the difference in strength between the two parties was too great. It was an unequal battle, so why would he need to play those chivalrous tricks? This Imperial mecha opposite him had enough qualifications to make Sulu respected out of caution. Moreover, he also wanted to use this opportunity to adjust his still shaken mental state. Thus, he had temporarily come up with a name for his mecha. The two words Liqiu naturally referred to him and Shang Qiu, the two most crucial figures in the Federation's research and development of the MX mecha. Hearing this name, the Imperial mecha Peach Miasma did not react at all. Perhaps the young officer inside had recalled some information and guessed Su Li's identity. The Peach Miasma mecha did not react. It did not move. Sulu narrowed his eyes even more. The other party was waiting for him to make the first move. They clearly knew how terrifying his MXT was, yet they still stood in the distance arrogantly and indifferently, unwilling to make the first move. What kind of pride and confidence did this represent? Other than that legendary princess, when had such a powerful figure appeared in the Empire? He took a deep breath, and the source of the scorching power behind his waist instantly spread throughout his entire body. He could clearly feel the power transmitted to every pair of muscle fibers, every pore and every nail. Two unhealthy but exceptionally bright blushes appeared on his pale cheeks. The auxiliary valve used to connect to the satellite's propulsion device popped off from the black MXT's metal waistline with a click. Amidst the roaring airflow, it fell to the ground behind him. Boom! The black MXT burst forward. Under the boost of the full power of its dual engines, the huge body of the mecha instantly accelerated. It actually broke through the air in the tunnel with a terrifying sonic boom. Almost at the same time, the Imperial mecha called Peach Miasma also moved, charging over with a boom. This strange and even somewhat ugly mecha with metal boxes hanging all over its body started slightly later than the Black MXT controlled by Sulo. However, with the full power output of the micro-engines at the spherical joints, it actually completely closed the gap between the speed of the two mecha in an extremely short amount of time. The Black MXT trembled violently, like a man in the prime of his life who had epilepsy. Its two heavy mechanical legs moved forward in a strange manner like lightning. Amidst the ghostly and elusive visual effects, it was full of valiant willpower. The Cyan Empire mecha seemed to be unable to withstand the current speed and also began to tremble. The metal boxes attached to the joints of the mecha let out a rapid and concentrated sound, like countless small war drums being beaten at the same time. The two most advanced mechas in the universe collided fiercely with no surprise. The air around the tall mecha was squeezed away at the same time, sweeping up the debris, turning into a mottled ball that suddenly swelled up. Then the violent and dull sound of the collision rang out. Then there was a series of incomparably sharp sounds of metal colliding. No one knew how many effective controls the Black MXT and the Cyan mecha had performed in this instant, and how many close-range dodges they had performed in small areas. The naked eye could not see the flowing light of the mechas in that mottled spherical space at all. Only these concentrated sounds of metal colliding reverberated in all directions, suppressing the whistling sound produced by the high-speed air leakage of the battleship. The support valve that the Black MXT had bounced off earlier finally fell to the ground at this time, rolling and hitting the tunnel wall before coming to a stop. The two mechas that were exchanging blows at a terrifying control rate also seemed to pause slightly at the same time. After a momentary pause, a piercing light flashed, as if to split apart this entanglement of danger. The source of the light was not the Cyan mecha, but the sharp alloy knife at the front of the Black MXT's right mechanical arm. This was the most dangerous moment. Inside the cockpit, Su Li's eyes suddenly lit up. His body hovering in the air, he controlled the Black MXT to perform the last of the 10 poses that the uncle had taught him, and also the most ruthless one. The Black MXT crashed madly into the Cyan mecha's arms, its mechanical legs suddenly springing up, the tip of its knee aiming straight for the Cyan mecha's lower abdomen. The movement was clean and efficient to the extreme, but also extremely valiant. It did not care about the follow-up movements at all, only wanting to live and die together. However, that sharp alloy knife, that similarly piercing light, retracted in an instant with an aura that was the complete opposite of madness. Silently, it stabbed out from under the mecha's elbow, sinisterly stabbing towards the Cyan mecha's cockpit amidst a sea of dazzling debris and strong winds. The Cyan mecha had not been able to determine the direction of this stab, and had not been able to guess the soft and sinister strike that the Black MXT would make after its sudden burst. No matter how strong the control of that Empire genius was, it was likely that there was no way he could avoid this suddenly dimmed but now even more dangerous light in such a small space. Therefore the Cyan mecha did not retreat. Instead, its body shook violently and it charged forward fiercely. In the shortest amount of time, its left mechanical arm blocked the front of that light, while its entire body performed an exquisite sliding step backwards, sweeping towards the right side of the Black MXT. Amidst the violent and frenzied attacks of the Black MXT, there was a sinister and silent fatal blow hidden within. The Cyan Empire mecha, on the other hand, performed a sliding step backwards that seemed to violate the laws of physics in its high-speed dash. At this moment, the two mecha displayed their most impressive side. Two completely opposite control techniques actually overlapped so perfectly at the same time. Other than the two people in the cockpit, who else could do such a thing? Unable to avoid that stab, the Cyan Empire mecha took a step forward, as if a storm was brewing beneath its feet. An irresistible monarch's aura gushed out. At the same time, it slid backwards in that instant, turning it into an awe-inspiring king's bow, indestructible. There was an arrow on the string and, the arrow was precisely that heavy alloy spear. Su Li's face did not show any signs of shock or fear. Like a child immersed in a cartoon, he stared at the cold light of the alloy spear on the screen, his body trembling uncontrollably. He did not allow the MXT to attempt any evasive maneuvers, but instead valiantly chose to continue attacking with his knife. He wanted to stake his life on the line. He wanted to bet on which of the two would pierce the other's cockpit first. He wanted to bet on the hardness values of the Federation and the Empire mecha's protective boards. He wanted to bet on his own and the other's willpower. He wanted to bet on his luck in this moment of life and death. Right now, the scene was like two warships flying at relatively high speeds in a small warp tunnel. Whoever could not bear the smell of death and tried to avoid it first would lose the momentum and initiative in this battle of courage, or perhaps stupidity. For Sulu, he had no choice but to fight. Facing this majestic and inviolable Cyan Empire mecha, he had no confidence in a normal battle, not to mention that he was currently on the Empire's warship. Moreover, he already had no path of retreat and had walked into a dead end. If he did not fight now, when would he fight? The blade brushed past the upper edge of the Cyan mecha's left mechanical arm and stabbed down like a ghost in the wind. It easily pierced through the metal boxes attached to the joints of the other's mechanical arm and then continued forward, the sharp alloy knife ruthlessly piercing through the outer wall of the other's cockpit. Up until now, the Cyan mecha was still cold and silent. It did not make any evasive maneuvers, as if there was not the slightest bit of fear in the face of impending death. Perhaps the Empire officer inside the mecha did not even think of death as a threat at all. He believed that he was stronger than death itself. A strong sense of unease flashed through Su Li's heart. However, in this high-frequency battle on the microsecond scale, once one decided to go all out for the kill, there was no room for retreat. The black MXT trembled violently. The alloy knife at the front of the right mechanical arm broke through another 2 layers of the Empire mecha's cockpit's super-hard alloy protective boards and finally made contact with the other's inner wall. In less than the blink of an eye, it would be able to pierce through and kill that unknown Empire elite. However, right at this moment, the metal box that had been pierced first exploded. The explosion was not very powerful, but the precise angle of the bullet's explosion and the self-destructing armor made the black MXT's alloy knife pause abruptly. Like a mechanical device without electricity, it sizzled for a moment and then came to an abrupt stop, turning into a lifeless statue. The final half a meter of distance between victory and defeat turned out to be so far away. The alloy multi-layer forging spear pierced deeply into the black MXT's cockpit. Sparks flashed from time to time from the hole that had been cracked by the powerful force. The Cyan Empire mecha held the other end of the spear and looked down at the kneeling black MXT from above. It was as cold and proud as a monarch. The spear was slowly pulled out of the black MXT's cockpit. The original metallic gray was slightly blackened by the mecha, and there were also a few large patches of shocking bright red on it. It was like a spring peach painting scroll drawn with ink and cinnabar. Chapter 572. The metal spear shrank and shortened with a crack, and a few drops of dye-like liquid fell from the impact. The outer armor of the green peach miasma mecha opened from the middle, and the spear was stored inside like a sword sheath. The soul-devouring chill gradually disappeared. In front of the warship's passage, there was a heavy sound of metal rails rubbing against each other. The automatic repair device outside the warship ran over through the thick slide rail. Countless welding points began to burn in the thin air, glowing and heating. Finally, the temporary repair of the hole was completed, and the howling hurricane in the passage was much softer. However, there was no way to effectively control the fire and explosion on the upper deck of the warship. The soldiers of the Empire ran into the passageway and looked at the fallen Black Federation mecha on the ground and the standing green mecha with complicated expressions. They guessed in shock what had just happened and who was inside the green mecha. Prepare to evacuate. An indifferent and calm voice came from the green mecha, but it did not allow anyone to question or object. Then, with the humming sound of hydraulic pressure, the cockpit of the mecha that had a large hole in it slowly opened. Dim light spilled in and shone on someone's body. It was an ordinary face. The lines weren't deep, but they were clear. It made his facial features look a little cold, especially the calm pride that came from his bones. For some reason, it made people feel that the word valiant came from his handwriting. Hui Chaosher undid the black data band on his body and stood on the heavy and thick metal door of the cockpit. His thin body did not tremble in the cold air of the tunnel. He looked at the troublesome Federation mecha a few meters away from him and listened to the automatic alarm of the warship system. He could not help but slowly narrow his eyes. The Empire killed that tiger and destroyed the ancient bell. The Federation officer in this mecha killed Duke Carton and was going to destroy this flagship. This revenge was really equal, he thought in his heart. The soldiers below the mecha were operating the heavy suspension tools, trying to open the cockpit of the MXT mecha. Although they were nervous and did not know how His Majesty and the military would deal with them after Duke Carton's tragic death, as soldiers, they knew very well how important this new Federation mecha was to the Empire. They had to take this mecha away with them as much as possible before they evacuated. After a few shouts, the cockpit of the MXT mecha was finally successfully opened. The Empire soldiers angrily dragged Sulu out of the cockpit and threw him to the ground like trash. At the same time, the engineers began to connect the data to prevent the Federation mecha from self-destructing. He didn't die? Huai Chaoshi looked down at the ground and thought in surprise. The waist of the young Federation officer on the ground was a mess of flesh and blood. His short black hair was tangled together by sweat and was messily resting beside his pale face. There was no trace of trembling under his closed eyelids. He was probably in a deep coma. Despite having his cockpit pierced by an alloy spear, the other party was still alive. Kai Chaoshi did not know how this Federation officer had managed to do this at the last moment, and a faint sense of vigilance grew in her heart. He jumped down from the Peach Miasma mecha and walked towards the unconscious Sulu. The sound of his leather military boots was unusually clear and loud. It was jarring even in the noisy tunnel. Looking down at Sulu with his hands behind his back, Huai Caoshi's narrowed eyes gradually relaxed. There was no trace of a smile on his face. Instead, there was some kind of consideration. Right at this moment, the fingers on Su Li's right hand trembled slightly. It seemed to be an involuntary reaction from the nerves in his coma. A series of low explosions sounded in the cockpit of the black MXT mecha. The engine roared and smoke and dust flew everywhere. The Federation soldiers who were in the midst of data connection and deciphering inside the mecha were affected by this explosion. They screamed as they were shaken out of the cockpit and set on fire. A cold light flashed through Huai Caoshi's eyes. He subconsciously turned his head to look. The unconscious and seriously injured Sulu suddenly opened his eyes at this time. His body that was originally as weak as a garbage bag suddenly trembled violently and bounced up. His legs crossed in front of him like lightning, and his fists were like iron hammers that broke through the wind and blasted out. He did not know the identity of this young Federation soldier in front of him. Although he looked like he was wearing a normal soldier's uniform, to be able to possess such terrifying mecha piloting skills and such a mentality, the other was definitely not a normal character. Heavily injured and on the brink of death, if he wanted to live, the only way was to take this Federation soldier as a hostage. This was his last chance. His heavily injured and exhausted body could only support him for one last attempt. The wind from his fists was like a hammer, his body like iron, his footsteps like the wind. Sulu placed all of his hopes for survival on this one blow. The mysterious burning power he had cultivated for many years gushed out. Using the powerful close combat techniques he had practiced since childhood, he held nothing back as he blasted it all out. This young Federation soldier in front of him was definitely a genius in mecha piloting. He was even stronger than Sulu and Madman Li, but when it came to close combat attacks, who could be his match? A ray of light suddenly appeared in the midst of despair. The wind from his fists howled. The air vibrated and the afterimages trembled. It was unstoppable. Huai Chaoshi turned his head and saw this scene from the corner of his eye. His pupils contracted abruptly, and then, that normal and indifferent face actually did not show the slightest trace of panic or fear. There was only calmness and a completely aroused desire to fight. Bang 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 bang. A series of dense explosive sounds exploded between the two people's bodies. It was just like how the two mecha had attacked each other without any regard for their own lives the moment they met. The wind from his fists and the shadows of his legs flashed. Simple, direct, and powerful close combat joint techniques were thrown out. Who knew how many punches landed on the other's blocking arms, and how many vicious finger thrusts landed on the other's body? Huai Caoshi's body suddenly froze. He took 3 steps back before stabilizing himself. A trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his lips, but he stubbornly refused to fall. Before he retreated, his foot wearing a hard military boot stomped down viciously on Su Li's lower abdomen. This kick was fast and swift. It was simple to the extreme but also terrifying to the extreme. It was like a reef in the middle of the waves. There was not much of a stance. Just by being hard and steady, it could break through the white foam and salty water for billions of years. Su Li's body was kicked viciously to the ground. His already injured waist and abdomen were bleeding profusely. His abdomen felt like it was being torn apart, and he no longer had any ability to fight. His legs were limp and paralyzed. He leaned against the metal wall of the passageway, breathing heavily. He stared at the young Empire soldier in front of him, his eyes full of shock. Defeated and thoroughly defeated. He was not a match for this Empire youth in mecha piloting. Even in close combat he had actually lost to the other. Who exactly was this Empire soldier in front of him? How could such a skinny body contain such a huge amount of energy? He vaguely thought of a possibility, but he did not dare to believe it. Su Li's face was deathly pale. He knew that he would never be able to return to the Federation alive. He stared at the Empire soldier in front of him with complicated emotions. He wanted to say something, but instead he spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered all over his body and onto the ground. Huai Chaoshi walked over with an expressionless face. She raised her right foot and kicked him heavily in the chest. Only the sound of bones cracking could be heard, and a sentence filled with endless resentment and anger could be heard. Chapter 573. The morning sun shone on the training grounds of the Federation's 1st Military Region's Special Mecha Team. The dense foliage fanned out the light and separated the temperature, making the feeling of late spring and early summer blur together. The military camp, which was usually tense and serious, seemed to be more relaxed and lively because of this rare long holiday. There were no more emergency orders in the middle of the night, and the seemingly never-ending actual combat exercises finally came to an end for the time being. There was a small pond beside the Special Mecha Team's camp. Nominally, it was under the jurisdiction of HTD Bureau, but in reality, it had long become a small lake in the backyard of the soldiers. The young men full of testosterone had launched fierce attacks on the amphibians in the pond out of curiosity, but in the end they found that their stomachs didn't seem to like those thin green legs that looked like level 2 hard synthetic meat. There was a young man wearing a well-ironed military uniform beside the pond. Under the tight military uniform hid a burly and explosive body. There was a hint of arrogance and ruthlessness in his cold eyes. Only the warm and clear morning sun shone directly on his face, could illuminate the last trace of youthfulness on this face. Li Feng came from Philadelphia. He was one of the top elites of the federal military. Even if Su Li came out of nowhere, he couldn't steal his glory. He was about to step into the most beautiful years of his 20s. It was a good time for the lush green leaves to bloom in the spring breeze. However, for some reason he had been feeling inexplicably restless these past few days, but he couldn't find the source of this restlessness. Thus, after waking up in the wee hours of the morning and completing his routine electric current stimulation, he came to this small pond to silently think. He left home at a young age and completed his puberty amidst the flames of war in the West Woods. Growing up was so exciting that it was even a little deformed, so he rarely came home to Philadelphia. However, perhaps because of his bloodline and respect, he always subconsciously learned or imitated that great-grandfather of his. The wristwatch on his left wrist tightened slightly and vibrated clearly. Li Feng looked down and saw that it was an emergency order. Although his face was still expressionless, his strong heart couldn't help but twitch slightly. He abruptly stood up and walked towards the barracks. Under the banyan tree by the pond, 2 officers flashed out and caught up with his quick footsteps. At the same time, under his gaze, they began to quickly make phone calls, hoping to be the first to know what this emergency assembly meant before the Department of Defense's order was clear. A few years ago, Li Feng had caused havoc in Parliament Hill and turned Senator Zion's office into a garbage dump. To prevent such a vicious incident from happening again, Philadelphia and the Department of Defense had jointly sent trusted officers to guard him. It was just that they had been together for too long. While these officers were carrying out military orders, they naturally became his direct subordinates. Something big must have happened, but I don't have enough authority, so I can't find out. An officer moved the phone away from his ear and looked at Li Feng's thick back and said uneasily. Li Feng's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned around and took the phone. After dialing a number, he waited for a moment and said softly, "Yuzi, it's me. Today's emergency assembly has been confirmed. This is a joint mission of all 4 military regions. The security level has also been raised. I want to know why." With his family background, there was no secret that the federal military could hide from him. However, the Philadelphia family would not allow him to use this privilege. Fortunately, although he was not old, he had a few trustworthy and capable friends of the same age in the Federation. However, what made him feel shocked and strongly uneasy was that Zhou, after trying for a long time, could only apologetically say that there was no way to find out the specifics. She only knew that something big must have happened in the Federation. Li Feng stood in the shadow under the banyan tree silently for a moment, completely ignoring the increasingly urgent emergency assembly call in the barracks ahead. Suddenly, he picked up the phone and pressed a string of familiar numbers that he couldn't be more familiar with. The call didn't go through. It wasn't busy, it wasn't transferred to the General Staff Department, it wasn't out of service, it was just that there was no response, no response. He dialed again, but the call still didn't go through. Li Feng raised his head and looked at the clear light between the leaves. Suddenly, a hint of viciousness flashed across his face. He pressed the number again, so viciousness that it seemed to want to break the sturdy military phone. The call went through and a beautiful female voice came through. "Hello, this is the General Staff Department Transfer Center of the West Woods Military Region. According to the relevant regulations, please register your name." The viciousness between Li Feng's brows suddenly dimmed. His eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly hung up the phone. The other end of the call was the most standard transfer procedure, but he knew that ever since he was 12 years old, as long as he made a call, the person on the other end of the call would definitely pick up immediately. A military vehicle roared as it left the Special Mecha Brigade's camp. The soldiers who were in the midst of an emergency assembly looked at the smoke and dust on the road in shock. They didn't know what was wrong with the young prodigy in the vehicle, actually daring to defy military orders and leave. In the passenger seat of the dark green military vehicle, Li Feng buried his head in his strong body, as if he didn't want to hear what the officer in the back seat said. The news received from Philadelphia is that the 3 major fleets have already set off, and the fastest light fleet is currently heading towards the Night Scorpion Nebula. Their target is the location of the Ancient Bell. The officer put down the phone and reported in shock and difficulty, "The Ancient Bell was ambushed by the Empire's fleet, no one survived." Li Feng's shoulders suddenly stiffened, but he didn't make any sound. He just moved up and down slightly with the movement of the military vehicle. Suddenly, without any warning, the usually arrogant and violent head that was hanging low in his body let out a series of painful howls, just like an injured beast. Madman Li had been fighting in the front lines of the West Woods since he was 12 years old. He always had a goal in front of him, and it wasn't as unreachable as his grandfather by the lake. Instead, it was so real and close. During his youth, he grew up under the care of that person. In a sense, that person partially replaced the role of his father in his life. No one knew how close his relationship with the Westwoods tiger was. Even the Philadelphia family didn't know, and no one could imagine how he would feel when he heard the bad news. The officer in the vehicle was pale. They were Li Feng's most loyal partners and subordinates. They only knew a little about the situation, but they didn't expect him to have such a big reaction. "Where are we going at this time?" "To the spaceport. I want to go back to the Westwoods." Maybe it was because he buried his head in his arms, or maybe it was because of something else. Li Feng's voice sounded a little dull and weak at the moment. "This is disobeying a military order, and, if Director Li knows, he will definitely not agree." One of the officers suppressed the nervousness in his heart and refuted. Li Feng raised his head and glanced at the officer in the vehicle. His voice was flat as he said, I want to go back to the West Woods." He didn't cry when he heard the news of Commander Zhong's death, but at the moment his eyes were red and full of terrifying veins that were triggered by his violent emotions. Facing such a pair of eyes and such a calm and terrifying tone, no one dared to raise any objections. Even if these officers could guess that once Li Feng returned to the West Woods, he would definitely do something earth-shattering. At this moment the phone rang again. General Li Jiedu said calmly, "What do you want to do?" "I want to kill someone." Li Feng heard his father's voice, and a trace of stubbornness flashed across his handsome face. He said, "No one can fucking stop me." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Li Jiedu didn't expect that the news of Zhong Shouhu's death would actually make his son so angry and agitated. After a moment he said, "Sulu has already gone over. Give me the authority." Li Feng paused for a moment and said, "I want to see him do it." In the command hall on the outskirts of the capital special district, there was a commotion. Countless senior technicians were decrypting and restoring a section of the signal from a distant star region. The senior staff of the Department of National Defense, with the help of computers, were frowning and thinking hard about many complicated things. Who gave him the authority to use the charter network that the Federation buried in advance? A gloomy and angry roar sounded in the hall. The director of the Military Committee of the Federation Parliament looked at the data feedback on the giant screen excitedly and waved his arms vigorously. "This is related to the foundation of the Federation's attack on the Empire. Make him stop immediately." The National Security Advisor's expression was also ugly. He said gloomily into the microphone, "Three-winged battleship, I order you to stop immediately and withdraw immediately. Otherwise," bang. A porcelain vase that was thrown into the hall interrupted the anger of these big shots. The crisp sound of the vase shattering shocked everyone. The entire command hall was silent for a moment. Li Feng didn't know what he threw at the vase. He walked over with a gloomy face. The military police in the command hall immediately surrounded him. At this time, sitting on the second floor, the president waved his hand with a gloomy expression. The military police had to disperse and let this ruthless lieutenant colonel walk directly to the control panel. At this time, dozens of hours had passed since the attack on the ancient bell. In the Federation society, which appeared to be peaceful on the surface, it was just a few days of changing between day and night. However, for the people who heard this shocking news, it was extremely torturous. The Bureau of Proclamation's tri-winged battleship followed the Empire's fleet into the enemy star sector in a decisive and reckless manner. The signal passed through the giant warp hole, and there was no fixed signal to amplify it, so it was somewhat unstable. The people in the command hall could only see blurry and intermittent images and the whimsical plan that they had just received. Li Feng stood in front of the control panel and slowly lowered his body to the microphone. He squeezed out a sentence from his solid chest. "Sulu, help me kill him. If you can't do it this time, I will do it next time." A few minutes later, the entire command hall heard Su Li's reply from the tri-wing battleship, "I will kill him." Then the communication was cut off. 7 hours later, a civilian smuggling spaceship from the West Woods sent back the latest news to S1. This smuggling spaceship was monitoring the military channel a few days ago and learned that the ancient bell was attacked. Chapter 574. The last image that the people of the Federation saw was shot by the Bureau of Proclamation's tri-wing warship. In the last image, the Empire's flagship exploded violently and turned into a dazzling firework in the quiet space. Then even the tri-wing warship disappeared into the vast universe. The confirmation of the culprit of the attack on the ancient bell, the famous butcher general of the Empire, made many people in the upper class of the Federation excited. However, there was no news of Su Lu, which reduced the joy of revenge to the lowest point. That night, the Federation news channel authorized by the government turned into a black and white monochrome broadcast. All advertisements and entertainment programs were stopped. The news anchor reported the news of the attack on the ancient bell to hundreds of millions of Federation citizens with a sad and angry voice. At the same time, he claimed that the special forces sent by the federal military had successfully destroyed the shameless Empire's fleet. In the middle of the repeated news, it was the life of Zhong Suahu, the commander of the West Woods military region. The Federation government spared no effort to publicize the great achievements of this tiger in the front line for more than 10 years. The prosperous and safe Upper Woods region was shocked, and the remote and lonely East Woods region was shocked. The entire Federation society was shrouded in a gloomy fog. If the Federation government had not announced the successful revenge, this gloomy mood might have directly aroused the uneasiness of society. As for the West Woods region, which guarded the border of the Federation like stubborn orphans, had already fallen into hysterical anger and sadness. 3 moons climbed up, shining on the wild vegetables in Little Sister's basket. 3 moons fell, eating up the wild vegetables made by Little Sister. 3 moons disappeared, Little Sister also disappeared. 3 moons rose, Little Sister, when will you come back? Just like the helplessness and anger of this ballad that was created decades ago, and just like how Zhong Suahu lamented to Su Lu in the restaurant, the people of the West Woods uneasily and sorrowfully thought that they were just orphans of the Federation, wandering in the universe, singing sad songs in the west wind. No one would care about the life and death of the people of the West Woods. Fortunately, they had the Zhong family. For the past 10 years, they had that insufferably arrogant tiger. But now that ferocious and friendly tiger had died without warning. In an instant, the people of the West Woods could not accept the fact that they had lost their hero, their leader. When they finally confirmed that this sad fact could not be changed, countless West Woods soldiers swarmed to the periphery of the old house in Wait 2 district. They hugged their weapons and sat on the ground, forming a long line along several roads. No one organized them. They just subconsciously wanted to protect the commander's home and prevent any outsiders from coming. More people of the West Woods began to cry and criticize the corruption of the Federation government and the incompetence of the federal fleet. Thinking of the West Woods sweating and bleeding by the Federation, and the abruptness of the whole incident, countless conspiracy theories began to circulate in private. Just as the cosmic war between the Federation and the Empire was about to begin, social unrest in the West Woods at the front line would lead to extremely serious consequences. What worried the Federation government even more was that no one knew whether the West Woods soldiers and civilians who were loyal to the Zhong family would have more direct and strong political demands because of this incident. The Federation had to stabilize the situation in the West Woods as soon as possible, and in the current tense situation, There were not many people who had enough influence to appease the people of the West Woods and show the Federation's sincerity to the soldiers and civilians of the West Woods. After thinking for a few hours, the old man by Lake Feicheng politely declined the request of the president's residents to go to the West Woods to stabilize the situation. In the early morning, the Federation News Channel broadcasted an urgent news. The president of the Federation would immediately set off for the West Woods to preside over the grand funeral of Commander Zhong, his wife, and the soldiers of the Antique Bell. The people were in a frenzy, and the people's hearts were uncertain. Every combat unit in Silan's military was in a dangerous situation where they were absolutely on guard and had no clue what to do. President Pavel's decision to head to Silan to appease the people had, without a doubt, demonstrated his courage and determination that was different from normal politicians. And before the president went to the West Woods, there was a more important matter to deal with. 3:30 in the morning in the underground combat command room of the president's residence. The fact that the Empire's fleet could find the gap in the charter network and use our top-secret electronic imprint to cover it shows a lot of problems. The Department of Defense has newly coded all the electronic code systems 3 days ago, but if those problems can't be solved fundamentally, these technical means will become meaningless. President Pabre's voice was still strong, but his dark face looked a little thin and tired. Although the last conversation between them before Zhong Suihu left the capital did not achieve a satisfactory result, the president was still willing to see Commander Zhong as a kindred spirit. A potential political ally was buried in a space fireworks that no one expected. This blow and the situation in the West Woods that followed made the president feel a lot of pressure. Fortunately, at this time, he did not have to worry that some families or spokespersons in the Federation would dare to question his decision to attack the Empire. I don't know if Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu has any evidence for what he said, and I don't want to investigate the source of his information. His outstanding performance on the battlefield, as well as his brave actions in chasing after the Empire's fleet, can completely prove his loyalty and love for the Federation. President Pabre's eyes swept over everyone in the room like a hawk, from the National Security Advisor, the Minister of Defense, the members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, important cabinet ministers, specially invited representatives of the Parliament. He said in a deep voice, "He said that there is still a seed of the Empire that is still in the Federation, so I ask you to find it." According to Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's information, the Federation Investigation Bureau entered the military prison as soon as possible, but did not find the target. The director of the Federation Investigation Bureau in a pure black suit looked at him and said seriously, "But according to the preliminary investigation, we did find some problems. As for where that seed of suspicion is now, we need the help of the Bureau of Proclamation. Since the Bureau of Proclamation has been observing this seed, they should know where it is now." The target of this sentence was very clear. The eyes of the big shots in the Federation in the room all fell on a chair at the round table. The assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Cui Zhedong, was temporarily relieved of all authority 3 days ago. 3 special agents of the Special Task Force stood behind him at this time. Facing the suspicious and angry gazes of his colleagues, he said slowly with difficulty, "I have already explained that the Bureau of Proclamation suspended the investigation of that seed of suspicion because I directly received an email from the Office of the Minister of Defense, saying that the suspect is involved in a special military mission and needs to be temporarily quarantined." Minister of Defense Zhou Yingxing, who had been silent all this time, said, "I did not send such an email. For the sake of maximum safety, after the Medellin project, the President has already rejected the related anti-discord plan. Director Zhedong has just confirmed that the seed has disappeared or died, but I can't be at ease, so Assistant Chui, I think you need to be quarantined for a long time. As for the Office of the Minister of Defense, it must also be investigated." Zhou Yingxing nodded slightly, not deliberately hiding the heavy expression between his eyebrows. "In 2 hours I will be going to the West Woods. I hope that the relevant investigation can come to a clear conclusion before the Charter I arrives at Sunset State." President Pabre looked at the crowd sternly and said, "Everyone here is a pillar of the Federation. If there is a problem with any of us, it will be a big problem for the Federation. This matter involves the Bureau of Proclamation and the Ministry of Defense. The Federation Investigation Bureau does not have the ability to complete the investigation, so I have decided that the military combat forces will conduct the investigation. The investigation team will report directly to me, and I will leave the details to Mr. Byron. Vice President Byron has the authority to investigate the internal work of the Bureau of Proclamation, but according to the first charter, any powerful government agency, especially the military, is prohibited from actively interfering with the affairs of the Bureau of Proclamation. Cui Judong's expression changed. He did not care about his current situation and raised his objection loudly. The military investigation team will not interfere with the affairs of the Bureau of Proclamation. They are investigating you. President Pabre looked at him coldly and said without any trace of politeness. Cui Judong's expression changed drastically. He tried to get the president to retract the order, but even when he was escorted out of the conference room by 3 special task force agents, he still turned around and struggled to express his objection. Lieutenant General Du Xiaoqing will be in charge of this investigation. President Pabre looked at the crowd and said in a heavy tone, "The death of Commander Zhong has proven the crazy aggressive instinct of the Empire. When it comes to the survival of the Federation, no department can stay out of it, not even the Bureau of Proclamation." The big shots in the conference room turned their eyes collectively again and looked at a shadowy corner outside the round table. Du Xiaoqing, who had been sitting silently in the corner, slowly stood up. His straight military posture was impeccable. He gave the president a standard military salute and said in a deep voice, "I will not disappoint you." In the eyes of many people, Du Xiaoqing, who had accumulated military merits to the rank of lieutenant general, would not be able to sit in the position of commander of the Iron 7th Division for too long. Although people were still used to calling him Commander Xiaoqing in a respectful tone, the military talent he had displayed at the front line of the West Woods did indeed need a bigger stage. No one would have thought that his latest big stage would be the investigation team of the Federation appointed by the president himself. And the investigation was the mystery of the death of his lifelong enemy. Under his command, the fully armed soldiers divided and surrounded the Bureau of Proclamation and the Ministry of Defense as if they were in a battle. They cleanly invited the suspects of the Bureau of Proclamation and the Ministry of Defense back to the military camp from their homes. Ignoring the fierce resistance of the lawyers, they used all means to extend the detention period as much as possible and gradually deepen the investigation. Du Xiaoqing, on the other hand, was silent in front of his desk. There was an old photo frame on the desk, and in front of the desk was a violin case. The long case was not opened and no clear sound came out. Chapter 575. In the outskirts of the capital city of Southern Galilee on planet S2, there was a heavily guarded special level 3 class military prison. 2 days ago, hundreds of serious-looking members of the Federation Investigation Bureau were stationed here with the authorization documents of the Ministry of Defense. The black suits that were flashing at the checkpoints of countless rooms replaced the dark green military uniforms, which made the people in the prison feel extremely depressed. 3 days before the Federation Investigation Bureau took over this military prison, a prisoner mysteriously disappeared. No one knew how this prisoner left the special level 3 class military prison. Even the Bureau of Proclamation lost the specific location of this person's identity chip, but there was no feedback that the information node disappeared. The investigation team appointed by President Pabre followed the footsteps of the Federation Investigation Bureau to this prison. The Internal Affairs Officer of the Iron 7th Division from the 2nd Military Region increased the intensity of the investigation of the prison under the cold command of President Du Xiaoqing. The prisoners in the prison were all gathered in the side area. The cells that they used to live in became the prison's hell. From time to time, angry roars, curses, and screams could be heard from the 3rd floor of the prison. As many as 700 government employees and officers turned this prison into a surprisingly large interrogation room. They used all kinds of legal methods, but they still couldn't find any clues. The Federation's investigation of the attack on the ancient Bell ship and its efforts to find the hidden seed fell into a helpless halt. At this moment, countless pairs of anxious and angry eyes didn't notice a small forest 13 kilometers to the right of the prison. Under the simple building of the forest, there was a hidden underground fortification. At the end of the fortification, there was a dark room without any light or electronic equipment. The dim light of the primitive incandescent lamp shone on the rough stone walls of the room. The light gradually gathered to the side of the bed in the corner of the room, revealing a thin, pale, and desperate face. He had a very common name, Hiyuyu. He was 36 years old this year. He entered the 2nd Military Academy at the age of 17. After graduation, he had been working in the Military Intelligence Department. Although the information he came in contact with was top secret and somewhat mysterious to the general public, this kind of work would become ordinary and boring after a long time. However, Hiyuyu was not dissatisfied. He liked the breakfast sold outside the electronic code station building. He was used to the smell of disinfectant and light curtain glue in the building. Not to mention when he was 30 years old, he fell in love with a waitress in the logistics department of the building. He had a gentle and kind wife, a daughter who was just 4 years old but still waited for him with a sweet smile and slippers every day. He had an ordinary but stable and indeed meaningful job. Yu was satisfied enough with this life. Yu had always thought so until one day more than a year ago when he was driving home he was suddenly stopped by a group of soldiers and arrested. Then he learned the truth that was like a thunderclap. Yu was a seed that was planted in the Federation. Yu was from the Empire? No, this is such a ridiculous prank. I was born in the S2 industrial base, and my parents only gave birth to me when they were in their 40s. I have countless childhood friends and teachers who know of my existence, and you actually say that I'm from the Empire? Adoption certificate? No, I don't believe it. Biological markers? That's fake. What are you trying to do? I'm just a very ordinary officer. I don't have anything you want on me. Why must you accuse me of being from the Empire? More than a year ago, when Yu heard this ridiculous accusation, his first reaction was this. That absurd feeling of astonishment turned into hysteria. This made him, who was considered to be extremely cowardly in the military academy, actually dare to ignore the gun barrels in the hands of those wardens. He angrily swung his fist and smashed it towards the brown-haired officer's face across the wide interrogation table. However, he did not hit the other party. Instead, he was smashed to the ground by the cold butt of the gun. After waking up from his coma, facing the detailed records of the Bureau of Proclamation and the ironclad evidence, Yu finally admitted to a certain fact in despair and frustration. Many years ago, the Empire took the risk of using a small spaceship to forcefully cross the space channel and transport a few batches of babies into Bermuda. Then, through the notorious human traffickers of Bermuda, they were sold to the Federation. They were sold to parents who did not have children but longed for them. These innocent and childish babies, who were even sleeping with their eyes closed, passed the examination of the charter and received a legal adoption certificate. An identity chip was implanted behind their necks. Without them knowing, they turned from being from the Empire to citizens of the Federation. And he was one of these babies. I was originally from the Empire. Then, when I cheered for every victory of the Federal Army on the front lines of the Westwoods, was I actually celebrating the death of my own people? My life was all fake. An ordinary name, an ordinary job, a stable and happy life. They were all fake. Then what was real? Yu, who could not accept this fact, became an ice sculpture that could not think. In just 3 days, his face became so thin that his bones could be seen. He knew that the Federation would not allow an Empire spy like him to live. Although before this, he did not know that he was arranged by the Empire to be a spy from the moment he was born. In a situation where he did not know and had no choice, he became a natural spy. He did not do anything bad, but he had to pay the price for a life that he did not know. What a sad and absurd life this was. However, the subsequent development of the matter was completely out of his expectations. If this was a nightmare, Yu would never have thought that after waking up from the nightmare, he would not have sunk into it. Instead, he would have started to have another bizarre dream. Those officers with mysterious identities did not send him to the secret court for trial and then lock him up for life. They also did not execute the military regulations and execute a secret execution. Instead, they directly released him. However, before he was released, the brown-haired officer's gentle but cold warning was like a basin of ice water that woke him up from his helpless state. The sound of footsteps outside the room made Yu jump in fright. Thinking back to his experiences over the past year, only then did he understand that the bizarre dream was still just a nightmare. Just like the disgusting curly brown hair of the officer who pushed open the door and entered. It is extremely difficult to find a place within the Federation that can completely block the light of the charter. The Federation officer walked into the room. After sitting on the chair, he removed the military cap from his head and carefully placed it beside his hand. He then rubbed his head full of curly brown hair and said with a calm voice, "With our abilities even in this primitive underground cave, we can only block it for a few days. You've wasted a lot of time. I was forced to take the risk to come this time. This makes me feel extremely bad." Yu raised his head and looked at him with a somewhat deranged gaze. His voice was hoarse as he said, "You bunch of lunatics, murderers, so you also know fear. Are you worried that the Bureau of Proclamation will find out that you have met me before?" "A little but not a lot. In the end, the glory of the charter is controlled by humans. Even if the Bureau of Proclamation can find me without direct evidence, they can't bring up any charges against me. They can't even begin to suspect me. Just like this isolated room 60 meters underground. Apart from the chips behind our necks, there are no other components that can send out electronic information. We pay more attention to the spirit and procedures of the Federation than anyone else. The glory of the Charter has protected the Federation for tens of thousands of years. Presumably, it will also condone the actions of us, the subjects of the Federation. Hiyuyu looked at him with a numb expression and said, "You can directly kill me. Details determine success or failure," the brown-haired officer said. The brown-haired officer said, "Due to some unexpected circumstances, this investigation is being conducted. This investigation may endanger our cause, so I need your final cooperation to end this investigation. These somewhat heavy stories need the death of you, the last seed of the Empire, to put a full stop to this." "I'm not some bullshit seed." Hiyuyu shouted angrily at the other party, his facial features somewhat distorted in agitation. "More than a year ago, we've already discussed this issue many times. I don't want to continue this discussion," the brown-haired officer said coldly. There was a long silence in the gloomy room, and then the sound of water dripping clearly rang out. Hiyuyu lowered his head in pain and hugged his body as if he was afraid of the cold. In this period of more than a year, he had obtained a lot of secret information from the hands of these mysterious soldiers. Moreover, under their arrangements, he had entered Bermuda and made contact with the people of the Imperial Royal Intelligence Agency. He had done many things that he could never have imagined before. He had originally thought that the federal military had allowed him to live because they wanted to use his identity as a seed of the Empire to pass on false information to the Empire and sow discord. Who could have known that the truth was actually more cruel than he had imagined? "I agreed to pass on information to the Empire because I convinced myself that I shouldn't care about betraying the Empire's interests. I shouldn't care about the lives of those bullshit compatriots because I don't think I'm a person of the Empire at all. When I was still a baby, I was heartlessly abandoned here by them. Why should I fight for them?" Hiyuyu raised his head and allowed the tears to flow freely on his pained expression. He roared angrily, "No. In reality, it was only because I wanted to let myself believe that I was still a citizen of the Federation, a soldier of the Federation, and that I was fighting for the interests of the Federation. My family, my friends, my colleagues, the first woman I fell in love with, the history I was most interested in, the stars I liked the most, the scenic spots I liked to visit the most, all of them belong to the Federation. I am a person from the inside out. I belong to the Federation. My life has been spent here. I have a family, I have a wife, I have children." Hiyuyu said with a sorrowful voice, "Except for this body, this flesh and blood. But the information I passed on to the Empire had nothing to do with sowing discord at all. Instead, it led to the death of Commander Jianghu." He hugged his head with both hands and looked at the brown-haired officer in disbelief and pain as he yelled, "What did you do? What did you want to do? Who is the traitor? Who is the seed of the Empire?" Hiyuyu's eyes wandered as he subconsciously muttered, "I am not, you are. You and those shameless big shots behind you are the seeds of evil." Chapter 578. Evil? What is evil? Before the great, glorious, and correct laws of history, there is no evil. There is only the respectable darkness behind the light. The brown-haired officer's voice suddenly rose like an angry water bird. The feathers on the top of his head stood up in fear, and his slender neck made the air flow through it become sharp. In the sharp tone, there was unmistakable contempt and disdain. The water bird that stepped on the green water grass was looking down at the shellfish below. His words revealed the firmness and pride in his heart, as well as the narcissism that spread from it. In the dark underground room, there seemed to be a light whose color could not be seen. It enveloped the body of this federal officer whose hands were stained with blood, causing his dark green military uniform to sparkle. Only a strong and powerful Central Federation that has the support of all parties can defeat the Empire and lead us to victory. In order to achieve this goal, many people must be eliminated, including the stubborn warlord Jianghu who destroyed the unity of the Federation. Perhaps it was because of Hiyuyu's questioning before his death that made the brown-haired officer feel the anger of his ideals being misunderstood. With a gloomy voice, he said the first part of the sentence with disdain and a hint of excitement. Hiyuyu's face was pale, and his eyes were cloudy and lifeless. He stared at the brown-haired officer who was waving his arms excitedly in the shadows before him. Suddenly, he laughed somewhat nervously and murmured in a low voice, "Is defeating the Empire really that important? This is a matter of life and death, a question that is higher than life and death. In the shadows, the brown-haired officer's nose bridge was high like a sharp sword. He said coldly, "The Empire is a primitive, bloody, and shameless existence. It should have been thrown into the garbage heap of the history of the universe a long time ago. Since you can't change it on your own, let us do it." "We are not invaders," the officer said with a heavier tone. "What we need to do is to rescue the people of the lower class of the Empire and let the light of the Constitution cover the entire universe. Humanity will return to peace and have ample time and energy to advance into the depths of the universe. This beautiful and harmonious new era is our historical mission. For this historical mission, anyone can be sacrificed, and any means can be allowed. The question is, do the people of the lower class of the Empire need you? Do they crave for you to rescue them?" Hiyuyu leaned against the cold wall, his eyes still devoid of life, but gradually he finally understood some things. "We just want to do this. We don't need the consent or understanding of the lower class of the Imperium. Our civilization is advanced and superior, so we have the responsibility to help them." The brown-haired officer said coldly, "If we don't persist in doing the right thing just because the other party can't understand it, that would be an irresponsible attitude. The Federation is superior to the Empire because of its charter, rule of law, and the spirit of freedom. What about you? You assassinated the commander of the Federation, sold information to the Empire, and threatened me with the lives of my wife and daughter. My daughter is only 4 years old this year." Hiyuyu's eyes widened as he angrily reprimanded, "In order to win, in order to eliminate those people who are above the law, who are not on the same path as you did not hesitate to destroy this spirit and put yourself above the law. What's the difference between you and the people you hate? What right do you have to talk about the injustice of saving the Empire?" These fanatical Federation officers reminded him and woke him up. It turned out that being a citizen of the Empire was not a natural sin. He did not know if they would live well after his death. He did not know if they would be able to learn of his death. He did not know if Roos would be able to open that little shop next year. He did not know if his daughter would be able to carry slippers for other men when she grew up. He did not know what would happen to everything he cared about and loved after his death. He did not know it all. "It is very difficult for me to trust people as shameless as you, but other than trusting your promise, there is no other way." Hiyuyu lowered his head and said, "Speak, what do you want me to do in the end? Don't forget you promised me to let them live." "It's very simple, end this matter." The brown-haired officer handed over a simple recording pen and a simple black pistol. Hiyuyu took the recording pen, but he did not pick up the pistol. He stared in a daze at the black metal pistol on the table. His gaze rose again and fell on the faintly discernible brown hair and straight nose of the officer across from him in the shadows. A few minutes later, there was the sound of a gunshot. The forest on the ground was already dusk. When Shimanjin crawled out from the pile of old leaves, what entered his eyes was a red that covered the sky and covered the earth. It was just like the flower of blood that had just burst out from Hiyuyu's forehead. After a slight pause, he leaned against a large tree. He took off his brown wig and lit a cigarette. Looking at the setting sun in the distance and the military prison building in the evening light, he was silent for a long time and sighed slightly. In the end, Hiyuyu did not pick up the gun and shoot at him. That guy should be a good person. Fortunately, he did not have a family. Otherwise, if it was up to him to choose between the despair and hatred before death and the safety of his wife and daughter, he really would not know which to choose. Shimanjin took a deep drag of the cigarette and thought in the light green smoke. He sat down and leaned against the large tree. He opened the workbench in his hand and quickly operated with his fingers. He turned the relevant information on the computer and the document with Hiyuyu's electronic signature into fragments of information and sent them out into space. From the beginning they had never thought of killing Hiyuyu. Hiyuyu was a seed of the Empire in their hands. Furthermore, through Zhong Shouhu's death, he would win the boundless trust of the Empire. For the Federation, this meant an unimaginable amount of benefits. However, they never thought that there would be someone in this world who could surpass the authority of the Bureau of Proclamation and know that they had hidden a seed of the Empire. Furthermore, this matter was exposed. Shimanjin's brows were deeply furrowed. He pondered bitterly in the twilight and green smoke. According to the information from the Bureau of Proclamation, Sulu had the first sequence authority. The question was, how could he have such a high sequence authority? A burst of rapid footsteps and thunderous roars interrupted his thoughts. "Don't move. Put your hands up. Don't move." More than 20 fully armed and murderous Federation soldiers appeared at the edge of the forest as if they had descended from the sky. They held all kinds of weapons in their hands and surrounded Shimanjin in the middle. These clearly well-trained elite soldiers completely controlled the situation as soon as they appeared. However, for some reason they were still roaring with stern expressions. They seemed to be very nervous. On the contrary, Shimin-jin, who was surrounded, still had a calm expression. He still held the half-burned cigarette between his fingers. The calmness was just a facade. It was because he was very familiar with this group of soldiers that he could forcefully suppress the shock in his heart and pretend to be indifferent. The Iron 7th Division Special Guards Battalion, Shimin-jin's most direct subordinates in the past, actually pointed their guns at him today. "Don't move." The commander of the Iron 7th Division Special Guards Battalion held the Panmingwei submachine gun and aimed it between Shimin-jin's eyebrows. He roared in a hoarse voice, "Battalion commander, don't move or I'll have to shoot you." The cigarette slipped from between his fingers. Shimin-jin lowered his head and stepped on it with his military boots. He didn't keep absolutely still according to the request of these soldiers. Instead, he raised his head and stared into the eyes of the commander. He took a step forward and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know what you are doing?" The commander of the Iron 7th Division took a step forward and pointed the cold muzzle between his eyebrows. He said in a hoarse voice, "Battalion commander, I don't know what we are doing, but if you move one more step, I'll really have to shoot." This is the order of the division commander. The other departments in the joint investigation team of the attack on the ancient bell didn't know what was happening in the forest more than 10 kilometers away from the military prison. The officers and soldiers of the Iron 7th Division who participated in the investigation sent their arrested targets back to S1 through a military warship as fast as possible and in the most secretive way. At number 44 Shinma Avenue, Capital Special District, Du Xiaoqing sat in front of his desk and looked at the relevant report submitted by the joint investigation team with no expression on his face. Behind him, raindrops were tapping on his window, making the light inside and outside a little dim. In front of the wide desk, Shimin-jin stood with his head down. His hands were tied with high-strength plastic ropes so he couldn't move a finger. Du Xiaoqing didn't look up at him. He just looked at the report in silence. The atmosphere in the room was extremely oppressive. When the oppressive atmosphere was about to suffocate him, he looked up at Shimin-jin and said, "I told you before that there are many methods that I can't accept." Chapter 579. There was an obvious and insurmountable line between light and darkness. The ash between black and white could not be used as an excuse to absolve oneself of guilt. Even if the ash was so faint that it was almost invisible, it would still be black of varying degrees. How could it be white? The talented, cold, proud, and cool Du Xiaoqing had always thought so. However, many years after he graduated from No. 1 Academy, he had been in conflict, struggling, and silent in the military system. He had changed a lot. He understood that no matter how beautiful a landscape painting was, it still needed the dirty natural pigments dug out from the dark mines to be painted. For the bright future of the Federation, or rather, for mankind, he was willing to sacrifice a part of his moral principles. Especially when a hidden and exciting trend of thought appeared in the Federation, and a trustworthy and excellent politician stood at the forefront of the trend, he was more and more sure that this sacrifice would be well rewarded. Therefore he put all his energy and effort into the construction of the army, giving up worldly happiness such as family. Under the strong suppression of Zhong Shouhu in the West Woods, he still brought out the Iron 7th Division, an Iron Army, and branded the entire 2nd Military Region with his deep personal brand. The target of the Iron Blood Army was of course the people of the Empire, but for the future of the Federation, Du Xiaoqing did not mind using this army to protect that big shot. In fact, in the past few years, his Iron 7th Division had been cooperating with the relevant departments of the government to carry out some secret plans. His most loyal subordinate, Shimin-jin, was an important contact person for the Iron 7th Division to cooperate with the relevant plans. But what was the bottom line of sacrifice? How many flowers of evil would have to be burned to let the world regain the light of holiness? How many innocent people would have to die? But, not including this. Du Xiaoqing looked at Shimin-jin in front of the table expressionlessly and said in an exceptionally calm tone, "The assassination of Zhong Huoyan at Mulu Manor, you said it was the work of the Special Task Force, so I did not continue to ask. In fact, you and I both know that Chen Yinchuan secretly entered the Lin family after graduating from No. 1 Academy to carry out a secret government mission to infiltrate the 7 great families. Without my order or yours, he would not have taken the risk of exposing his identity to launch this operation. And this time," Du Xiaoqing stood up after a moment of silence and said, "he shouldn't have died like this. This operation has been approved by the higher-ups." Shimanjin lowered her head slightly and explained in a slightly hoarse voice, "Mr. Councilman, I am not willing to let you participate in these dirty matters, so I hid the specific plan from you. The last confirmed time was when you left room 5460 last time?" Du Shaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly and said coldly, "Are you still my soldier?" "I will always be the commander's soldier." Shimanjin suddenly raised her head, then standing straight she replied loudly, "But I am even more unwilling to let teacher deal with this kind of difficult problem." "Difficult problem?" Du Shaoqing suddenly smiled. His smile was full of indescribable bitterness. "This is not a problem. His death is like a slap to my face. It will hurt until the day I die." The final decision was made the day before Tiger returned to the West Woods. Shimanjin's voice was hoarse as she explained, "This warlord will not give up his privileges as a noble family and join our camp. Also, in order to protect the interests of the Zhong family, the West Woods will not completely become a part of the Federation. In order to defeat the vicious enemy of the Empire, we must get rid of him. This is not a personal grudge." He gritted his teeth and looked at his teacher who was deep in thought. His tone was urgent as he said, "This is for the Federation." Du Shaoqing's usually emotionless eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of nostalgia. His thin lips opened slightly and he said slowly, "For the Federation, this is a very familiar phrase. Back then, in No. 1 Academy he liked to say this. At the time I thought it was ridiculous. You will be a local tyrant in the West Woods. What right do you have to tarnish such a hot-blooded phrase? Now he has really died for the Federation. You are in charge of this investigation, so no one will know the truth of the matter." Shimanjin noticed that his teacher's mood was a bit strange at this time. His expression was gloomy as he said, "I am not fighting for anything for myself. It is just that if I am found, many people will suspect you." For all the officers and soldiers of the Iron 7th Division, their object of loyalty was the Federation. To be more specific, direct and firm, it was their teacher Du Shaoqing. Even though Shimanjin, who worked for some important people in the government, hid many things about Du Shaoqing, in fact he still fanatically worshipped him. Everything he did pointed to the direction of creating a bright and open dance in the Federation. Under the leadership of his teacher, they would advance into the depths of the universe and conquer a large star region. I don't plan to expose this matter because too many people are involved. Once the truth is exposed, the West Woods will definitely be in chaos. The first civil war in the Federation may break out. When that time comes, how can the chaotic Federation defeat the Empire? Du Shaoqing said coldly, "I am not a perfect person with perfect morals. Whether it is the senator or you all want to put on a pair of white gloves for me, but the hands are already black and can never be clean again. I cannot bear the responsibility of starting a civil war in the Federation, and I am no longer a young man who can't sleep because of his conscience. I don't like Tiger Zhong even more, so it seems that I have no reason to continue investigating." Du Shaoqing slowly opened the drawer and then walked to the front of the table. Outside the window the rain dripped. The light in the room was dim, and the smooth military uniform gradually changed color with his steps. But he shouldn't have died like this. A strange flush flashed across Du Shaoqing's usually cold face. He stared at Shimanjin in front of him and roared in a low voice, "He is a soldier of the Federation, a truly outstanding soldier of the Federation. He should have been killed on a real battlefield, or he could have been killed in the valiant civil war of the Federation, but he shouldn't have been killed by the bullets of his comrades in the back because of a mistake that he hadn't committed yet." A crisp spring sound rang out. Du Shaoqing raised the pistol and pointed it between Shimanjin's brows. He said coldly, "Today I'll kill you first to return him alive. In the future when I capture the Emperor of the Empire, I'll return him alive. At that time we'll meet again in hell." In the depths of the desk drawer behind him, that old-fashioned photo lay quietly. The back was facing up and the front was kissing the dust. Under the cold black barrel of the gun, Shimanjin's face was pale, but he didn't move at all. He still stood extremely straight and didn't make any movements to dodge. Only his breathing became hurried. Right at this moment there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. It was extremely stable. Du Shaoqing's right hand, which was holding the gun steadily, stiffened slightly. This building was filled with his soldiers. Who was able to quietly come to his door in the middle of a rainy day? The person outside the door didn't wait for the person inside to react. He pushed the door open naturally and entered. His slightly chubby body was wrapped in a raincoat, and the action of closing the door seemed to be somewhat strenuous. This person took off the wet raincoat and threw it on the ground. He then took off the hat that was drenched in the rain and hung it on the clothes rack beside the door. He rubbed his hands lightly, turned around, looked at the two people in front of the table and said with a smile, "It said that autumn rain is cold, but it's still summer now. After being drenched in the rain, it's terrifyingly cold. What the hell is this weather?" At this time, Du Shaoqing was still pointing the gun between Shimanjin's eyebrows. Because of the arrival of this uninvited guest, he didn't pull the trigger, but his slightly stiff right arm was still raised horizontally. He didn't put it down. Taking off the wet hat, it was white hair. This old man who entered Du Shaoqing's office like he was going home didn't seem to see the tense situation in the room, nor did he see the gun in the air. He looked at Du Shaoqing and said with a hint of admonishment, "Being able to have such a subordinate who thinks for you in all aspects and doesn't even hide when facing your gun proves your ability to lead troops. Isn't it also your luck? You should cherish such a subordinate, and not die because of a moment of impulse and rare lack of calmness. Otherwise, in the future, you will definitely doubt yourself and feel sad like you are now." Du Shaoqing's eyes slightly lowered, but he still didn't put down the gun in his hand. The old man with white hair ignored him and said calmly, "Let's start the meeting. Although I'm very unwilling to take over this work, since His Excellency the President asked me to handle all the specific matters of this investigation, I have to care about it." Du Shaoqing's sword-like eyebrows slightly twitched and blue veins appeared. He finally put down the gun in his hand and said in a heavy tone, "Yes, Mr. Vice President." Vice President Byron of the Federation convened the first joint meeting of the Joint Investigation Team of the attack on the Antique Bell. Because it was called at the last minute, the director of the Investigation Department of the Federation and the officers of the other two departments couldn't attend in time. They just received a briefing after the meeting. Very few people attended this joint meeting. Few people could imagine that the first meeting of the Joint Investigation Team actually became a gathering of the culprits of this conspiracy. This was an absurd and extremely cold fact. The association hasn't had a gathering for many years. Vice President Byron, who was sitting in the middle of the bench, said, "But I don't enjoy this kind of gathering because I feel uneasy when I think that the Bureau of Proclamation may know every word we say." In the dim room, a voice sounded, "Although Cui Zedong had issued a warning in advance, we still didn't expect Su Li's unexpected situation to happen. I'm really shocked that this person's sequence authority is actually higher than Cui Zedong's, and he can even make the charter computer restart the investigation." Vice President Byron leaned forward slightly, and light and shadow interlaced on his old face. He said in a heavy voice, "Even if Su Lu has the first sequence authority, according to the privacy protection regulations of citizens, he can't have access to certain content. How on earth did he bypass the regulations?" Cui Zedong tried to find the reason before he was replaced, but he didn't find anything. Also, according to the information from the interrogation room, he was preparing to commit suicide. There was silence in the dim room. The person who was about to become the director of the Bureau of Proclamation of the Federation, and in a sense the most powerful man, didn't hesitate to commit suicide when facing the interrogation. This shocked everyone present. I strongly disagree with this. His position in the Bureau of Proclamation is very important to our plan. Although I admire his courage, this is not the best way to solve the problem. Chapter 580. The gloomy room was incomparably quiet. These figures hidden in the darkness were most likely all-important figures in the Federation. However, other than Vice President Byron, who was sitting at the head of the table, no one else could be seen clearly. Many years ago, this loose organization had already existed. At first, it was just a high-level association that focused on the exchange of academic knowledge. Later on, without anyone noticing, it secretly relaxed the standards for joining the association. It gradually began to have specific goals and became incomparably powerful. The association was incomparably powerful because every single one of its members was extremely powerful. These members who could call the wind and summon the rain in different areas of the Federation possessed intelligence and abilities that ordinary people could not imagine. Just like the wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning at the top of the dome of heaven, once gathered together, they would release extremely terrifying energy. Only this group of people dared to weave such a conspiracy with no expression on their faces. Only this group of people dared to borrow the power of the Empire to murder a Federation commander. In the entire plan, they had made meticulous arrangements for all possible contingencies. They had even noticed the problem of Su Li's sequence authority changing. However, everyone, including Cui Zedong, had still underestimated the severity of this problem. As a result, they had paid a disastrous price. Cui Zhedong was the future director of the Bureau of Proclamation and the most important member of the association. Now that he was under investigation, in order to protect him, someone in the association had to sacrifice themselves without hesitation. A day later, a clear gunshot rang out from a certain room on the top floor of the Federation's Department of Defense building. A few years ago, in an adjacent room, a clear gunshot had also rang out. That day, the former Deputy Minister of the Department of Defense, Yang Jingsong, had committed suicide in anger because of the assassination at the Linhai State Gymnasium. He had left behind an angry will. The one who had committed suicide today was the director of the Department of Defense's Office No. 1, who was also the personal secretary of Minister Zhou Yingxing, Lieutenant Colonel Jiao. Secretary Jiao had also left behind a will. Minister of Defense Zhou Yingxing looked at Secretary Jiao, who had collapsed in a pool of blood. He slowly took off his glasses, lowered his head and pinched the space between his eyebrows. He then handed the will in his hand to the officer beside him. In his last words, Secretary Jiao admitted that he had used the electronic code in the minister's office without permission and forged a secret military intelligence plan. He requested the Bureau of Proclamation to cooperate and temporarily stop the investigation of the seed of the empire. As for why he had done so, there was no answer in his last words. At this point, the investigation of the attack on the ancient bell ship had finally made a breakthrough, but it was also put to an end by the cold death of this person. Cui Zhedong, the assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation, was cleared of most of the suspicion and left the investigation camp that night. What awaited him was an extremely long vacation. Minister Zhou Yingxing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his office and looked down at the capital special district. He was silent for a long time. His hands were behind his back, and he seemed to feel the blood stains from Secretary Jiao's suicide note between his fingers. In just one day he seemed to have aged a lot. Both his body and spirit had suffered an extremely heavy blow. Secretary Jiao had been following him since he was the head of the department in the General Assembly base. The relationship between the two had long surpassed the relationship between a superior and a subordinate. However, who would have thought that this person had other intentions in his heart? Today it was even more dismal. They are very powerful and they are gradually becoming more powerful. Minister Zhou looked at the heavy rain outside the window expressionlessly and muttered to himself, "Who can stop them? Or should we stop them?" Over the years, the hardliners within the Federation government and the military were gradually rising. In the deepest undercurrent, there was even an extremely dangerous tendency of the military to interfere in the political affairs. Zhong Shouhu had noticed this serious problem, and Zhou Yingxing had naturally smelled this trace of smell. He could even vaguely guess who the other party was. However, he did not have enough evidence, nor did he have the power to change anything. Because he did not know the real attitude of the president's residents and the people in Philadelphia toward this kind of ideology. Westwoods Region, Sunset State. Dozens of dark green military vehicles were connected in front and back, moving slowly and silently on the streets. The red and white military license plates hanging on the vehicles were now covered by thick black gauze, allowing the people of the Westwoods on the streets to guess the origin of this motorcade. There was no rushing to tell others, no joy, no sobbing. The people of the Westwoods stood in the windows of the buildings, in the bushes by the streets, and in the back of the small trucks, silently and sorrowfully watching the silent and sorrowful motorcade drive toward the old house in Latitude 2 district. In addition to the silence and sorrow, there was also endless frustration and emptiness that pervaded the streets and alleys. The little princess of the Westwoods had finally returned home, but under such circumstances. Although the little girl in the motorcade had inherited the proud bloodline of the Zhong family, she was still a little girl. Immediately after, the reorganized machinist master announced on behalf of a certain party that from that day onward, the capital of Sunset State, within a radius of 80 kilometers around the old mansion in Wei 2 district, would become a military control zone. No entry without permission. The phone calls from the Westwoods office of the Department of Defense and the Westwoods Military Staff Department kept ringing, but the two machinists did not respond at all. Finally, these calls directly reached the dark green fleet that was slowly returning home. On the phone, the angry general sternly questioned Stick Tian what he was going to do. "You know why?" Stick Tian glanced at the little girl beside him, the fat on his lower jaw trembling slightly, and said, "This is for the safety of the little girl. If you don't dare to come and disarm, then pretend you didn't see this scene." I know, His Excellency the President will be here soon. I left half the city for you to prepare for the ceremony. Is there any other problem? There was silence on the other end of the phone. No matter how angry the general was after hearing this incomparably valiant announcement, he still could only remain silent. Because the one who said this was Fatty Tian. Even though this Fatty Tian had long retired from the army, even though he was only a colonel when he retired, he could still command the military strength of 3 divisions with just one phone call. No one in the West Woods dared to doubt this. After Stick Tian hung up the phone, he shook his head. He was not used to being arrogant, and letting 3 machinists ignore the military order of the Federation and enter the city in large numbers had long exceeded the meaning of arrogance on the surface. But he had to do this. Only in this way could those who had bad intentions be more honest. The commander was dead, so the little girl could return to the West Woods. This was very sad and very infuriating. Chapter 581. Stop. In a quiet and noble manner on the outskirts of the capital of the West Woods Sunset State, a cold shout rang out. On both sides of the road under the cover of the trees, black gun barrels poked out and aimed at a few soldiers who were walking quickly along the road. In the face of the tight defense and deadly weapons, the soldiers did not stop at all. Even the determined expression on their faces did not change. They followed the burly figure at the front and approached the building. The few of them were not imposing, but they were as firm as a mountain. Li Feng's footsteps were firm. His military boots were shiny and his military uniform was neat. There was no expression on his face, but there was a sense of ruthlessness between his eyebrows that made people's hearts palpitate. Hundreds of fully armed personnel rushed out from under the building hidden among the green trees, blocking in front of him and his subordinates. The black barrels of the guns were closer, but Li Feng didn't even look at these people. He waved his right hand and forcefully pushed away the barrels of the guns. He walked in with loud strides. Inside the building, the Zhong family was holding an extremely important meeting. The elders of the family and the people with real power needed to determine the distribution of power after the unexpected death of the head of the family as soon as possible. They needed to stabilize the internal situation and seek for the longevity of the family. However, Li Feng, an outsider, barged into the meeting without reason. Under the disbelieving gazes of the well-dressed people, he walked directly to the deepest part of the room. An old man of the Zhong family who was presiding over the meeting slowly stood up and frowned. He was about to say something, but his old and cloudy eyes suddenly shrank. Li Feng walked in front of the hesitant Zhong Ziki with an expressionless face. He took out the old-style gun at his waist. Without the slightest hesitation or a word, he directly pulled the trigger at Zhong Ziki's thigh. The crisp sound of the gunshot reverberated in the quiet meeting room, but it shook everyone's mind. Their ears were buzzing and their minds were in chaos. There was absolute silence. There seemed to be no sound of tables and chairs overturning, no sound of Zhong Ziki screaming and falling to the ground, no sound of blood spurting out from his thigh. There was only the sound of a gunshot. This simple and straightforward gunshot shattered everyone's ability to think. The entire Federation referred to this young lieutenant colonel as Madman Li, because he was insufferably arrogant and crazy in battle, but no one thought that he was a true madman, until now. He walked in with his chest puffed out and pulled out his pistol expressionlessly. As if he was waving his hand to swat away a fly, he pulled the trigger without hesitation and shot the second young master, who was most likely to become the head of the West Woods Zhong family, to the ground. The silence was broken by cries of surprise, curses and shouts. The security personnel of the Zhong family in the West Woods rushed over, roaring with heavy weapons in their hands, but no one dared to shoot, and no one dared to stand in front of Zhong Ziki. This was because Li Feng was still holding a gun in his broad right hand. His light yellow calluses were firmly in contact with the patterned gun handle. The distance between the slender muzzle and Zhong Ziki's forehead was so short that even a needle couldn't penetrate it. There was another important reason why there wasn't an intense gunfight or a bloodbath. Zhong Ziki was clutching his thigh as he fell to the ground. His face was pale from the pain and his facial features were contorted. His eyes were filled with horror, but he still didn't forget to shout loudly, "Don't shoot!" He knew Madman Li very well. Even if the Zhong family security personnel blasted the officers into a bloody pulp, Madman Li would definitely rush to kill him first. What was even more terrifying was that the deafening gunshot clearly proved that if Madman Li wanted to kill him today, he wouldn't even need to think twice. "I don't want to care about the bullshit matters of you aristocratic families," but fireworks are the only flesh and blood of a tiger. Li Feng stared at Zhong Ziqi's contorted face under the muzzle of the gun. He enunciated each word clearly. If something like what happened in the space station happens again, if your sister loses a single strand of hair, I don't care if you did it or not, I will kill you. I didn't do it, Zhong Ziqi shouted in pain. You can insult my intelligence but don't overestimate my rationality. I've already said that I don't care if you did it or not. I'll settle the score with you. Li Feng used the muzzle of the gun to stab Zhong Ziqi's forehead as he roared. If you want to be the head of the family, the West Woods will be yours. In the West Woods, if anything happens to your sister, who else would I look for if not you? I don't care what fucking evidence you have. After saying this, he put the gun back into his holster and glared at Zhong Ziqi on the ground. He couldn't be bothered to say anything else. With a bang of his military boots on the ground, he prepared to turn around and leave. The Zhong family's big shots, who had been shocked and silent until this moment, finally reacted. The family elder who stood up shakily was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He pointed at the back of Li Feng's head and scolded, "How dare you? Arrest this lunatic." The Zhong family's armed men approached again with nervous expressions. A few heavy firearms even directly stuck to Li Feng's gradually losing childishness. One of the guns with a metallic luster was directly pressed against Li Feng's forehead. The soldier holding the gun had a ruthless expression. The West Woods troops in several galaxies were also anxiously watching. According to the laws of the Federation, the only daughter of Commander Zhong and his wife, Zhong Huohua, had the unquestionable right of first inheritance. But the problem was that the legacy could not be inherited completely according to the laws of the Federation to a large extent. For example, the exercise of military power was not allowed by the Federation laws at all. Also, the family property of the Zhong family that had existed for thousands of years, the head of the family had the absolute right to dispose of it, but it did not mean that it was the personal property of the head of the family. How could these troublesome legacies, which made the relationship between the Federation and the West Woods, be inherited by a little girl? At this time, many people in the West Woods thought of Zhong Ziqi, the nephew who was most doted on and even spoiled by Commander Zhong, and in the hearts of many people over the years, the next head of the family. Gradually, there was a great difference of opinion between the Zhong family and the troops, and cracks were gradually forming. In the face of such a crazy legacy, all kinship, love and friendship were all bubbles and all kinds of tricks were possible. Fortunately, Li Feng used his madness and Big Stick Tian used his strength to suppress this trend before the frightening and dangerous situation descended into total madness. The people and soldiers of the West Woods anxiously waited for the result. The continuous heavy rain carried the cold wind through countless tall buildings. At this time, the president of the Federation, Mr. Pabre, arrived in the Sunset State of the West Woods region. The funeral was about to begin. Chapter 582. The melodious military music gradually stopped, and the crisp sound of gunshots echoed in the air, shuttling through the dense raindrops, startling the birds that were grooming their wet feathers around the square. It seemed that the weather during a funeral was always bad, and the cold rain was like God crying. In the cold rain, President Pabre's speech in front of the battlefield cemetery was probably the only warm color. His speech touched many people, comforted many people and made many people cry. After the West Woods Tiger's funeral ended, the president did not rest. He immediately met with the real power figures of the Zhong family and had lunch with them. In the middle of the night, he summoned Big Stick Tian and a couple of young officers from Silan's military. The meeting lasted an entire 3 hours. The next day, 2 of the 3 divisions of mechanics that forced their way into the capital of Sunset State and announced that they were under military control retreated back to the military camp. The old house in Latitude 2 district finally opened its door again. The people who had received some kind of promise from the president chose to compromise in peace. After President Pabre's tireless mediation, the situation in the West Woods that was about to explode finally eased. To ensure the stability of the West Woods, the Zhong family, whose people were unstable, had to be appeased. Some interests could be sacrificed and some limits could be compromised. After all, those interests that were compromised never really belonged to the Federation government. The Federation would never give a clear suggestion on who would inherit the Zhong family's huge family business. They only showed a slight inclination in the dark. For a long time in the future, the fight for the Zhong family's property would become more complicated. It would definitely be brought to court, and it would be a grand and long-lasting battle. There would be an uproar and there would be a lot of ugliness, However, as long as the military was not used and the matter was resolved in a relatively peaceful way, it would not affect the Federation's rare goods situation, and it would not affect the galactic war that was about to start, then it would be fine. Compared to the ownership of the Guizhong Company and those industrial clusters, the real problem was the selection of the commander of the West Woods military region. The Zhong family had controlled the military power in the West Woods for thousands of years, and this was their biggest reliance and bottom line. Although the Zhong family, which was gradually splitting up, needed the support of the Federation government, they would not give up this bottom line. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to change some things? The people of the West Woods would never agree to let Du Shaoqing serve in the West Woods military headquarters, so who should they send? President Pabre stood silently by the window, looking at the blue sky, silver sand under his feet and the drizzling rain, thinking about his trip to the West Woods. The top floor of the Golden Star Hotel was silent, and the world outside was equally silent except for the sound of the rain. This planet far away from the capital ring finally had a moment of respite after that tragedy, but the most powerful man in the Federation still could not find a moment to relax. No matter what the situation is, a politician should remain absolutely calm. Only then can they ensure that they are not defeated by weakness and that their decisions are correct so that they can seek happiness and benefits for the majority of the people. I don't know if it's because of Commander Zhong's funeral. President Pabre said in a deep voice as he looked at the rain outside the glass curtain wall and the faint reflection of the shadows. A hand gently patted his left shoulder, and the president's wife comforted him. Sometimes there is no other way to make some compromises. President Pabre knew that his wife must have misunderstood that he was frustrated because he decided to support the other side of the Zhong family. He could not help but smile bitterly, gently patted the warm hand on his shoulder, and whispered to himself in a low voice, "Sometimes the sacrifices we are forced to make may be far more serious than compromises." The president's wife looked at his back worriedly and found that her husband seemed to be in a bad mood, so she quickly changed the topic and said quickly, "My daughter called again yesterday. She is very concerned about Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's situation. How should I answer?" President Pabre thought of his daughter who was still troubled by depression, and thought of the young man whose fate was unknown. A trace of sadness flashed across his tanned face and he said in a sincere tone, "I can only pray for that guy's good luck." It was also raining in the capital special district of S1. Teacher Du Shaoqing watched the live broadcast of the funeral with a somewhat complicated expression. After a long time of silence in the dark room, he walked to the bookshelf, took down the violin case and began to play the violin. The refreshing violin melody became somewhat different in the hands that were no longer stable and were slightly trembling. The notes that were flowing, struggling and colliding in the space gathered together and then separated resolutely, revealing a faint sadness, deep panic and speechless confusion. The emotions were extremely complicated. The melody stopped without warning. Du Shaoqing stared blankly at the green leaves outside the window that were being tormented by the heavy rain. His usual straight posture seemed to be somewhat stooped. His military posture, which had never had anything wrong with it, seemed to be somewhat gloomy. He suddenly roared and smashed the expensive violin hard on the window lattice, smashing the glass into pieces and splashing everywhere like rain. That night, Du Shaoqing hastily wrote a report of the preliminary investigation results, and at the same time attached his resignation letter to the office of the president's residence, suggesting that the Parliament Hill continue to investigate the attack of the ancient bell. In the early morning of the next day, he returned to S3 with several orderlies to prepare for the war with the Empire. As long as the situation in the West Woods was stabilized, the federal forces would launch a large-scale attack on the Empire. After the Empire shamelessly attacked the ancient bell, no force or faction in the Federation dared to stop the determination of the president and the military. Otherwise, the anger of the people would directly burn them to ashes. Before boarding the warship, Du Shaoqing suddenly turned around, took off his sunglasses and revealed his cold and proud face. He looked at the capital special district in the morning rain with a complicated expression and suddenly asked, "Is there any news from Sulu?" Reporting to the commander, "There is no news." Du Shaoqing put on his sunglasses again and remained silent. From the time he put on this pair of sunglasses, he was no longer so obsessed with the starry sky above his head and some things deep in his heart. Once he started to compromise, he might be forced to continue to compromise. It was this cognition that made him think of Sulu, the young man who made him very unhappy. Now that the hardest stone in the Federation had died, it seemed to be a pity. Somewhere far away from the ordinary people's living area in the Federation, there was a secluded manor deep in the mountains and blue lakes. This manor belonged to the Nanxiang family, the most low-key of the 7 families. However, looking at the manor's vast area and luxurious furnishings, how could it be considered low-key? I heard that someone from the government said that the official residence is very happy to see Zhong Ziki inherit the position of the head of the Zhong family? Nan Xiangmei clenched her fists, opened her bright eyes and looked at her mother in shock. Her beautiful cheeks were stained with a few strands of black hair that were wet from the rain. In order to pacify the situation in the West Woods as soon as possible, Mr. President made such a hint in advance. After all, the little girl of the Zhong family is too young, and she has been living in the Xixia state, and Zhong Ziki has the support of most of the Zhong family members. Mrs. Nan looked at her daughter with a smile. She knew very well why her daughter, who insisted on living an ordinary life since childhood, suddenly came home today and raised doubts about the situation in the Federation. This was naturally because the young man had an extremely close relationship with the little princess of the Zhong family, but Zhong Huoyin is the legal heir. Nan Xiangmei shook her head in disbelief. Everyone in the Westwoods knows that Commander Zhong dotes on Zhong Ziki very much. Many people see that young man as the future head of the Zhong family. In fact, in our view, that tiger seems to have some kind of intention. He wants the heir of the Zhong family to have to die in S1. In this case, the government's choice of Zhong Ziki may be in line with the tiger's last wish. I don't believe it. Nan Xiangmei shook her head firmly. The government is not a kind person, and I know that the Tai family, the Li family, and even our family have sent people to the West Woods. Everyone's reaction is very strange. After a moment of silence, Mrs. Nan calmly replied, "You're right. Zhong Ziki can't become an excellent family head in a short period of time. The Zhong family has no leader, and now there are signs of division. The government is secretly adding fuel to the fire. Maybe this is the precursor of the first collapse of the 7 families. In this case, the 6 families must be the first to enter the West Woods to seek benefits. If the Zhong family is destroyed, what good will it do to the other families?" Nan Xiangmei asked sadly. "The relationship between lips and teeth, don't the elders of the family know better than I do? The Zhong family has always been on the edge of the 7 families system. They have no marriage alliance with us, and there are no deep interest entanglement. More importantly, if the Zhong family is really going to decline, we can't just sit back and watch the government absorb the energy released when the Zhong family scatters like a black hole." Nan Xiangmei frowned, looked at her mother and said sadly, "I heard that you and Mrs. Zhong were very good friends. Can't you do something for her daughter? You don't understand, everything is for the sake of interests, for survival." Mrs. Nan slightly closed her eyes and after a long silence she continued, "For a giant family like the 7 families, even if they decline and collapse, it will not be a matter of a short period of time. This long process may last for a whole constitutional era. It is also possible that the Zhong family will suddenly rise halfway, just like the history of the East Woods when they were almost destroyed. But in the face of this unprecedented situation, everyone must plunge into it to seize benefits and strengthen themselves, otherwise, it may be our turn to decline next." Nan Xiangmei didn't express any more opinions on this issue, and just looked at her mother with some disappointment and sadness. She looked up and worriedly looked at her daughter, who had obviously lost a lot of weight. She knew where her disappointment and sadness came from. This was because of the love, this was because she was looking for the last bit of hope. However, Mrs. Nan didn't say anything in the end. Nan Xiangmei returned to her own small courtyard behind the lake. She sat quietly and sadly by the window, looking at the countless small circles created by the rain hitting the lake. She thought of the similar circles she saw on the pond in the forest garden that day. These days, it seemed that the entire Federation and the land of countless planets was raining, and the patter made people feel depressed and gloomy. Nan Xiangmei glanced at the phone in her hand and dialed a string of numbers with trembling fingertips. After getting this phone number from Li Xiaotong, she hadn't dialed it even once. Today was the first time, but there was no sound from the other end of the phone. Crystal tears fell from the front of her eyelashes, and more, forming a bead curtain and dripping to the ground. She reached out to wipe them, but more tears poured out from her fingers. Chapter 583. Mr. President personally stepped in to mediate, and the government and parliament exerted a lot of pressure. Finally, the situation in the West Woods did not get out of control. At least for the time being, the 2 sides of the family did not have an intense and uncontrollable armed conflict. Some of the fights that revolved around big interests dived into the depths of the sea, brewing endless pressure, while some surfaced above the blue waves and began to move toward legal solutions. Among the huge industries including the Guzhong Company, which belonged to the Zhong family, and which belonged to the private property of the old mansion in the Weifang district, countless complicated legal terms and definitions of authority were enough to make the judges of the entire West Woods a headache. Many people thought that this lawsuit might go all the way to the Supreme Court. The Federation government and the military did not want to see this situation go on for too long. After all, the universe war was coming soon. The various forces faintly sent out vague messages, but it was enough for the parties involved to be very clear. These messages were not good news for the little girl in the old mansion in the Weifang district. The government hoped that the chaos in the West Woods would end as soon as possible. The military hoped that after the civil issues were resolved, they could immediately deal with the jurisdiction of the troops in the West Woods. The 6 families hidden in the shadows watched indifferently and waited for the aftermath of the Zhong family's split. The few most powerful forces in the entire Federation pushed the situation to develop in a certain direction for different reasons. Although the Federation's judicial system was claimed to be absolutely independent, in the face of such terrifying pressure, the so-called independence could only guarantee some procedural fairness on the surface. The 3 jurisdictional disputes that started one after another in more than 10 days were extremely unfavorable to the old mansion of the Zhong family. The old mansion's legal counsel, those famous lawyers in the West Woods, could not help but feel a little powerless in the face of such a situation. Under such circumstances, on an ordinary street in the Sunset region in the afternoon, a law firm called Shizhou quietly opened for business. No one noticed that this law firm, which only had 3 shared offices and was not well known in the industry, only had 1 office. No one knew that the first business the Shizhou law firm sought after its opening was to come to the old mansion of the Zhong family in the Weifang district. If I'm not mistaken, you mean that this law firm called Shizhou wants to represent Miss Zhong Huoyin in all her legal affairs in the future? The staff of the Zhong family's old mansion looked at the young lawyer who had obviously just graduated from university. His expression was extremely strange. The young man opposite him was a little restless. He probably knew who Miss Zhong Huoyin was and what kind of situation the Zhong family was in. The other party actually wanted to represent Miss in all her legal affairs? This was a ridiculous request. Was the boss of this law firm out of his mind? Was he trying to make a name for himself with such a clown request? Do you know how many barristers serve the young lady? Do you know what kind of status these great lawyers have in the West Woods? Do you know that even the famous lawyer He from S1 is currently on his way to the West Woods? The staff member of the Zhong family looked at the young lawyer opposite him and frowned. Your law firm has just been established. What gives you the confidence to let us choose you over these famous lawyers? The young lawyer rubbed his hands nervously and explained in a trembling voice, I know. It seems to be impossible to explain. It's just that the partner of the law firm asked us to get this business. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took out a plant fiber business card from the inside of his clothes. He respectfully handed it over and said, We are a small law firm. The boss has no intention of recruiting partners for the time being. The staff member of the Zhong family took the expensive business card and looked at the name on it. He frowned slightly and turned to leave. In less than a minute, the staff member hurriedly came back and looked at the young lawyer in disbelief. He said, Colonel Tian said that he hopes to meet with the boss of your law firm as soon as possible. As for the matter you just mentioned, from today onwards, all the legal affairs of the old mansion will be handed over to the Shizhou law firm. Tai Ziyuan stood in the narrow office of the law firm and looked at the traffic outside the window. There was a smile on his thin and slightly pale face. A month ago he came to the West Woods and quietly watched the tragedies, comedies and clowns, but he didn't make a sound. According to the life plan that his mother had suggested and the self-awareness that he had cultivated since he was very young, he should have stayed in the army at this time to seek military exploits in the war against the Imperium in the future. Then he should have joined the grassroots to accumulate experience and finally officially entered the political world. He should have chosen an important and symbolic state and become a member of that state. He should not have opened a small law firm in the quiet civilian district of the Sunset State as he was now. He didn't give up the first step of his life plan, to become the youngest president of the Federation in history. He just went against his mother's wishes and chose another path that might be more difficult to take. He admitted that he was indeed influenced by the life experience of the president to become a successful lawyer and then enter the political world. In order to become a successful lawyer, one would need to fight a significant lawsuit. Throughout the entire Federation, Was there any lawsuit that was more important than the lawsuit of the Silenzhong family in the past few decades? Winning or losing this case didn't depend on the case. The sudden appearance of the Shizhou law firm was undoubtedly a strong warning to the Federation government, to the other forces of the Zhong family, and to the other families. Because it seemed to represent the attitude of Macho Back Mountain. In fact, this was the first time that Tai Ziyuan was independent of Macho Back Mountain and made his voice heard to the entire Federation. He completely went against the decision of his mother. Tai Ziyuan looked out of the window and smiled but didn't say anything. Perhaps no one in the universe could defeat his mother, but he wasn't worried about anything. He was the only son in the family for 7 generations. His mother couldn't watch him waste his life out of anger. In this battle between mother and son, the son would always win. Of course, in order to gain the understanding of his mother and the full support of his family, he also made a great compromise. The date of the engagement was finally set for the autumn of the year after next year. He was still the clear-headed, calm, and naturally proud prince, but he suddenly changed his life plan and made such an important decision. Even he himself didn't know if it was some kind of inexplicable sense of responsibility that emerged from the depths of his heart, some kind of desire to complete what he wanted to do for his dead friend, or just he wanted to experience the feeling of living like that guy. Tai Ziyuan looked up at the sky and sighed softly. He said softly in his heart, "You finally became a damned hero. But do you know how many people in the Federation are mocking your stupidity, your vain individualism, and even angrily accusing you of taking revenge for no reason? I really don't understand why these people are angry. Have they never found out that you are mentally ill?" Tai Ziyuan coughed softly, took out a bottle of medicine and swallowed it. He didn't drink water, and then he held his chest and breathed rapidly for a moment. He finally calmed down and his cheeks gradually became rosy. In fact, all these years he hadn't been very close to that guy. The fake gentleness and indifference nurtured by the family since childhood, the natural aura nurtured by the glory of the royal family, and that guy's stubborn and sharp personality were somewhat conflicting. Even if they didn't see each other, they wouldn't miss each other. When they occasionally met, peace would slowly spread like a small stream. But once they never met again, when he thought about how his only friend in this life was gone, he would always feel sad, but he thought that was all. "I want to eat scallion pancakes today." Tai Ziyuan turned around and said to Butler Jean, who was standing respectfully at the door of the office. Then he subconsciously paused and smiled inexplicably. Plain porridge and scallion pancakes, the battle in the library, seemed to be something from many years ago. Recently, the Federation's news channel broadcasted the footage of the Bureau of Proclamation's heroic and valiant revenge on the Empire. The value of the Federation's war heroes should be maximized even after death. The funerals of Commander Zhong and his wife were held, as were the funerals of the soldiers who died on the ancient bell. However, Su Li's funeral was not mentioned due to the strong opposition of some people. The tentacles of the glory of the charter that passed through the space channel could no longer find Su Li's chip pulse, and determined that this person was dead. However, many people in the Federation were still waiting hopelessly for some kind of miracle to happen. But if miracles happened too many times, it couldn't be called a miracle. Different seasons passed on different planets, but there was still no news from the other side. In order to prepare for the grand space war that was about to begin, the Federation was making careful and intense preparations. Under such circumstances, under the strong pressure of the fanatical collective consciousness of the Federation people, many disputes were temporarily suppressed. Fatty Tian, Madman Li, and the crown prince of the Tai family who were in the West Woods had to make all kinds of compromises. An atmosphere of harmony and sacrifice shrouded countless galaxies. At this moment, it was easy for some people to easily think of a certain person who seemed to never know how to compromise and didn't know how to look at the big picture. On the shore of Lake Feiqing, Jian Shuer, whose black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, stood quietly in the morning light behind the old man who was standing in the morning light. After a long silence, she slightly raised her beautiful face, and with a trace of aura that was unknown whether it was inherited from her father or her birth mother, she said seriously, "I know why the Federal Fleet rejected my application. And I can also guess why you are so serious about preventing me from even having a slight chance to enter the Empire. It must be related to my background. There are many things that I don't understand about the military operation on planet 5460. Sulu promised me to investigate it, so I didn't ask you. But now that he is dead, I think I should have the ability to ask directly like he did." Li Pifu, the god of war of the Federation, blinked his turbid eyes and looked up at the towering mountain on the other side of the lake. A meaningful smile appeared on his wrinkled face, as if he was somewhat gratified by the girl's courage to ask questions. However, he did not answer the question in the end. After a moment of silence, he changed the topic to another aspect. I also have a question that I don't understand. How can a person like your father raise a child like Sulo? This revenge from morning to night should have nothing to do with his impulsive personality. It's just that sometimes even I don't understand the decisions he made. The child's actions are so calm, but why is the love and hate hidden under his face so obvious? I feel very sorry about his death. Li Pifu's face was calm as he said slowly in a serious tone, I thought that in the years before my death, I would be able to watch him grow in a way that no one could have imagined, but I did not expect that he would die in front of me. However, the old man quietly looked at Jian Shuer, whose face was slightly pale, and said, all the people of the Federation who enter the Empire will undoubtedly die, but not him. Of course, it's just not necessarily. An asteroid shining with a metallic luster was suspended in the universe. This was the most important forward base of the Federation's starfield front line. It gathered the painstaking efforts of several generations of engineers of the Nutshell Company and consumed an astonishingly huge budget of the Federation government. At this moment, it was officially put into use. With this large information node as the hub, it connected all the information nodes in this spacious star field to the other end of the space channel, providing a strong support for the Federation's attack on the Empire. The 1st Regiment of the new 17th Division had been stationed in this giant space base for 3 months. Da Vinci, whose face was covered in grease, climbed out of the twisted tube of the W-type engine. He spat a mouthful of black saliva on the ground, took a cigarette box from his comrade and lit it up. Then he began to seriously compare the technical manual to see if he had missed anything during the previous maintenance. Ever since that day when they were trapped in the escape capsule and helplessly watched the 3-winged spaceship leave, the members of Group 7 had become much quieter than before. Even though they were now disbanded and returned to their respective combat units, they were still silent, but they trained even more seriously. Although the men on the battlefield had long been used to parting with life and death, this time felt a little different. Although that guy did not speak much and was even somewhat inconspicuous, it was still a little strange to not have such a leader who would charge at the front and retreat at the back. Da Vinci suddenly saw Bai Yulan's figure from the corner of his eyes. He immediately stood up and gave a standard military salute, then respectfully took out a cigarette and handed it over. Bai Yulan shook his head, and the black hair in front of his forehead suddenly swayed. His voice was a little cold. I quit smoking. For this outstanding military assassin, quitting smoking and relapsing had a kind of self-hypnotizing symbolic meaning. Since that guy had died irresponsibly, the number 37 brand cigarettes seemed to have become tasteless. Bai Yulan did not turn his head as he spoke. His left foot habitually retracted back as usual, and his head was slightly lowered. Under the cover of his black hair, his eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared at a certain spot. Over there, Shang Qiu was leading the staff of the Nutshell Engineering Department to carry out a complicated data calculation. This beautiful genius female engineer did not seem to have changed much from before. Her expression was calm, but her cheeks were a little thinner, which made her look even more delicate. These days Shang Qiu was working non-stop. Other than that, there was nothing else. Under the long stone steps of Parliament Hill, the vice-chairman of the Green Dragon Mountain Committee, who had just finished a press conference and expressed his full support for the government's invasion of the Empire, hurriedly left under the protection of the Special Task Force agents of the Federation. Zhang Xiaoming, who was preparing to leave, was heavily surrounded by reporters. Madam Zhang Xiaoming, do you have any thoughts on the unfortunate death of Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu? He's only missing. Zhang Xiaoming paused for a moment, then calmly corrected them. The Federation is still unable to confirm his whereabouts. As for myself, I quite admire Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's heroic actions. As for the reflection of some people in the Federation on the so-called heroism, I think it's rather rude and retarded. It was rare to see this beautiful spokesperson of the Green Dragon Mountain, and it was rare to hear her positive comments. Naturally, the reporters were overjoyed and countless questions flooded in. However, after Zhang Xiaoming's simple but direct comments, she didn't answer any more questions and walked into her office on Parliament Hill. The door to the office was tightly shut. Zhang Xiaoming sat quietly in the large chair. Her black-rimmed glasses were placed on the table. For a long time, she did not make a single sound or movement. Her body gradually loosened up, like a person who had worked hard for many days. Suddenly, she could no longer suppress the deep sense of fatigue in the depths of her body. This boring and hypocritical woman. In the Linyuan suburb of the capital special district, A young man and a young woman sat across the table from each other. They watched the scene in front of Parliament Hill that had just been broadcasted on the TV screen, and at the same time made the same disdainful comments. Then the two of them were stunned at the same time. Shi Qinghai's charming peach blossom eyes flashed with a trace of luster. Under the accompaniment of the violin outside the restaurant, he said to the woman across the table, "You see, after all, we can still find many things in common. Don't you really want to consider it? Or, we can try to have some more intimate contact and find the feelings of youth. Although I'm already a mother, I've never felt that I'm old." Zhou Yu looked at him coldly and said, "What disgusts me is that you're still in the mood to chase a woman when we don't know whether that guy is dead or alive. Is the friendship between you men as disgusting as the friendship between those rich young ladies?" After saying this, she lowered her head and earnestly fed the delicate food into the little boy's mouth. Today Zhou Yu wore a red loose flowing cloud dress. The smooth skin of her back revealed a large part of her beauty. As usual, there was a bright red flower in her hair, but it didn't look tacky at all. Shi Qinghai glanced at the little boy across the table who was as beautiful as a porcelain doll. He smiled slightly and immediately said with great sincerity, "It's because he's dead that I have to live well for him like I promised him before." After saying this, the two of them fell silent at the same time. Then they began to drink continuously. The amber liquor was paired with 2 or 3 crystal ice cubes. Zhou Yu's eyebrows gradually blushed, which was extremely charming. Suddenly she had an idea. She picked up 2 drops of liquor with the tip of her little finger and brought it to the little boy's lips. Zhou Yuhua, who had inherited his parents' excellent biological markers and stubborn temperament, had not yet mastered a rich vocabulary. Therefore, when they were outside, the little boy was always stubborn and refused to speak much. He curiously looked at the tip of his mother's finger that was brought to his lips and carefully stuck out his tongue to lick it. Zhou Yu felt a little ticklish, but her heart was filled with warmth. She smiled happily as she thought of the time when she was drunk in the nightclub. She used her cold appearance to hide her loneliness and unwillingness. Once again, she confirmed that giving birth to this little boy was the best thing she had done in her life. What are you doing?" Shi Qinghai reprimanded somewhat angrily. Zhou Yu didn't pay attention to him at all. She just kept teasing her cute son who was frowning because of the spiciness, but refused to cry. Shi Qinghai couldn't help but feel a little bored. He said self-deprecatingly, "That's right. We are the sons of 2 drunkards. In the future we will be drunkards too. Let me remind you again." Zhou Yu raised her head and stared at him. The charm on her beautiful face gradually disappeared. "The name on the column of Liuhua's father is Su Lu. I've never fought with a dead person for anything." Shi Qinghai spread out his hands. Suddenly he said in a low voice, "But if this guy is still alive, fighting with him might be fun." The two of them fell silent again. Shi Qinghai thought for a long time and finally said, "I am a professional skeptic. From the beginning of the Macklin project until now, when the ancient bell was attacked, I feel that there is still a big problem. Brother Jiao. Secretary Jiao's suicide is indeed very suspicious. You better check the files. I will provide you with what I can." Zhou Yu didn't hesitate and replied, "But I believe that my father has nothing to do with this matter. And I have to remind you that the Bureau of Proclamation has already stopped the investigation. This matter may be more complicated than you think. We have to check eventually. It's just that in the past there were 2 of us. Now that that guy is dead, I am the only one left. But I believe that if he could still speak, he would definitely shout, 'Continue the investigation. Continue the investigation.'" Mr. Shi smiled and said, "That would really make him look like an idiot. But we can't let that idiot die in vain, right?" After hearing the word "die" so many times, Zhou Yu finally couldn't suppress her depressed mood anymore. She put down the wine glass and stared into Shi Qinghai's eyes. With her unique charm, she said, "He won't die even if you die 800 times. Maybe you know him better than I do." Shi Qinghai stood up and was ready to leave. He smiled and said, "You are right. That guy is either fighting or preparing for a fight. How could he die so easily? Maybe he is starting a new journey somewhere else." "Of course." Zhou Yu raised her beautiful face and said proudly. Chapter 584. In the boundless and vast universe, it was hard to find a word to describe the stars that shone eternally in the farthest reaches of the universe. There was a nebula that had just condensed and extended its first spiral arm. There was an ancient galaxy of unknown age hanging like a silver belt. The deep red and white coldness looked at each other from countless light years away in the dark background. The coldness and indifference of each other made all the onlookers feel that they were small and insignificant, giving birth to a sense of awe that made their bodies tremble. The staff on the Red Rose were already somewhat numb to the scenery outside the transparent dome. After years of working on various spaceships and the long and boring journey, they did not have the extra interest and energy to look at the starry sky outside the transparent dome. No matter how beautiful something was, it could not withstand the wear and tear of time and immutability. When they first met the girl who was like their first love, she was so beautiful that it was soul-stirring. After looking at her for a long time, she gradually became as boring as an old wife. In comparison, the interior of this extremely luxurious spaceship was still able to shock the people who had just joined the team after passing the review. Especially the blue artificial lake, it was even more unbelievable. The spaceships of the Empire had always been designed with the best performance and the least amount of materials. Before seeing this lake with their own eyes, who would have thought that a spaceship would be so extravagant and even crazy to accommodate an artificial lake? Faint starlight sprinkled down from the glass dome, accompanied by additional light inside the spaceship. It passed through the spacious and huge space and mixed with the metallic luster of the tall cabin walls. It fell on the surface of the water, illuminating the tens of millions of tons of seawater. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The waves moved slowly, giving off the feeling of a vast ocean. The tens of millions of tons of seawater came from the most famous summer resort of the Gamma Coast in the southern hemisphere of Tianjin planet. It was said that there was the purest seawater in the entire empire there. At the edge of the artificial lake or sea inside the spaceship, the silver sand from Bansha Prefecture was laid. It was said that the sand grains there were the most well-proportioned and delicate, and the skin of the soles of human feet felt wonderful when stepping on it. On the artificial beach, there were hundreds of tropical plants swaying gently in the convective wind. There were hammocks between the trees, parasols made of large green leaves, and the faint sound of birds chirping could be heard. For such a beautiful scene to appear inside a spaceship in the silent universe, it was a bit shocking. This was the Red Rose, the top spaceship of the Emperor of the Empire. But no one knew why it appeared in the border star field far away from Tianjin planet.in, the deepest part of the sea, where the pressure of tens of millions of tons of seawater was the most concentrated. It was deathly silent. Unlike the beautiful scenery above the water, the silence here was filled with a suffocating aura of death. On the layer of fine sand at the bottom of the water, there was a naked man struggling and twisting. He wanted to shout out his pain, but he was suppressed by the heavy water from all directions, so he couldn't make a single sound. The powerful muscles on his back twitched, showing how much strength he was using at this moment, but he couldn't get rid of the heavy metal piece tied to his ankle and the black clue above it. There was no air to breathe, no straw to hold on to. There was nothing here, only water. An expert from the Empire dressed in white overalls looked at the completely naked man on the workbench. He took out a towel and carelessly wiped this person's shoulders. He said in confusion, "Could it be that there really is a so-called near-death experience? Before he died he saw the scene he wanted to see the most? You have to wait until he wakes up before you can ask him." Another slightly older expert said with a smile, "I believe this hero of the Federation shouldn't mind sharing it with you. If he isn't willing, perhaps you can also enter the water and give it a try." "Let's not." Thinking of the interrogation work in the past few days and the terrifying water torture in the large space, the expert couldn't help but shiver slightly. He picked up the nutrition needle beside him and inserted it into the body. The action of the expert of the Empire was very simple and rough, as if he was vaccinating a pig. The long and sharp needle pierced deeply into the body, but the man on the workbench who was covered in water didn't have any reaction. It seemed that he was in a deep coma. There were 2 flesh holes on his shoulders, inside of which were high-strength golden ropes. The wounds had already formed scabs, and they had peeled off after being soaked in cold water, revealing the tender flesh, which looked extremely horrifying. There were also dense scars on his skin after the torture. After experiencing hellish experiences, he probably wouldn't have much of a reaction to such a rough needle even if he was awake, right? 500 milliliters of awakening injection. Yes. The expert in white started to mix the medicine, but his eyes fell on the left wrist of the man on the workbench. He said in confusion, "I'm still very interested in this bracelet. The material is very interesting. It's actually difficult to sample. When did the Federation develop such a high-strength metal? The problem is that it doesn't look like an alloy and even X-rays can't penetrate it." The other expert shrugged and replied, I'm more curious about what material this guy's body is made of. His physiological data is ridiculously strong. Is it true that the hero promoted by the Federation is really made of special materials? The interrogation has been going on for so many days, and we haven't gotten any useful information. After the two experts of the Empire side, they looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. We still lack professional equipment. The Red Rose was the personal spaceship of the Emperor of the Empire. Its space firepower and hull armor were naturally very strong, but it was not equipped with enough advanced detection equipment and torture tools. After all, no matter how perverted and cold-blooded the Emperor was, he would not be interested in enjoying the bloody scene on his own vacation spaceship. His Highness has ordered that if there is still no progress tomorrow, we will cut off his left arm first. The expert smiled and said, "This way we can analyze the bracelet properly. Besides, I don't think this guy's mind can be strong for much longer." Good idea. I've made this suggestion a long time ago. The other person shrugged and slapped the research subject on the workbench hard. His palm fell on the wet stomach of the man, making a crisp sound as if he was slapping a piece of fresh pork in the market. The breathing and heartbeat frequency collected by the physiological monitoring equipment started to sound the alarm. The man on the workbench woke up, but his eyes were still closed. Only his thick and straight eyebrows, after being soaked in the salty water for so long, were still as calm as a knife in its sheath. The question was unoriginal, and the silence was unoriginal. The buzzing of the machine sounded again. The black thread lifted the man on the workbench, and the heavy metal piece tied to his foot moved horizontally out of the glass partition and came to the surface of the lake. Then it suddenly released, stirring up a cluster of waves, and sank again. It was getting deeper and deeper. He slowly opened his eyes. The skin at the corner of his eyes had already festered due to being soaked in the salty water, but his eyes were still bright and clean. Looking at the water that was getting darker and darker, looking at the approaching fine sand at the bottom of the water, listening to the slight sound of water in his ears, and feeling the tingling pressure from his eardrums. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1, 2, it should be earlier than last time. 13, it's time. He counted silently in his heart, and then his facial features began to twist in pain. He began to struggle again, unwilling and desperate. Opening his mouth wide, he tried to breathe the air that he could never breathe. Feeling the double torture of suffocation and silence, his lungs were burning. A string of pearl-like bubbles poured out from his lips, fleeing toward the surface of the water in panic. Falling into unconsciousness again, the man's body was stuck to the fine sand at the bottom of the water. Because of the struggle before falling into unconsciousness, the upper half of his body had sunk to the bottom of the thin layer of sand. The artificial lake formed by tens of millions of tons of seawater went straight to the bottom of the spaceship. Below the fine sand at the bottom of the lake was a transparent material cabin wall of the Red Rose spaceship. On the other side of the cabin wall, there was naturally an endless, boundless, and quiet space. In the dead and quiet space, the spaceship was moving at a steady speed. If someone looked closely from space at this time, they might be able to see a pale face on the other side of the glass. It was creepy. At this time, the pale face suddenly opened his eyes. He slightly narrowed his eyes, greedily looking at the universe that was right in front of him, but could never be touched. Chapter 585. The first time he sank to the bottom, the second time he sank to the bottom, the third time, Sulu could no longer count how many times this process had been repeated. That day when he was captured on the Empire's battleship, he was knocked unconscious. When he woke up, he was already on this strange spaceship. Before the difficult torture process, he had carefully observed his surroundings. He was shocked by the spacious interior of the spaceship and the unimaginable facilities. However, when the torture officially began, he no longer had the extra energy to look at these blue lakes, silver sand, and green trees that appeared in space. He was forced to devote all of his physical strength, spirit, and willpower to the process of resisting the water. He had known before that when any ordinary thing exceeded a certain limit in front of a creature, it would always cause a great impact on the creature's nerves. For example, some visual effects were extremely disgusting. However, he had never thought that the weak water that could not be separated from at any time, silently pressing in from all directions, could make people feel such fear. The thin line between death and the cold feeling of being in a silent dead zone was something that no one would want to experience a second time. He had experienced it countless times. At the beginning of the cruel water torture, Sulu was in extreme pain. It was as if his lungs were about to explode, as if his skin was about to split open, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out, as if he was trying to breathe but could only feel the salty water pouring in. When mixed together with the absolute silence of the environment, it was very terrifying. Just like in Master Schiller's plays where the audience's spirits were lifted and they established the correct view of good and evil retribution, the potential of human beings was always unexpected. They could always see hope in the midst of despair until they found it. His nerves were much thicker than normal people. This was not only a conclusion of physical anatomy, but also a manifestation of a strong spiritual willpower. In such a desperate situation he bitterly held on. His mind would occasionally be in a trance but he never collapsed. Never collapsing was boring repetition. This kind of repetition made people numb. Before the catastrophe, there was an ancient torture called death by 1,000 cuts. At the end of the 1,000 cuts, the prisoners on the wooden frame who were on the verge of death probably would not feel any pain when the sharp knives fell on their pectorals. Sinking to the bottom of the water and then being pulled up, his physiological indicators were monitored. He was injected with nutrition injections, awakening injections and routine interrogation. Every day after he was captured he repeated this process. In this numbing and cruel process of torture, there was finally a change. One day when his naked body was once again thrown into thousands of tons of cold and hard salty water, he was once again in a state of suffocation and unconsciousness. The mysterious lines that were severely damaged in his body seemed to have been awakened by something and began to gradually connect with each other. The weak heat completely ignored the cold salty water around him and began to slowly flow within those lines. Although the speed was extremely slow, it finally moved. Ever since he discovered this fact, Su Li's fear of suffocation had lessened a lot. Only in the depths of the water could he slowly recover his strength without worrying about being discovered by the Empire's people. When the mysterious power in his body gradually recovered to a third, he even looked forward to falling into the water more than 10 times a day, because the bottom of the water was not only death, but also hope. At the same time, Su Li began to pretend to be unconscious with the help of his engineer's meticulous calculation ability and his innate sensitivity to time scales. He tried to use the mysterious power in his body to deceive the sensitive monitoring equipment of the Empire's people. He did not know why the Empire's people did not kill him, but as long as he was alive there was hope. However, without Tai Ziyuan, Zhouyu, Magnolia, and the omnipotent charter computer, he still could not find a complete and feasible escape plan. Inside the Empire's spaceship in the silent space, even if he suddenly killed the 2 interrogators of the Empire, where could he escape to? The sand under his feet may be delicate and soft, but it was extremely painful when it rubbed against the skin of his face that was about to fester because of the water. Su Li's pale face buried in the sand did not show any expression at all. He just narrowed his eyes and looked greedily and sadly at the vast and endless black space outside the transparent cabin wall. Inside this extremely luxurious giant spaceship, there were all kinds of monitoring equipment, but the designer did not think of monitoring the cabin wall from the perspective of space outside the spaceship. Only at this moment in the sand could Su Li open his eyes. The black clue under his feet suddenly tightened, and the sharp pain from the rough metal wire rubbing against his festering ankle woke him up from his thoughts of fleeing and looking into the distance like a lookout. He immediately closed his eyes and relaxed his entire body, allowing the black clue behind him to pull him and the heavy metal block to quickly rush to the surface of the water. Floating at high speed, the cold salty water was like an inverted waterfall that kept washing his naked body full of wounds. The pain was so painful that it penetrated his bones. He still closed his eyes and said silently in his heart, "Fight." He had once tried to learn the Empire's language when he was in Group 7's camp in Sunset Province. However, there were too many dialects in the Empire. During the interrogation just now, he could only understand an extremely small portion of what the 2 Empire torture experts had said. However, it was precisely this portion that caused him to tremble in fear and decide to bring forward his escape plan. The secret in the bracelet could not be known by the Empire, and his left arm could not be chopped off by the enemy. So, other than fighting, what other choice did he have? There was no struggle because things changed again. When he lay on the cold metal platform again with water dripping all over and was about to assume the unconscious and paralyzed posture that he had practiced countless times, he discovered that someone was wiping his body. The very soft semi-long fiber cloth had excellent water absorption properties. The person wiping his body was definitely not that perverted expert. That person would not be so gentle and meticulous, Su Li analyzed silently in his heart with his eyes closed. Immediately after, someone began to treat his wounds. Of course, It was only an extremely simple treatment of the ugly festering skin on his face. There was no in-depth treatment at all. It looked more like makeup, as if the person just did not want his face to be too ugly. A large robe-like garment was put on his body. The electrocardiogram on the monitoring device was as steady as before. Su Lu, who was pretending to be unconscious, had countless shocked questions in the depths of his heart. For these cruel and cold-blooded people of the Empire, whether it was cutting off hands or heads, there seemed to be no need for them to put on clothes. Something like dignity before death had never happened between the soldiers of the Federation and the Empire. There was an injection in his neck. It should be an injection to wake him up, right? He thought to himself. Then he discovered that he was being lifted onto some kind of mobile device and pushed out of the interrogation room toward an unknown place. The grinding sound of rolling wheels grinding against the ground was extremely ear-piercing. Chapter 586. In the quiet room, Sula closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. He tried to figure out which part of the spaceship he was in, but it was all in vain. No one from the Empire had appeared for a long time, so the effect of the awakening injection should have taken effect. But he still didn't open his eyes because he didn't know if there was any monitoring equipment on him, and also because he didn't know how to act when he woke up. But at this time, the disguise had become a disguise that everyone knew. Soft and steady footsteps sounded, and someone walked to his bedside. Feeling a warm finger pressing on his wrist, Sulu became vigilant. The relaxed muscles on his body slowly gathered strength, but the double fiber cells of his muscles were still in a relaxed state. At this time, a strange power gushed out from the finger and rushed to his wrist along the skin that was in contact with the finger. No matter if it was the Federation or the Empire, if ordinary people were to face this moment, they would definitely be confused and feel a sense of mystery. How could the human body produce something like electricity? But Sulu was no stranger to this feeling. Many years ago, after practicing the 10 postures with the uncle, this similar power cycled back and forth in his body. It was just that the burning power in his body was gentle, and once it burst out, it was like a knife. But at this time, the power that was gushing out from the finger of the person beside his bed was violent and tyrannical to the extreme. After entering his wrist, it began to invade his surroundings. Su Li's willpower was extremely strong, and his ability to withstand pain was abnormally strong, but in the face of this power, he couldn't help but groan in pain. The power spat out by the finger on his wrist suddenly exploded. It was as if it had turned into countless scalding hot knives, wantonly cutting the mysterious power channels in his body. A kind of bloody feeling in his mind, a kind of unbearable feeling of the tender flesh inside his body being torn apart, made the hair on his arms stand on end. If this power was allowed to invade and cut, perhaps the mysterious lines that he had been practicing for many years, but didn't know the reason why, would break inch by inch in the next moment. Sula didn't have much knowledge in this area, but that kind of hair-raising sense of crisis made him subconsciously urge the muscles beside his vertebrae to twitch abruptly. A scorching power suddenly burst out and passed through his body at high speed, along his arm all the way to his wrist, colliding with the power of the finger that had pierced into his body. The scorching torrent that had been accumulating for many days was only a trickle when it started from the back of his waist. However, when it reached his arm, it was already a vast river. When it reached his wrist, his power had turned into a giant beast formed from the icy cold seawater. It roared and bit down fiercely. The room was still quiet, but there was a gust of wind. The bedsheets were swept up with a whistling sound and shattered into pieces. However, on the extremely small area of skin between the finger and the wrist, a scorched black color suddenly appeared, as if a tiny star was being reborn there. That terrifying finger was bounced a few centimeters away from the power of the collision. The owner of the finger let out a light hum, revealing a hint of surprise that he had long expected to suddenly encounter this situation. However, that finger pressed down even faster. The wrist, the middle of the forearm, the elbow, the upper arm, the armpit, the chin, and all the way to the head. Every finger strike was as soft and fast as the wind, unpredictable and as fierce as the ancient spear, unstoppable. Su Li's body was unable to react effectively in the face of the high-speed finger attacks that were as dense as raindrops, as well as the terrifying power that was spat out between the fingers. He could only instinctively activate the scorching power in his body to incessantly burn and transform, while he retreated quickly and passively. It was extremely difficult for him to resist the fierce force that was even stronger than the previous one. In some kind of religious language in Master Schiller's play, how many seconds did it take to flick a finger? And in this extremely short fraction of a second, How many times did the person beside the bed flick his finger? With a puff sound like a steel pillar fiercely smashing into the muddy ground, Sulu finally raised his other hand and blocked the most dangerous strike of that finger. His eyes suddenly opened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His extremely taut body bounced up from the bed at almost the same time. His right hand that was spread out like a fan retracted, grabbing that steel-like finger. At the same time, his right knee fiercely slammed outwards, smashing towards the outside of that person's thigh. That person's finger suddenly retracted and turned into a fist. It seemed unreasonable, but in fact, it accurately avoided Su Li's right hand. It drew an arc and blasted towards the area below Su Li's earlobe. In an instant, Su Lu bent his body, lowered his head and raised his left arm close to his cheek, like an iron door that was tightly closed. The fist fiercely smashed into the arm, and the tip of the knee fiercely smashed into the thigh. The two people's attacks arrived at the same time, and at the same time, the sudden burst of power produced two loud muffled sounds. Without the slightest pause, the two people, whose figures could no longer be seen, quickly closed in again. The trembling left arm and the slightly stiff thigh no longer existed at this moment. What existed was a ruthless straight finger strike, a clean choke snap of the hand, a simple and clear stagger of the crotch, a sharp and sinister bending of the joint technique, and even more so, a pair of fists that were incomparably fast and fierce. What was even more frightening was that in these powerful close combat techniques, every movement was mixed with an enormous strength that was absolutely unimaginable to an ordinary person. The two figures dodging at high speeds caused the air in the room to vibrate and whistle, followed closely by an ear-piercing tearing and shattering sound. The sturdy bed was shattered into pieces by the overflowing power, and the bedsheets and torn clothes were swept up by the strong wind. In the midst of the mess, a figure flew out in a dispirited manner. Sulu fell heavily onto the hard ground. He immediately turned around and used his right hand to support his body, but was ultimately unable to stand up. He confirmed that his sternum was somewhat dislocated and more likely it was fractured. What made him feel even colder was that the scorching power that had been accumulating in his body for a long time was actually showing signs of dissipating. His slightly squinted eyes appeared slightly dim, but there was no despair, only unwillingness and stubbornness. He fiercely stared at the young imperial soldier not far in front of him, and somewhat strangely cracked a smile. The blood that seeped out of his gums and his mouth full of white teeth made his smile appear to be filled with an uncoordinated bitterness. His opponent was a young imperial soldier. He had a thin figure, and his skin was neither bronze black nor noble white. It was just a yellowish brown in between. Just like the feeling he gave off, he was extremely ordinary. If he were to be thrown into the crowd of people on Tianjing planet, there would definitely be no one who would discover his abnormality. However, to Sulu, who had fought with this person three times, this young imperial soldier was definitely not simple. If Brother Zheng, who was by Li Xiaodong's side, was like a dangerous gun tied in cloth, then this young imperial soldier did not need to deliberately emit a powerful and intimidating aura. His body itself had an indestructible hardness and strength. He was a real gun forged from steel. Just like the alloy multi-layer forging gun that had fiercely pierced into the Black MXT's cockpit that day, cutting off Su Li's hopes of returning to the Federation. Sulu sat weakly on the ground, his eyes narrowed as he stared at the imperial soldier not far away. He could feel the valiant and dangerous aura that was close at hand. He had previously guessed this person's identity in shock, but due to his ordinary appearance and gender, he did not dare to confirm it. Huai Chaosher coughed softly and raised his arm to wipe the blood flowing out of his mouth, only to discover that the sleeve on his arm had been shattered and flown away like a butterfly during the battle. Then he noticed the smile on the Federation soldier's face. "I've read the report. You were smiling every time you suffocated and passed out." The interrogators were very curious as to how the smile came about in such a state. Huai Chaosher covered his chest and coughed again. Looking at Su Lu on the ground expressionlessly, he asked, "Now that I think about it, I understand that you have the ability to hide from the surveillance equipment, recover in secret, and be ready to escape at any time. So you can't help but feel happy in your heart. But I'm very curious. You can't keep up the disguise anymore, and more than half of the dirty spiritual gas in your body has been dispersed by me. Why are you still smiling?" Sulu moved his body with difficulty and leaned against the wall. His smile gradually faded and he squinted his eyes and said hoarsely, "I'm smiling now because I've confirmed one thing. The reason why I lost to you on the warship that day was because I was seriously injured. If my body was intact, I should have had a chance to defeat you. The 2 bloody holes on his shoulders were bleeding non-stop. New flesh split open. It was a horrible sight. Huai Chaoshi turned a blind eye to it. After a moment he said, "You assassinated Keaton first. The mecha was damaged too much, the cockpit was destroyed and your body was wounded. Your close combat ability was greatly reduced. But after 2 battles I'm sure that even if you were intact, you would still be no match for me. You won't know until you fight me." Su Lu spat a mouthful of bloody saliva to the side and replied straightforwardly. A trace of mockery flashed across Huai Caoshi's usually expressionless face. He said, "I allow the loser to carry out a mental battle. I only hope that you can hide the trace of fear in your eyes better." The road to death was in front of him. A powerful and young opponent was in front of him. As a soldier of the Federation, Su Lu had to put up a brave front. However, after enduring the torture of millions of tons of water for so many days, after enduring for so long, because of such an unreasonable enemy, the sudden change of events, everything went up in smoke. His mood was sinking into despair, and his unwillingness was rising. Su Lu raised his head, squinted his eyes and said hoarsely, "I admit that I am indeed frightened by your great strength, but you also seem to be somewhat afraid, or perhaps worried that I will recover my health. A little. You, a member of the Federation, seem to have the tenacious vitality of beetles." Huai Chaoshi said expressionlessly, "That is why I am thinking of a method to destroy that laughable desire to live of yours, or perhaps destroy the foundation of this desire. This body of yours is not bad." After saying this, he picked up a metal chair that could barely be considered intact in the room and walked in front of Su Lu. Chapter 587. Not a threat? In reality it was still a threat. It had been many years since anyone dared to speak to Huai Chaoshi like this. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Federation soldier in the pool of blood at his feet. His lips curled up into a smile. This person could endure torture for many days without uttering a single word. He was as silent and stubborn as a hot rock. Now he began to speak harshly. Was it because he was slapped in the face? What an interesting guy. Huai Chaoshi took a step forward and raised his right foot to kick down. His military boot kicked Su Lu in the stomach, making him curl up in pain like a drunk river shrimp. Huai Chaoshi didn't have a special love or hate for this Federation officer in front of him. Since he was very young he didn't like this boorish and obscene guy, but because of the needs of the royal family's rule, his father needed Keaton to live. Now that Keaton was dead he was even happier. As for the person who killed Keaton, he naturally didn't hate him too much. But the other party was from the Federation, so he could only live in pain or die in humiliation. The door of the room slid open silently. The Empire's experts and soldiers rushed in and quickly took Su Lu away from the scene. They cleaned up the messy room as quickly as possible. Huai Chaoshi sprayed his favorite light orange air freshener around. Then he sat by the window in silence for a moment and connected to planet Tianjing. "Great Master, is there any news from Fan Manor?" he asked expressionlessly into the communication device. The Empire's Royal Intelligence Agency officer on the other end of the communication device replied with a trembling voice, "We brought His Majesty's electronic seal there. Great Master Fan Manor finally opened 3 doors, but we really couldn't find the name list." The officer paused and said respectfully, "Your Highness Su Meng, regarding the last name list, His Majesty has been ordering the Royal Intelligence Agency to try to recover it all these years, but we haven't been able to find any clues. The name list copied in Great Master Fan Manor is also incomplete." I know." Huai Chaoshi lowered her gaze and looked at the royal hibiscus flower symbol on the communication device. She said coldly, "I won't blame you for not being able to find it after so many years. However, Her Majesty is also very concerned about this matter. Therefore, I hope that you can make some progress. Even if it's incomplete, it would be good if you can recover some key words." The senior officers of the Royal Intelligence Agency nodded repeatedly and promised that they would continue to investigate and work hard. After the call ended, Huai Chaoshi sat in the room filled with the faint smell of orange and fell into silence again. Leaving Su Lu alive for the time being was not only because of the Empire's political needs, but also because the Empire's military wanted to obtain more information from him. However, what he was more interested in was Su Lu himself. The 8 Reich true Qi cultivated by the remnants of the Lees of Philadelphia was a great humiliation to the entire empire, especially to the high and mighty imperial family. Therefore, even if Su Lu was going to be cruelly executed, the imperial family still wanted to destroy the true Qi in his body while he was still alive. It could be considered as another form of recovery. Previously, he had personally destroyed the true qi in Su Li's body. At the same time, he had confirmed that this person was indeed one of the remnants of the Lis of Philadelphia and walked the path of the Xiantian realm. However, the Royal Intelligence Agency and the military confirmed that this person was not Li Pifu's illegitimate son. Then, how did he manage to cultivate the 8 Reich true qi of the Xiantian realm? Based on certain considerations, he had already asked for instructions from the Tianjing Imperial Palace and was forced to alert Great Master Fan Manor, who had been in seclusion for decades. However, there was still no clear answer. A small probability event was equivalent to an impossible event. Huai Chaoshi frowned slightly and laughed self-deprecatingly. Then her expression changed slightly. She covered her mouth with her fist and coughed a few times. Intense, heart-wrenching coughs echoed in the room. Su Lu, who was lying in the corner, had a pale face. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like soybeans. Previously, he had already noticed that the spaceship had changed its course and was flying towards a blue and yellow planet in the distance. However, at this moment, most of his mind and will were controlled by the coughs. It was difficult for him to divert his attention to think about his next plan and action. Coughs were usually related to colds and unhealthy eating habits. It was not a big deal. However, for the current Su Lu, if he did not solve this coughing problem, his future would be bleak. His originally hopeless escape route would be completely cut off. After the young Empire officer destroyed the power in his body that he had been accumulating for a long time, and after his ability to pretend to be unconscious was exposed, he was once again locked up in a solitary cell. At first he did not despair. On the contrary, he did not hesitate to start cultivating again with his strong will. However, when the mysterious burning power in his body moved along the familiar channels to his chest and abdomen, it would be blocked by some invisible thing, making it difficult to move forward. If he forcibly moved the burning lines and tried to turn them into countless sharp blades to break through the invisible barrier, the net-like channels in his chest and abdomen would shrink at the same time. It was like a thin film pipe that tightly bound the blade. It was extremely painful to be cut. It could even be said that he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Chapter 589. Liban, an unremarkable second-class administrative planet in the vast territory of the Empire, gradually became different due to the 2 edicts from the Tianjing planet a few years ago. The establishment of the Empire's special tourism zone, the exaggerated investment by the Ministry of Finance, countless nobles and wealthy merchants came to join in the fun, and the Emperor's strict implementation of the interracial education experiment made this planet the center of the Empire's discussions. Being able to become a special tourism zone and help the Emperor justly divide the wealth of the nobles, the Liban planet naturally had enough beautiful scenery. Regardless of whether it was the spectacular Crimson Hill in the Western Hemisphere, the fog that covered the sky of Pine Cone Ridge, or the tens of thousands of stone peaks that pierced the sky of Yellowstone, they were all rare beauties that fully demonstrated the godlike carving ability of nature. The Liban planet also had the most beautiful scenery, and that was the mulberry trees that spread across the flat plains. Tens of thousands of square kilometers of mulberry trees were artificially divided into countless work areas. The rustling of the mulberry trees when the wind blew through was breathtaking, and the quiet night was endlessly quiet. The mulberry trees and the moth larvae that accompanied them were the most famous specialties of this planet, apart from the natural scenery and the newly built universities in the various states. Many years ago, the silk spat out by the larvae of these moth larvae became the most beloved luxury of the Empire's nobles. What was very strange was that, apart from the Liban planet, there were countless planets in the Empire that were completely suitable for these delicate larvae. The unusually expensive silk entered the Federation along with some great collision in the universe. For decades, the only goods that were qualified to take the risk and enter Bermuda with the Royal Special Forces mecha warriors was silk. The Empire used this smuggling to seize a large amount of wealth from Bermuda and the upper echelons of the Federation. Although this wealth was far from enough to offset the Empire's military expenditure, perhaps because of some emotional and childish considerations. What we have, you don't, you have to wait for us to provide, so we are superior to you. The Empire's royal family had always condoned and even strongly supported the silk smuggling. The Federation had tried to win this childish dispute, but the strictest wildlife protection laws and the HTD Bureau officials who liked to wear iron masks in public prevented the Federation from planting mulberry trees and using warm water to cook the white silk balls woven by the larvae. The Federal Academy of Science had also tried to use biological methods to restructure, but without the technical support of the Bureau of Proclamation in terms of biological proteins, They found that this attempt would cost a lot of money, so they had to stop the plan and continue to buy silk underwear, silk quilts, silk bras, silk chest pads, and everything that was made of silk and hidden in private places. Two skinny young tourists were walking on a street in the southern district of Planet Lispan. The silk clothes they were wearing were not particularly eye-catching, but compared to the local residents, it was easy to expose their identity as tourists. However, there were too many tourists on Planet Lispan these past few years, and these two people with ordinary faces would not attract much attention. In addition to the hundreds of well-trained professional soldiers in the 4 blocks around them, the soldiers in charge of secret security were watching the two people's every move with a heavy expression, vigilantly watching the wind and grass in the surroundings. These two young tourists did not look like close friends who were traveling together, because when one of them coughed uncontrollably and closed his eyes to fight back tears, the other did not show any concern at all. He continued to walk indifferently, his slightly narrowed eyes full of coldness. That Sulu felt that his lungs were full of hot smoke, and his throat was full of red-hot gravel. It was extremely difficult to cough, and it was very uncomfortable. Half squatting on the ground, he breathed rapidly for a long time before finally calming down the pain in his chest and abdomen. He forced himself to stand up. The wound on his shoulder had temporarily stopped bleeding, but the strange power that the Imperial officer had wedged into his body was still tormenting him incessantly, preventing him from using his power to heal his body. Like a slowly rotating rock, it kept grinding and grinding, trying to grind all of his hopes into pieces. It was very strange. After coming to this strange Imperial planet from the Red Rose Royal spaceship, he still did not die, nor was he thrown into the dark prison where he could not see the light of day. Instead, he was temporarily free from the cruel water torture that made people wish they were dead. He began to follow the young Imperial officer and enjoy the scenery on this beautiful planet. In a few short days he stood on the spaceship and looked down at the magnificent Crimson Mountains in the Western Hemisphere. Those waves that were nearly 100 meters high were as thick as blood, and they swayed his hard heart up and down. He wore a breathing device that was specially used by the Imperial military, and he climbed through the fog in the depths of Pine Cone Ridge for an entire night with difficulty before he finally broke through the fog. He stood on the ridge and saw the first ray of morning light. The damp morning dew moistened his painful lungs and made him feel slightly comfortable. He even tied a small jet device to his back and flew like a natural bird among the indescribably steep stone peaks of Yellowstone. During the Tai Dynasty, prisoners would always have a good meal and drink before they died. Now that he was in the Empire, although it was also an imperial society, Sulu did not think that these were the benefits before he died. It was too ridiculous. He stroked his chest that seemed to have been cut by a spear tip, shook his head and exhaled. He stood up and looked at the young Imperial officer who had already left more than 10 meters away. He stretched out his hands and rubbed his somewhat stiff face until a few traces of indifferent smile appeared on his face. Only then did he chase after him with big strides. On the street, a brown-haired man with messy hair was holding a little girl's hand and saying something. They were probably father and daughter because they both had a pair of beautiful sky-blue eyes, and the curve of their jawline seemed to have been carved by the same sculptor. However, for some reason they were arguing. Some of the tattered clothes were wrinkled and torn by the big hand and the little hand. The little girl was crying. On the right side of the back wall of a restaurant, a black dog was running quickly. Its sharp mouth held a simple and honest bone. The black dog was running very resolutely and its goal was very clear. It bypassed the beggar who was lying in the shadows and lifting his lapel to check for his next meal. It jumped over half of the broken wall and ran towards the mulberry forest in the suburbs. It was silent all the way. It probably also knew that if it shouted happily, the food would fall. At the turn of the road in front, a person who looked like a boss wearing silk clothes was talking to a farmer. The reason why he was talking to the farmer was because the farmer with a box under his arm was getting lower and lower as he spoke. It seemed like he was about to kneel. Beside the two people, the listless middle-aged man should be a soldier. The tourist further in front was also a soldier. The driver of the carriage that had been following behind them for half an hour was also a soldier. This seemingly peaceful street was filled with their people. Sulu walked behind the young military officer of the Empire. He walked silently and observed the surroundings. If he didn't know what the people of the Empire were thinking, then he shouldn't think about it anymore. His best ability was to simplify complicated things. He simply thought of himself as a real tourist. It was rare for him to go deep into the territory of the Empire. Looking at this strange world, listening to the strange language of the people in the streets and alleys, and looking at the animal-drawn cars that surprised him, He vaguely understood why the uncle said that he was willing to wander in the universe. However, he still couldn't clearly explain this feeling. In front of a vast sea of green mulberry trees, Huai Chaosher stopped and slowly put his hands behind his back like an old man. His cheeks were slightly raised and he narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath of fresh air. Where his eyes fell, the leaves of the mulberry trees were gently swaying in the wind. It seemed that he could hear the rustling sound with his sight without his ears. Rustle, rustle, rustle. It was the sound of mulberry leaves being blown by the wind, and it was also the sound of silkworms nibbling on them. A gentle smile suddenly appeared on the face of the young man with the noblest status in the empire, which had never changed. He seemed to have thought of some interesting childhood memories. His smile gradually disappeared. Huai Chaosher only allowed the memories to occasionally flood into his mind. Occasionally he would be moved by the four seasons, but he would immediately return to absolute calmness. Although I really don't understand, I still have to thank you for taking me to see so many beautiful sceneries. Su Lu coughed twice and looked at the sea of mulberry trees in front of him in surprise. Right now he was standing side by side with Huai Chaosher. He didn't have the consciousness of a condemned prisoner at all, and he didn't notice the anger in the eyes of the plain-clothed soldiers around him. Huai Chaosher glanced at him coldly from the corner of his eyes. He didn't answer, but a strange light flashed through his eyes. If there were no accidents, this Federation person beside him would be tortured to death after all of his value was squeezed out, unless he agreed to defect. He definitely didn't have any sympathy for this. He was just a little curious about Su Li's current behavior. The flames of war continued for decades. The Empire had captured many Federation soldiers and even high-ranking officers. Among the Federation soldiers who knew that they were going to die, some passionately scolded the Empire's emperor, some cowardly cried and knelt on the ground to beg for their lives, some remained silent, and some pretended not to care. However, there were very few like this person who could actually immerse himself in the scenery in front of him before his death. The Red Rose was temporarily resting, and Huai Chaosher was like a tourist hiding in the Liban Star. He wasn't in a hurry to return to Tianjin Star because the political situation in the Empire had been surging with hidden waves recently. He needed to be outside the situation and help his father see the situation clearly. Furthermore, as the person involved, if he returned to Tianjin Star a day later, it would be helpful for his father to deal with the situation. As for why he brought Su Lu along for sightseeing, there were two very simple reasons. One of them was that a dangerous person like Su Lu would not find any chance to escape only if he personally watched over him. I've checked your details. You seem to be a person with perfect morals and existence similar to a saint. Huai Chaosher said with slight sarcasm, "Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Your government has been building you up according to a saint." Huai Chaosher slowly took a few steps forward, then turned around on the mound and looked down at him. "I really want to know if you are really a saint. Would you feel ashamed because of the morals in your heart? Would you recognize your sins before you die?" "Sins? I'm not a person with perfect morals. When I was young, I also peeked under the skirts of female police officers. However, when it comes to sins, other than some innocent people that I accidentally killed, I would recognize them." However, Su Lu replied, "This definitely doesn't include people from the Empire." Huai Chaosher was expressionless and suddenly asked, "What do you think of the Empire's scenery?" "It's very beautiful and spectacular," Su Lu replied honestly. "You tried to invade our country and turn these beautiful scenery into a hell of war. As a Federation soldier, shouldn't you feel guilty?" Chapter 590. Standing on a gentle slope by the sea of mulberry trees, Su Li's thick ink-like eyebrows seemed to be about to twitch when he heard the young imperial officer's question. However, he eventually calmed down amidst a series of hurried coughs. Decades have already passed. There's not much meaning in arguing about who started the war. Su Lu rubbed the itchy wound on his shoulder through his silk shirt and suddenly said, "But if I remember correctly, it was you who insidiously blew up the Federation's research spaceship. Regarding who started this bloody and long-lasting war in the universe and who should bear the responsibility of opening the Devil's Box, both the Federation and the Empire had their own firm narratives. Due to the distance between the two star systems, the flames of war raged, and the isolation of communication, there were no overly lively academic wars." Huai Chaosher looked at him coldly and unexpectedly did not express her opinion. Instead, she walked down the slope with her back to Shanghai and headed into the city. Su Lu looked at the sea of green mulberry trees with some reluctance. Listening to the graceful rustling sounds, he turned around and followed her. Huai Chaoshu then went to a few other places. During this process he remained silent. Su Lu knew the identity of this young imperial officer. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he lacked sufficient evidence. However, he could already guess that this person's status in the empire was rather high. Therefore he did not understand why this person wanted to bring him, a prisoner who was destined to die, to continue this absurd sightseeing tour. Could it be that the empire really wanted a hero created by the Federation to admit to the sins of the Federation in front of the entire universe? This kind of speculation did not make any sense. If Su Lu knew of some of the changes in the empire's political scene, if this imperial officer was really the legendary figure he had guessed, perhaps he could understand why the other party was deliberately delaying the date of his return to Tianjin. In the afternoon, 2 skinny young men and over 100 disguised plainclothes soldiers formed a strange visiting team, arriving at Liban Star's Sangji State University. According to the special decree of the emperor, Liban Star became the only administrative planet in the empire that implemented indiscriminate education. That is to say, on this planet, no matter if you are a noble or a commoner, or even a serf at the lowest level, as long as your children work hard enough and are outstanding enough, you can get a fair opportunity for education. Even the most outstanding people can get special scholarships provided by the imperial family. This plan was called the Interracial Education Pilot Program. As soon as it was launched, it attracted the angry opposition of the entire noble class of the empire. Every time they thought about how they were the 38th generation heir of a certain glorious family and had to learn in the same classroom as the son of a certain bumpkin, the nobles of the empire felt that they smelled something fishy and felt that their dignity had been greatly humiliated. As nobles, how could they live with those commoners and even slaves? In this matter, the emperor, who had always appeased the nobles in a gentle way and suppressed the lowly commoners in a bloody way, showed a surprising persistence and strength. Under the strong suppression of the emperor, the nobles of the empire's council of elders looked at the soldiers and the officials of the Imperial Intelligence Agency at the gate, and only then did they swallow their anger and pass the law, confirming Liban Star as the Interracial Education Pilot Program area. Even so, when the son of the first serf walked through the gate of Liban Star's Yellow Mountain Academy with a face full of nervousness and fear, he still needed the protection of the armed soldiers of the empire. On that day, the principal of the Yellow Mountain G Academy resigned in anger. In the following year, the nobles of the Liban Star sent their offspring to other planets. They would rather spend a huge amount of wealth so that their children could receive a pure aristocratic education, rather than endure the abominable actions of the emperor on the Liban Star. For the continuous wealth of their territories, these nobles would certainly not leave Liban Star, but this could not change a certain trend. As more and more commoners entered the new universities, the atmosphere of the planet became more and more active or more dangerous. Of course, these young people, who had become more capable and confident because of their exposure to more knowledge, were incomparably loyal and fanatical to His Majesty, who had bestowed upon them all. In the center of the first floor of the largest building in Sangji State University, hung a huge portrait of His Majesty Huai Fuchai. Every time a student passed by, they would immediately stop their fierce academic debate and stand at attention with a solemn expression on their faces. Su Lu withdrew his gaze from the portrait and listened to the quarrel behind him. He could not help but frown slightly. His empire's language was not good, so he could barely hear that the students seemed to be discussing the control of engine output power. The extent of the discussion was relatively shallow, but he still felt a strong sense of vigilance. It should be known that when he was in the Federation, no one would have thought that in the Empire University, there would be so many commoner students discussing academic issues in a relaxed atmosphere. He had always believed that the Federation's greatest advantage over the Empire was not in terms of economy, but in terms of education, technology, and the most fundamental way of thinking. Now that the Empire seemed to be quietly making changes, with the Empire's terrifying population base, it might not be too difficult to catch up to this gap. Huai Chaoshu noticed him and frowned. She maintained her expressionless silence and led him to the third floor. In the conference room at the top of the third floor, there was a history class going on. Hundreds of plainly dressed Empire youths were quietly and eagerly listening to the professor on the podium. The courseware playback equipment, the line-by-line scanning light filter screen, the old-fashioned laser stylus, all of these were somewhat shabby in Su Li's eyes. Not to mention the first military academy or Yue University, even compared to the university conditions in his hometown of Donglin, the Empire was far behind. But he listened very carefully because the professor from the Empire was emotionally lecturing about the cause of the war many years ago. The professor used the standard language of the empire's nobles, and he could barely understand most of it. The history professor of Mulberry State University did not know that there were two special young listeners in the crowd listening to the lecture today. He did not expect that the history he was lecturing at this moment would have any impact on the future history. He was only using the standard teaching materials of the Empire's Royal Education Department to describe the cruelty and treachery of the people of the Federation to the youths of the Empire. For a shameless coalition of politicians like the Federation controlled by businessmen, what could make them spend a huge amount of military funds to start a long-term war? The glory of the country? No, they never know how to write the word glory. The professor waved the laser stylus on his finger excitedly. The red light dots danced quickly on the ceiling of the conference room, just like the heroic dance of the most common butterfly on this planet before its death. Its benefits? Only benefits can make this coalition of businessmen crazy. Its crystal mines. Only crystal mines can sustain their limitless expansion of the star domain, and thus alleviate the deep internal conflicts. 200 years ago, the Federation's crystal mines were already close to exhaustion. There were only two paths placed before them. The first was to find or invent a new type of energy source as soon as possible, and the second was to immediately find new crystal mines. Otherwise, their spaceships that used crystal mines as a foundation would all be paralyzed, and their space weapons would all become ineffective. In other words, the Federation could collapse at any time. However, the Federation's people spent more than 100 years, yet they still couldn't find new crystal mines. All of this time that could have been used to develop new energy sources was also completely wasted. Why? Because one of the families of businessmen who controlled the Federation's political power had the legal right to exploit crystal mines, and through this authority, they obtained a large amount of benefits. If the Federation developed a new type of energy source, this family's special status would be completely gone. There was no way they would allow this type of situation to happen. Why would the Federation's government allow this type of thing to happen? Because you all must never forget that the government is actually controlled by these families. The Federation doesn't have crystal mines, but the Empire does. When those supposedly cursed Federation exploration spaceships accidentally entered the Empire and discovered this fact, war was no longer avoidable. Bandits came to our doorstep. They don't need a reason to rob, so what we must do is also very simple. The history professor no longer had his initial calm. Clenching his fists tightly, he said angrily, "Beat these bandits to death." Sulu had no doubt that if his identity as a member of the Federation was discovered, he would definitely be torn to pieces by the several hundred angry Empire students in the conference room in the next moment. Fortunately, his black hair and black eyes were the same as those of the Empire officer beside him. Although they were somewhat eye-catching, they only attracted slightly respectful gazes. After listening to this history class, Sulu followed the other out of the campus. Outside the door, he was silent for a moment, and then he made a rare request. He asked for a cigarette. Amidst the waves of smoke, he said to the Empire officer, "This is very similar to our history class. In the history books I've read about this period, it says that the Empire's emperor brazenly launched a war in order to alleviate the racial and class conflicts within your country." Silence and cigarettes were good companions for thinking. The reason he was thinking was because Sulu had to admit that this Empire's history class, for him, was indeed a different angle to look at the origins of the war back then. This was especially the case regarding crystal mines leading to the war. This was the first time he had heard of this. The family that could control the government was naturally the Thai family in the back of the mountain behind Macho. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.